I'd like to call this meeting of the Anchorage Assembly to order. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Yes, Madam Chair. Mr. Weddleton.
Here.
Ms. Allard.
Here.
Mr. Peterson.
Present.
Mr. Rivera.
Present.
Mr. Constant.
Here.
Ms. LaFrance.
Here.
Ms. Kennedy.
Here.
Ms. Zalatel.
Here.
Mr. Dunbar.
Here.
Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Here.
And Ms. Quinn Davidson asked to be excused. You have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Now I'd like to welcome up the Anchorage Fire Department recent graduating class to do the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Ready? Two. Eddies.
Great. Thank you so much for coming. We just wanted to have this opportunity to welcome you to the Anchorage Fire Department and congratulate you all. It was great to join your graduation ceremony this weekend. Do I have any other members in the queue? I believe Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to echo what you said. Thank you so much. A number of us were at your graduation. It was a great event, and it was a pleasure meeting some of your families and just hearing your stories. And I just want to reiterate, I know you've heard this already, but it bears repeating. You should be immensely proud of your accomplishment, and we are so proud to have you as part of the municipality of Anchorage. Your service to the people of Anchorage is absolutely crucial to the services we provide as a city, and you are beloved by our community, but as you know, that also bears with it a lot of responsibility, and I know that you're up to the task. So again, thank you so much for being here, and thank you for your service to our city. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Weddleton?
Well, thanks. So it's obviously at your graduation too, and I know when Chief Shiragi spoke, I kind of, my head summed up what he said, and it's like when someone dials 911, they expect you to be there 100% every time. And, you know, that is what everyone who you are following, the rest of the department does. It's incredible. When they get called, whatever they're doing, people are just calmly reassured that they know what they're doing. So you're part of an incredible team, and it's a lot of pressure, 100% every time. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. And Mr. Constant on the phone?
Thank you, gentlemen. One thing I didn't hear at the graduation that I bet you heard before, and then I just want to reiterate, is that you, like us, earn every day the right to be in that position, that every day you have to earn it. And I believe in you all, and I thank you for your service.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Thank you. Just want to add my congratulations. I look forward to working with all of you.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Thank you all for coming.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Weddleton, could you please read the land acknowledgement?
Yes, a land acknowledgement is a formal statement recognizing the indigenous people of a place. It is a public gesture of appreciation for the past and present indigenous stewardship of the lands that we now occupy. It is an actionable statement that marks our collective movement towards decolonization and equity. The Anchorage Assembly would like to acknowledge that we gather today on the traditional lands of the Dena'ina Athabascans. For thousands of years, the Dena'ina have been and continue to be the stewards of this land. It is with gratefulness and respect that we recognize the contributions, innovations, and contemporary perspectives of the Upper Cook Inlet Dena'ina.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Now for minutes of previous meetings. Mr. Vice Chair, may I please get a motion to approve the minutes of the the special assembly meeting of October 7, 2021, regular assembly meeting October 12, 2021, special meeting October 12, 2021, and special meeting October 25, 2021.
So moved. Second.
Moved and seconded, seeking unanimous consent. Okay, that item is passed. Mr. Mayor, your report, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, everyone, and thank you all for being here tonight. I want to begin by touching on an issue that's on the top of everyone's mind, the issue of gas prices. We know gasoline prices are at the highest level ever in our country. Inflation, the conflict in Ukraine, and anti-development policies are all contributing to the spike in gasoline prices. Anchorage residents already face some of the highest fuel prices in the country. The question is, what can we do about it? Anchorage imposes a 10 cents per gallon tax on gasoline. My team has analyzed the notion of repealing the fuel tax to provide Anchorage residents immediate relief. However, if we repeal it, we will be left with a $13 million deficit. And I've said before that raising property taxes is a non-starter for me. I want to help residents, especially the poorest amongst us, but I cannot trade one tax for another. If the Assembly is serious about repealing the gas tax here tonight, let's work together instead to reduce the budget. Concerning reapportionment, as I've said before, this is far too important of an issue to rush. We shouldn't be adopting final maps without the community having a chance to review those maps. In just the last week, community councils have told us they feel this process is being rushed. I strongly encourage the Assembly to provide the public another chance to weigh in and not adopt a final map during a special session. Last Friday, I flew to Juneau with members of my team to present before the House Finance Committee regarding our financial ask of the state legislature for the Port of Alaska. I expect further follow-up trips to Juneau as potential funding mechanisms move forward. We continue to seek $600 million appropriations for one seismically resilient dock at the port. We need to secure just a little bit more than $1 billion by the third quarter of 2025 to begin construction on the docks. The Muni has $200 million at our disposal through Assembly and mayoral approved revenue bonds. Later this month, I'll be headed to Washington, D.C. to garner federal support for the port. Over the last weekend, I had the great honor, as well as some of the Assembly members, of welcoming 26 new firefighters into the ranks of the Anchorage Fire Department. This class you just saw us, Class 2201, pushed through many difficulties and challenges to reach that day, showing true resolve, tenacity, and commitment to serve the people of Anchorage. As I said on Saturday, a career as a fighter means putting others above self, a career that means going above and beyond to protect your community and everyone that lives there. I speak for everyone here when we say we are very proud of our firefighters, paramedics, dispatchers, inspectors, and support personnel that this fire department is made up of. We are now proud to call them part of the Anchorage Fire Department. Deb and I pray for their safety and for them to return home each day to their families and loved ones. As we all know, March is Women's Month, and to celebrate the incredible accomplishments of women throughout our community, my office has put together a few events. This week we are hosting 2 roundtables featuring women leaders from our city. Today we had a productive roundtable with female business owners and entrepreneurs. We discussed the challenges and opportunities facing small business owners in Anchorage. On Thursday the 17th from 12 to 1 on the 8th floor of City Hall in the Mayor's Conference Room, we'll be hosting a roundtable featuring women in government. We'll feature female panelists from APD, the Fire Department, AWWU, Law, and Chair LaFrance will be there as well. My Chief of Staff, Alexis Johnson, will lead that discussion. You can watch the discussion live on my Facebook page, live stream, or YouTube. I want to close out tonight by commenting on the confirmation before the Assembly tonight of our Chief Equity Officer, Junior Almave. Tonight, the Assembly has the chance to confirm Junior to the role he has been expertly serving in for the last 5 months. His confirmation will make history, making him the highest serving official of Polynesian descent in Alaska history at both the local and the state level. But that's not what makes Junior's confirmation a no-brainer here. It's the work he does each day and the way in which he works for the people of Anchorage that make him an obvious choice. In just a few short months, Junior has accomplished the following. He led efforts within the Anchorage School District that helped de-escalate cultural tensions within the Polynesian community. He started the Be 1% Better Today initiative, reaching thousands of kids with a message of hope and opportunity. He's involved youth in our community through the Mayor's Mentorship Program and brought government classes from middle and high schools, including both public and private, to City Hall. He's facilitated educational roundtables between my office and community members. Junior started and spearheaded the Tongan relief efforts that became a statewide relief effort, resulting in the collection of over 120,000 pounds of items being shipped to the people of Tonga. Most recently, he's developed the Clean Streets Initiative to provide youth access to mentors and increase the beauty in our city. His record of service is commendable. Talk with anyone who meets Junior and you know he has a servant's heart. I want to be clear, any attempts to stall his confirmation are purely partisan political attacks that do nothing to unite our community. Yes, the Assembly and I have had our differences regarding the Chief Equity Officer position, but the ongoing legal matters between us have absolutely no bearing on Junior's employment with the Muni, his current position as Chief Equity Officer, and his ability to be confirmed here tonight. Look at the support he has earned from the community. Look at the work he has accomplished. Look at his record of service. Look at his qualifications. He deserves to be confirmed tonight. There are no reasons to play political games. I call on the Assembly to withdraw Assembly Resolution 2021-91 that would inevitably delay Junior's confirmation and further drag him through the mud. He doesn't deserve that. The community doesn't deserve that. It's time to come together and move forward. To the Assembly, I say, the choice is yours. I urge you to vote yes on Junior's confirmation. Thank you for your time, Madam Chair.
Amen. Thank you for that, Mr. Mayor. Okay. So there was a lot to celebrate with applause in the mayor's report, but Typically, no applause. So I'm just letting you all know now because this is a business meeting and we do need to move through some items. So welcome and thank you for being here tonight in person or online. Unfortunately, Ms. LaFrance is out ill today and is on the phone. Mr. Constant is on the phone, but attending the National League of Cities Conference. Tonight, I'm going to turn the chair's report over to Mr. Dunbar for a brief presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have a visitor today that's going to give a little bit of a talk, but before we get to that, I want to read a statement. As Assembly members, we are committed to the economic health and development of our community and believe that we have a bright future ahead of us. That is why Ms. Quinn Davidson and I, as chairs of the Budget and Finance Committee, along with our Assembly Chair, recently launched a new day for Anchorage, a jobs plan to kickstart the economy and energize our community. With this plan, we're going to do things like increase workforce housing through targeted tax incentives, work with the mayor and congressional delegation, hopefully, to maximize infrastructure funds coming into Anchorage, support child care programs to help parents return to the workplace, and improve on lessons learned from the pandemic by removing more red tape and barriers to doing business. While the plan is new, the work is already underway. In the last 2 years, we have already provided a safety net for local businesses and residents with a distribution of $214 million in federal aid funds that were used to keep thousands of folks in their homes, keep businesses afloat, and get cash in the hands of those who needed them the most. We strengthen our local supply chain by significantly advancing the Port of Alaska Modernization project with a new petroleum and cement terminal opening in just a few months. This project will create local, good-paying jobs. And we encourage new construction by streamlining processes and removing government barriers to development. This all fits with our Assembly priorities and with the work that the Community Economic Development Committee is doing. We invite all Assembly members and community members to join in this work. Now, because Assembly members are bound by the Open Meetings Act, which only permits up to 3 members to work together on a project, the intent is to discuss the plan at the Rules Committee meeting on Tuesday, the 22nd. One of the next initiatives in the plan will be to discuss the distribution of $50 million in new ARPA federal aid that is coming to Anchorage. To prepare for this, we are holding work sessions with past recipients around topics like food security, workforce training, housing, and quality of life. A work session on economic development will be held this Friday, March 18th, from 11:30 to 12:30 in room 155 at City Hall. And one of the grants of the earlier rounds of federal COVID aid is here tonight. So I ask that we now hear from Kirk Rose of the Anchorage Community Land Trust to give an update on their work with the Set Up Shop Neighborhood Business Incubator Program. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Welcome, Mr. Rose. You just turned it off.
Good start. Thank you very much, and thank you for the introduction, Assemblymember Dunbar, and for your work on your jobs plan. I'm Kirk Rose. I'm the CEO of Anchorage Community Land Trust. I'm here tonight to report back to you on the important investments you made through ARPA funding with ACLT, my organization, that supported small business owners and neighborhood entrepreneurs throughout the COVID pandemic. As you know, the entire business community of Anchorage felt the impacts of COVID. Nearly every single business in our city was threatened. Whole commercial corridors were affected, not just a single business or two. Especially in the neighborhoods where ACLT has always focused, Spenard, Mountain View, Fairview. As the most immediate stressors on the business community have lifted, we realized the pandemic exposed structural weaknesses and inequities in our business ecosystem that needed addressing even before the pandemic arrived. For example, Eva's Cupcakery is a business known citywide with a successful storefront. Eva's whole world got thrown upside down by COVID. All of a sudden, she needed to know what PPP was. She needed an excellent online ordering system. She needed to know what health regulations kept her customers and staff safe. Well, ACLT has worked on neighborhood commercial corridors and with small business owners and entrepreneurs like Eva for over 18 years. Knowing our communities deeply, with relationships established over decades, we were able to leap into action one-on-one directly with the small business community with a focus on businesses that have been historically underserved. We call our entrepreneur and small business support model Set Up Shop. Through its practice, we have become experts at providing training, technical assistance, access to capital, and support with real estate to our business community. To date, Setup Shop has trained 169 trainees and graduates, over 16 different Setup Shop training cohorts, and we provided support to over 200 unique businesses directly with lending, technical assistance, and real estate support. From our hard-earned experience with Setup Shop, we knew right away that business owners needed direct one-on-one support to access every available relief dollar that they could qualify for. We thank the municipality for funding 3 positions at ACLT to make sure we had the capacity to serve these in-need entrepreneurs and small business owners. With that funding, we communicated with thousands of businesses through a texting tool, providing instant information in the palm of the business owner's hand. Staff familiarized with the myriad grant and relief opportunities and made them bite-sized for clients. Then, our staff made them accessible by working one-on-one to submit applications and answer tough questions and troubleshoot lost passwords and anything that might happen with your variety of applications. Our staff has been incredible, and we've worked with a coalition of partners to really understand all the ins and outs of these awesome but daunting opportunities throughout the pandemic. That TA work is an ongoing need. Demand for our services more than tripled through the pandemic. From your support during the 2 years of the pandemic, we doubled our total TA output, providing an additional 2,000 hours directly to small business owners. That resulted in over $2 million directly being received by these neighborhood businesses in our community. Additionally, new entrepreneurs continue to join our pipeline of services. Surprisingly, or maybe unsurprisingly given the nature of entrepreneurs, entrepreneurialism goes up during times of dismay and tumult. I'm proud of what we've done to connect underserved and unnetworked businesses, but I want to be clear that these businesses would not have been served otherwise. At every juncture, even faced with difficult odds, we met business owners that weren't just trying to get through the pandemic, they were trying to set up for the long term. There was a lot of hope amid the challenges. Additionally, we knew the digital divide was going to create big-time problems. The need to excel online existed before emergency orders, but was certainly exacerbated when so much of the economy shifted online. Neighborhood businesses that always relied on in-person traffic, like Eva's, had to make significant and abrupt pivots. In some cases, those business owners weren't equipped to manage their online needs. So, we launched a new Setup Shop training program focused exclusively on digital literacy and presence, a module we call Anchorage Online Bootcamp. We thank you for the support of that program as well. Business owners go through intensive training and technical assistance to take their online presence to the next level. 44 small business owners from across the Anchorage Bowl have been involved in Anchorage Online Bootcamp. Over 23 local contractors have been hired. We've kept your investment dollars in this community paying these contractors. And we provided 500 hours plus of TA through contracted support, including 90 individual one-on-one consulting hours. From that, we've created beautiful new logos and redesigned brands, 380 professional photos taken of products and business owners, and 19 different websites so that people's online presence is glowed up. With AOB, primarily we've served women-owned businesses, which make up about 2/3 of our cohorts, as well as minority-owned businesses who comprise over half of our participants. Additionally, we've been able to serve low-income business owners who comprise over half of our participants. In closing, as we build neighborhood economies from within, seeing our commercial corridors succeed helps our communities succeed. During the pandemic, we've had the privilege of working with some incredibly determined entrepreneurs, and for every Eva, there's the Horn Doctor in Fairview, Roscoe's downtown, and Eagle River's Russian Eats. Your investments have allowed us to stabilize neighborhood economies and provide steady services to entrepreneurs when they needed it most. We are not just in survival mode, but on a path to recovery, and we're walking that step every day with small business community, and we can't stop now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Rose. I don't see anyone in the queue. I really appreciate the update.
Thank you.
And I have to say, Eva's is a family favorite. Oh, sorry, please come back. Mr. Constant was late to get in the queue, Mr. Rose. Mr. Constant is on the phone for you. Mr. Constant?
Thank you, Mr. Rose. I just wanted to say thank you for your service in helping us make sure that these programs are as effective as possible.
Through the chair, thank you so much, Member Constant.
Great. Thank you so much. All right. So this is a business meeting, as I mentioned previously, and we are here to do the work of the municipality. We do have a very full agenda tonight, so I ask that everyone help create a climate of respect here, refrain from personal attacks, speaking out of turn, shouting, clapping, and pacing. Please keep signs to 8.5 and 11 inches in size or smaller. Please stop speaking if a point of order is called, or so that I may rule on the point of order and the record is clear. If the rules are not followed, I may interrupt speakers to call for compliance. If compliance with the rules does not occur, then I may pause the meeting. If there is an actual disruption, I will give a warning. If the disruption persists or happens again, the person will be asked to leave. If you are here to testify on a public hearing item, when you come forward, please state your name, the community council or area of the municipality in which you live. Please stay on topic and direct your comments to me or the other people on the dais. I will interrupt you if you are off topic. It is helpful if the testifier provides comments on any proposed amendments. You'll have 3 minutes, and community council representatives will have 5. Assembly members do not typically answer questions during this period. That comes later during the debate portion of this public testimony. So at this point, we'll go to committee reports, starting with Mr. Weddleton.
Nothing to report, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Allard? Ms. Allard, did you have a committee report this evening? Okay, we'll move on. Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Ethics and Election Committee meeting that was scheduled to be held a week from tomorrow is canceled for this month. But I wanted to announce to let everyone know that ballots were sent out in the mail today for the election. That's election day is actually April 5th. And so you can be looking for your ballot. It should be arriving in your mailbox by next Monday. If you don't receive it by a week from today, you should probably call the clerks down at the election center to find out what happened to your ballot. You can still sign up to track your ballot by going to anchoragevotes.com, or you can go to muni.org and click on elections. It'll take you right to where you can sign up to track your own ballot. I did it myself. It takes 2 or 3 minutes. The deadline to apply for a temporary, to get a ballot at a temporary address is March 29th. And voters can sign up to do that as soon as possible if you know you need a temporary ballot. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. We try a sound check with Ms. Allard. Can we see that Ms. Allard isn't muted on our end? Can you try again, Ms. Allard?
Can you hear me okay, Madam Chair?
Yes, Ms. Allard. Did you have a committee report this evening?
No, Madam Chair, I do not.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nothing to report. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Assembly Committee on Housing and Homelessness will be meeting tomorrow from 11 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. via Teams. We will be continuing our discussion on housing and conducting a review of the 2022 committee goals and priorities. At this time, Madam Chair, I'd like to take a quick moment of personal privilege.
Please go ahead, Mr. Rivera.
Thank you. So sometimes at these meetings, we pass around letters or petitions for Assembly members to sign. So I just wanted to make the public aware of 2 of them. There is a singular copy of these if members of the public wanted to look at it. One of them is a petition by Carry the Cure, Inc. regarding renaming North and South Suicide Peaks to a Dena'ina Athabascan traditional name. And then one of them is from Mountain View Health Services. They need a letter of support for a grant that they are applying for. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Constant, did you have a report this evening?
Yes, thank you. Not a committee report per se, but the work of the reapportionment committee continues tonight. There is a public hearing, a third public hearing for this item. The item will be continued to the meeting on the 23rd, and on Friday the 18th we'll be having a work session to discuss the two amendments that have been submitted, and then we'll proceed to finishing this project here post haste.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Budget and Finance Committee will be meeting this Thursday, the 17th, from 12:10 to 1:10 p.m. And that'll be on Microsoft Teams. The hope of the committee is that we will transition back to in-person meeting next month. But for now, we'll be on Microsoft Teams. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Perez-Vidia?
Thank you, Madam Chair. No committee update tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Vidia. Ms. Allard, you've requested a moment of personal privilege.
Yes, Madam Chair. Can you hear me okay before I speak?
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to explain to the community why I wasn't there today. As much as I love serving with my fellow assembly members, I am down in Bozeman, Montana, and the reason I'm calling in is because currently my daughter, who I'm very proud of, is representing Team Alaska for the Alpine Western Regional races here, and she is currently ranked 3rd in the state of Alaska. So that's why I'm here. I'm spending it with her, and I appreciate all the support that I've been getting. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Good luck to your daughter. Next, before we go to the addendum to the agenda, we are going to implement our new late on the table procedure. I'm just going to take one moment to see if we have our late on the table items. My understanding is the late on the table items are coming. I'd like to entertain a motion to change the order of the day to take up initial audience participation before the late on the table items.
So moved.
Second.
Seeking unanimous consent? Okay, with that, we will begin initial audience participation. So for initial audience participation, I'd like to prioritize time for members of the public who would like to speak on the consent agenda items, those who cannot stay until the second audience participation at the end of the meeting, and those who would have difficulty staying for a public hearing item already on the agenda due to childcare or travel issues before we open it up to the broader public. As a reminder, if you choose to speak now on a public hearing item already on the agenda, you may not speak again when we open the public hearing on the item. Also, if you choose to speak now, you cannot speak again during final audience participation. And you will have 3 minutes to speak, and I ask you to state your name and the community council area in which you live. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dustin Sherman, currently District 6, represented by Wetlands and West LaFrance. Good evening, folks, and thanks for the time to speak to you tonight. The redress of grievances is one of the most important rights that we are afforded as Americans. Social media is one of the places that they happen. If you're an elected official and you happen to be running for another term, supposedly governing equally, why on earth would you block someone from Twitter and silence them? To me, that is unethical and discounts their voices entirely. The public service is a position that I know that you all take seriously. I know that, but it's also a position, you know that you have to work with people that you may not agree with all the time. That said, whether a person agrees or disagrees with you, it's still their right to redress their grievances. The Constitution allows for it. With that said, not every single person in this city can get to the assembly or has the means to email in or call in at certain times. So they must take to social media to do it. It's just another avenue that they use and make happen. I witnessed something today, or someone today getting blocked today by a public official sitting at this dais. I'm not going to name any names, but it happens. To be a responsible public servant should require thicker skin than the average citizen. It's about time a few of you start showing it. In this season of elections, people are involved more now than they ever have been. It's time that you guys start showing the respect to them as well as the people, the public shows to you. So please do better. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name and the community council area or part of town in which you live.
Hello, Chairman Zalatel. My name is Jason, and I'm in Austin, Quinton Davidson, and Perez Verdiaz District. Hello, Assembly. I've been asking you to fairly review water fluoridation to guarantee the people of Anchorage and Girdwood due process. Your investigation of water fluoridation is opposed by Jennifer Meyer. She's Assistant Professor of Public Health at UAA. She's the author of a poorly controlled and unblinded study of Juneau's fluoridation cessation. 5 days ago in the Anchorage Daily News, Professor Meyer once hyped her debunked study in an opinion piece called The Facts of Fluoridation, Lessons for a Healthier Alaska. In this opinion piece, she holds up her poorly controlled and debunked study as ultimate fact and calls city leaders in Juneau and Fairbanks and Palmer misguided for conducting in-depth studies which ended their unethical practice of water fluoridation. It is truly sad that Jennifer Meyer calls the leaders of these cities incompetent and calls into question their character. She asserts that they do not have the intelligence and education to do their jobs. At the end of her opinion piece, she instructs the policymakers of Anchorage to better not do any investigation of fluoride and reinstate fluoridation in Girdwood ASAP. Jennifer Meyer, in white coat supremacist fashion, fails to acknowledge the Hooper Bay tragedy. The anniversary of this deadly fluoride tragedy is just 68 days from now. Anchorage should not only have a land acknowledgement, but also a water acknowledgement because of what happened to the natives of Hooper Bay. You should investigate water fluoridation, which aims to chemically harden people's teeth and cause deadly poisoning tragedies. Please put aside your political differences. Consider working together by motioning the Bronson administration to conduct a proper review of the Fairbanks, Juneau, and Palmer studies. Review if Anchorage should stop fluoride or convene a fair and just investigation of water fluoridation. I implore Assembly members here to please stop their attacks on the Bronson administration. Why do you unfairly want to investigate Mayor Bronson for turning the fluoride off, when in all fairness, you should be investigating why we have it turned on in the first place? Assembly members, do your jobs. Stop your asinine attacks on Mayor Bronson. Do your jobs. Introduce a motion for a fair and just investigation of water fluoridation by this administration. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any questions in the queue for you. Thanks.
Hey, thank you. Bye.
Welcome. Please state your name and the area of town in which you live.
Jordan Harari, District 4, speaking on behalf of Logic and Reason. Recently, there was a presentation by the Anchorage Human Resources Department where the Assembly heard good news about the municipality, how the municipality is doing when it comes to hiring all varieties of people. Pat ourselves on the back then, right? Actually, no. Assembly member through the chair Rivera disagreed, saying, quote, just because the data says we're good doesn't really mean we're good, end quote. End quote, you know, I can tell you myself based on the conversations I've had and based on the experience I've experienced, I have in our community, that people would disagree with me entirely, end quote. He essentially said it again in the last regular Assembly meeting. Assembly member through the chair Constant agreed with his colleague that the affirmative action plan defends the status quo. I totally agree with both, through the chair Mr. Rivera and Mr. Constant, that the status quo is being defended. In fact, through the chair Mr. Rivera, you yourself stated that you want to see more women and non-white representation on the Assembly, and I quote, I really think our political establishments need to get over this idea that only a certain typecast of individual can run for office, because when you do that, You're typically going to get someone who is white and someone who is male, and we need to get beyond that very rigid thinking in our political establishments, end quote. So why then are you not every day publicly endorsing and fundraising for Stephanie Taylor in District 5, who's through the chair Forrest Dunbar's opponent in this election? Why have you not publicly called upon your colleague to concede the race right this second and just give Stephanie the seat? She's everything you wanted, and anti-status quo, but oh wait, she doesn't have the same opinions as you do, does she? No, she doesn't. And because of that, you're what objective reality calls a hypocrite. And don't think that he's the only one up there. You know what? You folks want to talk about diversity? There isn't much diversity up there on that dais. How many times have you voted 9-2 over the past, say, year? This body is living proof that there's not enough diversity. The diversity of critical thinking and original thought. Sure, you can show me in the public the numbers of how often you don't do that, but you know what? Even if you do, it just doesn't feel like you are. That's what matters, right? My subjective reality. So how do we remove the status quo? Hey, I know, why don't the 9 of you who keep overriding mayoral vetoes don't? Show the public you are indeed devout seekers of justice and inclusion. Seek the inclusion of a mayoral veto more often. The reason we have a mayoral veto is so there's balance of power, and continually overriding them removes the need for the needed diversity of thought and opinion. Anchorage is sick, very sick in fact, and it's not because of drug abuse or homelessness or a virus, but because of an identity we have. An identity, a belief about yourself, that is rooted as living inside a subjective reality where your feelings, although true and rightfully yours, are what's real for everyone and everything else. Live instead in objective reality and infuse your genuine feelings into powerfully and purposefully creating change that benefits everyone, not just those who agree with your feelings. Diversify your minds, hearts, and souls. Love those who disagree with you because they impart a great and precious gift to your being. Identify with that light and actually become true leaders. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, I'm going to remind the audience, no clapping. Please step forward. Welcome. Please state your name. If it continues, we're going to take a 5-minute recess, and it's 5 minutes that we're not hearing from the public. Excuse me, ma'am, that comment was uncalled for when you approached the dais. It's not appropriate. You're being disruptive. That is your first warning. Welcome. Please state your name and the area of town in which you live.
Thank you. My name is Jackie Ivy Goforth. When I'm in Anchorage, I am in Weddleton and LaFrance's area. I'm giving you a handout today. It's another present. These are official documents. The first 4 pages happen to be a court order. It's from the Public Health and Medical Professionals for Transparency, a nonprofit group of 80 esteemed scientists and doctors in the world who have filed a lawsuit against the Food and Drug Administration in order to get their FOIA request. What they requested was the paperwork, all of the documents, there's 421,000 pages I hear, of how the FDA approved Comirnaty. Now, the Comirnaty approval by the FDA was a little bit of a bait and switch routine. Comirnaty was approved by the FDA, but 2 days later, they also approved the emergency use authorization of BioNTech 19. And then they said that it's okay if you have BioNTech 19 because it's exactly the same formula as Comirnaty. But if you had watched Richard Fleming, PhD, MD, JD, who did a symposium called Event 2021 last year, you would know that when he opened up the vaccine boxes on camera, the vaccine inserts are completely blank. No one knows what's in there except Moderna. It has a little line on it that says intentionally left blank. Now, if you want to know what's in the FDA, and if you want to know why the FDA approved the Pfizer thing, you might want to look at the very last page. The very last page of your handout is the Pfizer application for their FDA approval, and the last line says, a wire transfer of $2,875,842 has been sent to the U.S. Treasury. Now, you also might want to check on Scott Gottlieb. Scott Gottlieb happens to be the former chairman of the FDA, and when he left, he went to the board of directors of the Pfizer. Now, the next bit, since they sent us 55,000 pages on March 1st, I gave you the 38 pages that happen to be the adverse events. The adverse events of this vaccine. Now, I want to draw your attention to page 30. From page 30 to page 38 happens to be 2,197 adverse events that are rather horrifying. I think you should look at them because these are side effects. Now, if you want to know what might really be happening, I want you to take your attention to Prince Harry. Prince Harry has been all over the airwaves saying everybody needs to have an HIV test. Now, he might be saying that because if you go on DuckDuckGo and put in BBC, that's British Broadcasting Company, HIV in vaccine, you might find out that they put HIV in the vaccine. If you go to Richard Fleming's symposium, you would know that in the virus that's been spiked 3 times with HIV, and it has an insert of 4 amino acids, one of them twice. So it is prolanine, adenine, and alanine, that is PRRA. It was completely formulated in order to scare us, in order to kill us. So here's your choices now. Number 1, debunk everything I just said. Number 2, debunk your thing. Number 3, go get an HIV test. And number 4, continue to trample on all the rights of Anchorage and expect that they'll vote you in again.
Thank you for your testimony. There are no questions in the queue.
Thank you. And anyone who puts fluoride in their water
Thank you for your testimony. Your time is
read
up.
a toothpaste tube.
You are creating an actual disturbance. Welcome. Microphone's not quite on yet. It's a yellow button. There you go. Please state your name and the area of town in which you live. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jason Delozer. Thank you to the Assembly. Thank you to all Anchorage residents here supporting your causes. You matter. Mayor, are you aware that Open Meetings Act precludes deals from being worked out in back rooms by more than 3 members? Are you aware that trying to coerce the Assembly body as a whole to agree to vote in affirmative plans negotiated in back rooms is not only unethical, but would be a blatant violation of the Open Meetings Act? I am here today to speak to you all regarding the continued efforts to move the project of building a large shelter in East Anchorage with no public input. The mayor in his office has criticized the Assembly members for not only public discourse of many issues which have fueled this town, created fear and chaos in these chambers, and divided our residents in this city. However, he does not do the same for the public input in regard to homelessness and sheltering. He has instead continued to move the initial goal for his Tudor Elmore shelter process forward in secrecy and haste with little to no notice to community councils and the public. One can only assume his previous behavior in June to push the 400-plus cattle house past East Anchorage residents and the public without their knowledge, and his current requests for wetland mitigation permitting by the Dow and Heritage Land Bank, that he is moving forward with his original plan despite the facilitated collaborative process mediated by the Bout Company. Let my previous statements draw attention to his flexible morality that he will cry out, bully, and threaten to get his way. If I only had $5,000, expendable dollars laying around that I could give a local shelter to keep a larger shelter from being built in my backyard. Maybe then he would stand up and bully for me and those on the east side. The shelter process is seemingly moving forward, but as I stated in my previous emails to the mayor and to this assembly body, what services will be provided? Where is the budget? How many staff will be needed for this large shelter? Most importantly, who is the professional project manager overseeing this project? If there was one, they would be bound by professional ethics to develop and complete a scope of work and make full transparent to be actively engaged by stakeholders. Have we forgotten the $100 million botched?
Sir, that is your time. I
Thank
don't
you.
see any questions in the queue for you. Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please state your name and the area of town in which you live.
My name's Danny Parrish, spelled with 1 R. I live in the downtown South Addition. Timing, I guess, is everything, because I'm coming here saying, do something and move them away. The homeless population that lives in my driveway. 2020, COVID happened. I accepted that. The unfortunate part was my spouse of 28 years passed away in February. COVID happened in March. We bought my house, which is across the street from the Sullivan Arena, in 1994 to live there happily ever after, pay it off, and then retire. I'm only a few years away from paying it off, so I could retire, but I can't live there with 500 people urinating, defecating, and throwing all their garbage on my sidewalks and in my yard. And obscenities. I had one person stand up and pee on me one day. So I called the cops, and of course they've come. The city prosecutor called me last week and said she's not going to prosecute somebody because the courts are too busy. The person came in my yard, was stealing my stuff, trying to break into my home, and it needs to happen. I don't know how. So I guess I come here tonight to ask, what's Plan B? What's Plan C? Plan A is a great plan. This guy don't like it, but I do. But it's too long. I want something to happen a little sooner than 2 or 3 years down the road. I don't think mentally I can stay there without, destroying myself or someone else. So I need some support from this group of people, and I've called the mayor half a dozen times. I've left everybody on here, Chris Constant, Felix, I've left messages for you guys a bunch of times saying, fix it. This guy came to my driveway and talked to me about it. Chris has come to my driveway and talked to me about it. No one else has. Police officers, thank God for them. Firemen, thank God for them. Paramedics also. So I just want to know what Plan B and C is going to be to help me maintain my mental stability. I'd also like to be invited to the Teams meeting tomorrow. So if I give you my card, will you do that, Felix? Cool. And that's pretty much it. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, sir. Can you please hold on a second? I have Mr. Weddleton in the queue and then Mr. Constant.
Sorry. Thanks. So, and I appreciate it. We've spoken before, and I appreciate your time on that. So, have you called the security that's connected with the Sullivan Arena when you have trouble?
Yes, I have. And the assistant director said to me the only thing they have authority over is what's happening inside the building. And they have police officers inside the building. Here during the beginning of her rendezvous, I had 3 police officers stationed outside of the building. Those police officers outside of the building can definitely monitor the property, and people will respect them, and if not, they get arrested. But the person that I spoke to, the assistant director for 99+1, stated to me that there was nothing she could do except whatever happens inside the building. And people peeing on me, they can't fix it.
Thanks. So when I clarify, when you say police officers, I think that would be their security guards, not APD.
No, we had, well, maybe inside the building, but outside of the building during the beginning of Friday, we had 3 police officers in cars out in the parking lot because I had to call the cops to someone that was assaulting me in my driveway, and all 3 of them came around. So 911 worked really quick. They were there. They came around, broke up the fight, took 2 people away, and explained to me that they would be there for 3 weeks. And now 3 weeks is gone.
All right, thanks. So, and I just as a comment, this is not a 3-year plan. We are very motivated to have people out of the Sullivan Arena. We're looking at the end of June. That's might be a little optimistic, but we are focused on that. That is our goal to do that.
Well, the end of June would be a great shot. March would be better.
That's our goal.
So, just because I live there, and I have lived there for 2 years.
We have another question for you. Mr. Constant, please go ahead.
Yeah, it's not really a question. It's just a comment. And Danny, I'm really sorry that we've been unable to unfold this any sooner. And for me, the headaches really started when the administration cut the third-party security that was patrolling the streets. They decided it was too expensive, and the impacts have become real for you and all of your neighbors. And I am having a meeting on the 28th, I believe, with the Fairview Community Council Executive Committee to talk about these issues. So please email them and get on that list and be part of that conversation. And again, I'm sorry, and after the last time you said you had trash in your street, I came down and picked up trash in front of your house. You weren't there, but I feel for you. This is real.
Well, it's just really hard for me to think about my retirement, which is really 2 years from today. I'm 66 and a half. That's when I thought that my husband and I would live happily ever after, and we would have our double income from Social Security for my retirement from our 501s, but he passed away. So now I am a lot more pressured to think, how in the heck am I going to live happily ever after? I mean, I'm going to live, there's no doubt, whether I live in an old folks home or in the shelter across the street. I'm certain I'll live, but not the way I want to.
Thank you for your testimony.
So, thank you.
I'm sure Mr. Rivera will make sure you have access to that Teams meeting tomorrow.
I like that.
So it looks like we have time for one more participant. Please come forward, state your name and the area of town in which you live.
Mark Nussbaum, District 3.
Can you get closer to the mic? Thanks.
District 3. I recently took the time to watch an interview with a former Assembly Chair who has just short of a couple decades of service to the city. And when he was asked about his thoughts about the current legislative body, he said, quote, "I'm appalled because this assembly is not the body that was on before. When I was on there, you worked together for a common good, and that common good was Anchorage, and they've lost that along the way. And I required mandatory attendance. Let me tell you, there were two reasons to be gone from the assembly. One, you were traveling for the city. The other one, you were dead. Short of that, you attended every assembly meeting." When asked about, through the chair, Pete and Meg's mask mandate, he said, quote, "It was a disaster. They shouldn't have introduced it if they weren't going to show up to the assembly meetings to listen to the public testimony. I'm sorry, but if you have a problem with COVID, wear 2 masks. When asked about the changes that he sees in the assembly now, he says, quote, "There wasn't hatred. We realized that different people have different points of view, but you worked through that. Because you should be working for the common good of Anchorage. That's why you run for mayor or ran for assembly, to work for the common good of the town. Now, I'm no stranger to these meetings. I've brought forward issues such as a generations-long drug compound out in Chugiak. The result was demolition of the property and some arrests. I've worked with former assembly bodies to bring back order to a Midtown community park that was drowning in chronic inebriants through the Take Back Our Parks initiative. This assembly body then, they asked questions. They took time to explain certain processes, helping, not hindering. Now, just 21 short days, there comes an opportunity for the people of Anchorage to bring a cure to the city that's been for a number of years. Members of this body who seem to work together, but not for the good of the town. I sat and listened to one particular member of this body get hit in the hot seat at a community council meeting last night. Let me tell you how he responded. And I quote, "If you don't think I'm doing a good job, vote for someone else." The time has come for several of you to reap what you've sown. I have family and friends in each and every district in the city, and we are going to vote for someone else. We'll be filling in the circles next to the names of Kevin Cross, Liz Vasquez, Kathy Hensley, Stephanie Taylor, and Randy Solt. And in 2023, we'll work through a couple more issues come election season. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. And that's 6 o'clock. So that ends initial audience participation. There will be final audience participation at the end of the meeting, time permitting. With that, we're going to go back in our agenda to the laid on the table items. So there are 5 laid on the table items. One will need to be introduced and set for public hearing, and the other will, the others will automatically be incorporated but need to be read into the record. We'll start with the one that needs a vote, 8 votes to be laid on the table. This is an unnumbered AM, amendment number 1 to non-encumbering contract with Kimosabe Enterprises, Kimosabe for snow hauling services for the Municipality of Anchorage Maintenance and Operations Department, Street Maintenance Division, for $600,000. What is the will of the body?
Move to introduce.
Second.
Or lay on the table, I'm sorry.
I heard a motion to lay on the table and a second. Okay. Who was the second? Mr. Peterson. And this was brought forward by the administration. Ms. Domboski, would you like to speak to why this was laid on the table?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Public Works Director Lance Wilbur will speak to this item for the body.
Thank you. The reason that we've had this laid on the table, we are asking to increase the authority of a snow removal contract, combination of heavy snowfalls and the ability that we want to get out and start continuing our snow hauling, particularly in subdivisions and roundabouts, in roundabouts cul-de-sacs. And if the reason we need to do it tonight is the next assembly meeting is in 4 weeks, and we need to be able to do that haul in the next couple of weeks before it really starts to melt away, so we would appreciate your support.
Thank you, Mr. Wilbur. Thank you, Ms. Domboski. Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote to lay this item on the table.
Ms. Allard. Ms. Allard?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Constant?
Yes.
That item is laid on the table, 10-0. It'll be item 10 Delta 27. Next is an item for introduction and to set for a public hearing at the March 23rd special meeting. Is an unnumbered AO or ordinance, an ordinance providing financial resources for labor, supplies, and other expenditures required to address municipal response to coronavirus disease 2019, COVID-19, by appropriating an amount not to exceed $7 million in interfund loan proceeds from the Alcohol Beverage Retail Sales Tax Fund 206000 to the COVID-19 Response AO Fund 231803, and providing a plan for future reimbursement of said appropriation. What is the will of the body?
Move to introduce.
Second.
Third? Is that the proper?
The item is introduced and set for public hearing on March 23rd. Can we double check to make sure Ms. Allard is not muted on our end? Thank you.
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me? I just received an email from Travis.
I think we've got it cleared up. Thanks, Ms. Allard. All right, the next items are automatically incorporated but need to be read into the record. For item 14.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr. Constant.
I'm sorry, is it possible one more time you could read the title of the previous item?
Sure, be
I
happy.
don't have the paper record.
Sure, I'd be happy to. An ordinance providing financial resources for labor, supplies, and other expenditures required to address municipal response to coronavirus disease 2019, COVID-19, by appropriating an amount not to exceed $7 million in interfund loan proceeds from the Alcoholic Beverages Retail Sales Tax Fund to the COVID-19 Response AO Fund, and providing for a plan for future reimbursement of said appropriation.
So, I'm sorry, I missed hearing this. I moved to reconsider. just for the purposes, I guess it was set for public hearing, so it's too late. Why was it set for the 23rd?
One second, Mr. Constant. Thank you, Mr. Constant, for your patience. The intent is to set a second special meeting on March 23rd, in addition to the one that is already noticed on another topic.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome, Mr. Constant. Okay, so item 14H3 AM unnumbered regarding ordinance AO 2022-27, an ordinance adopting our downtown, Anchorage Downtown District Plan 2021 as an element of the comprehensive plan and amending the Anchorage Municipal Code Title 21, Land Use Planning, Section 21-01-080B1, Elements, Table 21.01-1, Anchorage Bowl as an update to the 2007 Destination Downtown, Anchorage Downtown Comprehensive Plan. Item 14I2, unnumbered AIM 2022 regarding ordinance AO 2022-36, an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code Title 21, Chapters 21.03, review and approval procedures, 21.04, zoning districts, 21.06, dimensional standards and measurements, 21.07, development and design standards, and 21.15 rules of construction and definitions in order to amend the 2 1/2 story limit and related dimensional standards in the R2A, R2D, and R2M zoning districts for promoting housing opportunities compatible with the intended scale of R2 neighborhoods. Planning and Zoning Commission Case 2021-0111, Planning Department. Item 14J2, AO 2022-40S, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code Title 1, Title 3, Title 9, Title 11, and Title 25 related to municipal airports. Item 15A1, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 138-2022A, 15.A1, AR 2022-80S, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly regarding State of Alaska applications for the transfer of ownership and location of beverage dispensary liquor license number 4531 for LED Ultra Lounge and Grill, LLC DBA LED Ultra Lounge and Grill located at 420 West 3rd Avenue, Anchorage, Alaska 99501, and authorizing the municipal clerk to take certain action. Downtown Community Council that's set for public hearing tonight on 3/15/2022. I apologize. That's set for the public hearing on 3/18 Friday 2022. And then item 15A2, Assembly Memorandum Number AM unnumbered 2022. Those are the laid on the table items. Now we'll proceed to the addendum to the agenda. For the addendum to the agenda, we'll start by going down on the dais and pulling any items members would like to pull. Tonight, we'd start with Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to pull item 10D5 and 10A5.
Item 10 Delta 5 and 10A5. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to pull item 10 Alpha 3 for reading.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. I have 10 Delta 3, 10 Delta 4, 10 Delta 24.
Ten Delta 3, 10 Delta 4, 10 Delta 24.
Yep.
Mr. Rivera?
Thank you. I have items 10 Delta 12 and 10 Alpha 4.
10 Delta 12 and 10 Alpha 4. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to pull item 10B, Bravo 4, and I believe that's the only one. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. 10 Bravo 4. Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to pull 10A1 for reading.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Ms. LaFrance?
Thank you, Madam Chair. No items.
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance. Ms. Allard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to pull 10 Bravo 2, 10 Bravo 4, and 10 Delta 12, please.
Great. 10 Bravo 2 and the other items had already been pulled. Thank you. Mr. Weddleton?
10 Alpha 2, was 10 Delta 1 pulled?
No, it was not.
Okay, pull that.
10 Delta 1.
10 Delta 20 and 10 G6.
And 10 Delta 20 and 10 G6. The items I have pulled are 10A 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 Bravo 2 and 4, 10 Delta 1, 3, 4, 5, 12, 20, 24, and 10 G6. Are there any other items? Mr. Vice Chair, I'd ask for a motion to incorporate the addendum as printed and distributed and the laid on the table items.
So moved.
Second.
Is there any objection? Seeing none, the addendum is now passed except the pulled items. For the public's information, the Assembly has now passed or accepted all items in 10A through 10F, other than the items that were just pulled, which we will take up next, or that have been introduced for a future public hearing, which are the items in 10G. If you were here to see action on an item listed on the consent agenda that was not pulled, those items have been passed or accepted. We will now go through the consent agenda, starting with item 10A1. Item 10.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr.
Sorry,
Weddleton.
the queue there. I just wonder if we could reorder these, if only to put 10 Delta 1 before 10 Bravo 4, and everything else the same normal order.
Is that a motion?
Yes.
Second.
So the motion on the floor is to change the order of the day to take up 10 Delta 1 before 10 Bravo 4 after we take up the 10A items and 10 Bravo 2 item. Seeking unanimous consent. If you're on the phone, can you please mute yourself? We're getting a little bit of extra sound. Seeing no objection, the order of the day is changed to now take up 10 Delta 1 before 10 Bravo 4. Returning to item 10A1, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly designating March 27, 2022 as Good Friday Earthquake Remembrance Day, AR 2022-77. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Seeking unanimous consent? That item is approved. Who is reading and who is presenting?
I'm reading. A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly designating March 27th, 2022 as Good Friday Earthquake Remembrance Day. Whereas at 5:36 p.m. on March 27th, 1964, a magnitude 9.2 earthquake, the most powerful earthquake recorded in North American history and the second largest earthquake ever recorded, hit Prince William Sound and rocked south central Alaska for over 4 minutes. And whereas the event, which became known as the Good Friday earthquake, cost an estimated 139 lives and over $300 million in property and structural damage in 1964 dollars, amounting to over $2.6 billion in today's dollars. Whereas thousands of Alaskans from all walks of life became first responders, including firefighters, police officers, Alaska State Troopers, members of the United States Army Corps of Engineers, the Alaska Army National Guard, the Alaska Air National Guard, medics, doctors, nurses, municipal workers, ham radio operators, and many others who selflessly served the state and their fellow Alaskans during this time of great need. And whereas Alaskans immediately began the process of rebuilding their devastated communities and their lives through resiliency, determination, and selflessness. And whereas the loss of life and property of the Good Friday earthquake was tragic, it also provided a wealth of data about subduction zone earthquakes and the hazards that they pose. Whereas memorials have been set up all over Alaska to remind Alaskans about their past so that they are better prepared for future emergencies. In Anchorage, part of the Tongan Heights slide was turned to a memorial called Earthquake Park. Be it resolved that the municipality of Anchorage remembers, recognizes, and honors the hard work and extreme exemplary sacrifice of the thousands of military members, including the National Guard, first responders, and all those who came to the aid of their fellow Alaskans in the aftermath of the Good Friday earthquake. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly designates March 27th, 2022 as Good Friday Earthquake Remembrance Day. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 15th day of March, 2022.
Hi, welcome. Are you here to give comments and accept the resolution?
Yeah,
All
I'm
right.
here to speak on that. Yep.
Please introduce yourself and go ahead.
Evening, my name's Mark Valenti. I'm here this evening on behalf of my father, Charles Valenti. He was unable to make it tonight due to health issues. It's an honor to accept this year's annual resolution. My father in 1964, at the time of the 9.2 earthquake, was an Air National Guardsman. He was stationed at Coulis Air National Guards Base. He was deeply involved in the recovery and relief efforts immediately following the earthquake. The recovery and relief missions went on for days, weeks, and even months after this most tragic natural disaster. During one of those relief missions, my father lost his flight crew, whose aircraft went down in the Bay of Valdez. These men were not just friends, but more like brothers to him. While trying to revive the spirit of others, they forfeited their own in service to countless Alaskans. In support of this legislation, my sincere gratitude and appreciation to this year's sponsor, Ms. LaFrance, the Mayor, Mr. Bronson, the Assembly, and the City Clerk, Barbara Jones. My thanks also go to the many people who have worked behind the scenes to make this historical piece of legislation possible. Most of all, I thank my wife, Helen, for always standing by my side. This March 27th will be 58 years since the Good Friday earthquake of 1964. As said in the resolution here, it was the most powerful earthquake ever in North America and the second largest in recorded history. This marks the 8th year of this annual resolution. On this day, March 27th, We must always remember to never forget all of those who perished and those who paid the ultimate sacrifice in service to the citizens of Alaska. Let's also take the time to remember the thousands of first responders, all the affected families, and the people who came together to rebuild the great city of Anchorage, in which we are privileged to live today. My father always described the quake to me as a professional bull rider trying to stay atop a 1,500-pound jumping, jolting bull for 8 seconds. Imagine trying to stay atop this bull for over 4.5 minutes. That's what the people of that day had to endure. In closing, my father offers this comment. I have long been honored of being party to this annual resolution. My unending honor, respect, gratitude, and humility go out to the original supporters of this legislation. Former Mayor Dan Sullivan, Chair Dick Traney, and the entire Assembly who supported my efforts for this resolution. A special vote of gratitude to the City Clerk, Barbara Jones, who was invaluable in helping me navigate the Municipality of Anchorage governmental protocols. Finally, to this year's sponsor, Mayor, and the Assembly for their unwavering support. You all have my deepest honor, respect, gratitude, and humility. God bless Chuck Valenti, veteran, Alaska Air National Guard. Thank you all for listening.
Thank you. Next, we have item 10A2, AR 2022-78, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing March 2022 as Brain Injury Awareness Month. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Seeking unanimous consent. That item passes. Who's reading, who's presenting?
I am reading. This is a resolution.
Just a second, one quick second. Okay. I believe Annette is going to be on the phone to receive it. Oh, she is here, great. Okay, so.
Off we go.
Thank you.
A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing March 2022 as Brain Injury Awareness Month. Whereas, March is National Brain Injury Awareness Month, a time to recognize the prevalence of brain injuries and help make lives better for individuals who have sustained this kind of trauma. And whereas, traumatic and acquired brain injuries, TABI, can happen to anyone and can bring a lifetime of co-occurring conditions, including persistent concussion symptoms, PTSD, physical impairment, developmental delays, paralysis, cognitive or behavioral problems, suicidal thoughts, greater risk for dementia and Alzheimer's, and lifelong challenges for individuals and families. And whereas these injuries are often preventable, and the incidence of identified traumatic and acquired brain injuries in Alaska is significantly higher than the national rate, and the long-lasting effects of COVID-19 may include neurological and cognitive symptoms, which may improve with brain injury rehabilitative strategies. Policymakers have a responsibility to promote community safety and brain injury prevention through person-centered policies. And whereas brain injury may contribute to homelessness, substance and alcohol misuse, criminal behavior, domestic violence, and mental and behavioral health disorders. But without access to updated education, assessment, support, care, and treatment regarding the brain's neuroplasticity, overall quality of life can greatly increase, and individuals may be able to return to their community of choice, decreasing overall costs of care. And whereas global projects such as Unmasking Brain Injury seek to give survivors a voice, promote brain injury awareness and education, and eliminate stigma by showing that persons living with brain injuries are deserving of dignity, respect, compassion, and full integration into their communities. Now therefore be it resolved by the Anchorage Assembly that March 2022 is recognized in the Municipality of Anchorage as Brain Injury Awareness Month, and the people of Anchorage are encouraged to further public awareness of the effects of brain injuries, the importance of preventing brain injuries, and to observe Brain Injury Awareness Month with appropriate programs and activities. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 15th day of March 2022.
Hello? Okay.
Welcome. Please state your name.
Hi there. My name is Annette Alfonsi, and I am the Alaska Partner for Unmasking Brain Injury, which is a global brain injury awareness project using art and storytelling to raise awareness about brain injuries. Thank you very much for making March 2022 Brain Injury Awareness Month today. Data shows that 1 in 3 brain injury survivors experience severe depression and suicidal ideation. Up to 80% of homeless individuals have experienced at least one significant head injury. Research shows there's an overlap between domestic violence and brain injury, which until recently was missed due to lack of evaluation. Stroke rates among young people are increasing. And as of 2015 in Alaska, over 60% of people discharged from the emergency room after experiencing a concussion were discharged without follow-up care. Without appropriate training of professionals across multiple fields, people may be incorrectly arrested for drunk driving, labeled as experiencing mental health crises when having cognitive difficulties, and experience comorbid health conditions and premature deaths. These outcomes can be improved or prevented with updated training and improved standards of practice for brain injury recognition and treatment. For too long, brain injury has been in the background of our system. It's past time for us to bring it to the forefront, especially in light of what we're learning about long-term COVID symptoms, which overlap with some brain injury neurological symptoms. And while awareness is a great first step, it's time to build a thriving infrastructure around neurological healing, which will save money over time and make our community strong and thriving. Damage to the brain can be healed, but the amount of that healing is dependent on a number of factors that are not being maximized in Alaska. There's a place for everyone in our community, even with brain injury symptoms, and awareness is the first step. I'm excited to see what we do next, and I'm very thankful and grateful again for this resolution and for your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I'm Mr. Rivera in the queue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate us having this resolution every year, and I appreciate the work that you do, Annette, and the work that you did last year to organize a brain injury roundtable with various organizations who work in this area. I definitely learned a lot from that and need to follow up with you on tangible next steps the municipality can take. And I just want to sort of highlight this, really appreciate when we have these types of resolutions that folks come and talk to us about policy needs in these specific areas, because I think it gives us something a little bit to chew on, to follow up on, and I think this is the best way that our community works, when we can have these kinds of conversations and follow up and try to take some action. So you'll be hearing from me soon, Annette. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't have anyone else in the queue. Next, we have item 10A3.
Madam Chair?
Oh, yes. Are you here for the brain injury resolution as well?
I am.
Oh, yeah. Please come forward. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Kenneth Kirkendall. I am the Alaska TABI Advisory Council Coordinator at UAA. I actually requested that this resolution be done today. I'm so glad and thankful that you all agreed to do it. I want to thank Mayor Dave Bronson for his support of this resolution and all of your support as well. There's so much that needs to be done in this area. I have family members who lived and also died that were associated with TABIs, whether it be a TBI or a TABI. And so it's an issue that's near and dear to my heart. We don't have all the resources that we need in the state of Alaska to address TBI and TABI in this state. People often have to go out of state in order to address those needs. I would like to see more be accomplished at the city level, but also at the state level, to eventually make it possible for us to fill those needs to where people don't have to fly out of state in order to be able to be treated for a TBI or a TABI. And I am just very thankful that there's attention being drawn to this issue and that all of you are taking all this time out of your busy lives to be here and to address these issues and to sometimes be not always treated this nicely as you could be. And I just want to thank all of you for your excellent work you're doing and for just being here to hear our concerns and to address our concerns and to try to make a difference. I commend all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Were you here to speak on the resolution as well? Please, welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Jay Gandy. I'm the...
You pulled the microphone just a little bit closer. Thank you.
Is that better? My name is Jay Gandy. Annette, thank you so much. I am the Executive Director for the Brain Injury Association of Alaska, formerly known as the Alaska Brain Injury Network. So we now have extended our outreach by bringing in national resources into the state. One of the things that is a heartbeat for us is that people learn to be there for one another. And a lot of the brain injured community is often reaching out for understanding. Your commitment to this awareness leads to understanding. It leads to good questions. It leads to resources and people focusing on the help that people need. But at the same time, it helps people understand how they can be there for one another. That late call at night, that time to watch the kids because someone's having a meltdown. And I'm so thankful, Annette, for the work that you do. So thank you so much for continuing to support this. And we just want you to know how much we appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. Okay. Item 10A3, AR 2022 - 1 second, please. I don't have a number for the AR.
79, Madam Chair.
It is unnumbered. There we go. A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing the 25th Annual Alaska Points of Light Youth Leadership Institute, PYLI, and celebrating the 2022 Alaska PYLI graduates. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Seeking unanimous consent, is there any objection? That item passes unanimously. Who is reading and who is presenting?
I am reading, Madam Chair. And just to confirm, you pronounce it Pili, correct? Okay. So, whereas the 25th annual Alaska Sorry guys, sometimes we have microphone issues. Whereas the 25th Annual Alaska Pili was sponsored by Jack White Real Estate, Tasty Freeze, and other sponsors in partnership with community-based organizations, including the University of Alaska Trio Upward Bound Program, Diamond High Z Club, North Slope Borough Mayor's Advisory Council, and Anchorage Area Schools, and was conducted over spring break, March 7th through 11th, 2022, at the Salvation Army Anchorage Corps Community Center. And whereas since the first Alaska Pili held in 1998, more than 1,000 Alaskan students from across the state have graduated from 40 institutes with one of the best and longest running community youth trainings of its kind anywhere in the United States. And whereas the Center for Creative Leadership created the Points of Light Youth Leadership curriculum to encourage and train young Americans to get actively involved in their community, Robert C. Bo Bassett led the Pili training team. And whereas one of the goals of the Alaska Pili is to teach diverse middle level and high school students the important and necessary leadership skills to make a positive difference in their neighborhoods, schools, and communities, and to better the world for all. And whereas 27 outstanding youth leaders graduated from the 2022 Alaska Points of Light Youth Leadership Institute, having participated in the 40-hour community leadership training that included 5 days of skill development and instruction in self and community assessment, team communication, diversity, goal setting, project planning, decision-making, and service learning activities as follows. Class of 2022, Alaska Pili. Aaron Agnasaga, Alec High School, Wainwright, North Slope Borough. Victoria Antonchuk, Betty Davis, East Anchorage High School. Ronald Berries, West Anchorage High School. Marlene Cerna, West Anchorage High School. Charlotte Cruikshank, Diamond High School. Yerlin Dominguez, West Anchorage High School. Cassandra Eunice Doroteo, Diamond High School. Dalmira Garcia, Service High School. Elwin Hernandez, West Anchorage High School. Jenna Hobson, Barrow High School, Uktiavik, North Slope Borough. Excuse me. Caleb Infanzon, West Anchorage High School. Jaden Lamp, Barrow High School, Uktiavik, North Slope Borough. Jamie Ellen Lum, Barrow High School, Uktiavik, North Slope Borough. Daniel Mori, Nunamiut School, Anaktuvik Pass, North Slope Borough. Nikki Moa, Bartlett High School. Gabriel O'Donnell, Owego Free Academy, New York. Sullivan O'Donnell, Owego Free Academy, New York. Trinity Olson, Barrow High School, Uktiavik, North Slope Borough. Jesslyn Oviak, Betty Davis, East Anchorage High School. Xander Pete, Houston Junior High School, Wasilla. Cindy Sanchez, West Anchorage High School. Miguel Angel Sanchez, West Anchorage High School. Shelley Simmons Rexford, Barrow High School, Uktiavik, North Slope Borough. Graham Strolin, Owego Free Academy, New York. Ibra Torres, South Anchorage High School. Irene Lynn Early, Bartlett High School. Mahalia Emberlyn Early, Bartlett High School. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly applauds Naomi Livier, owner of Jack White Real Estate, and its team, Rich Owens, owner of Tasty Freeze, Alaska Salvation Army, Alaska Community Foundation, and all sponsors for their support of Alaska Pili youth leadership and student volunteerism, celebrating 25 years of excellence in youth community service leadership development on Saturday, June 4th. Congratulates the 2022 graduates of the 25th Annual Alaska Points of Light Youth Leadership Institute, and celebrates these distinguished students who demonstrate an unwavering dedication to improving the quality of life for all residents and serve as harbingers of a brighter future within the municipality of Anchorage, the North Slope Borough, and throughout Alaska. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 15th day of March, 2022.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Assembly, Mr. Mayor. My name is Bo Bassett. Without further ado, I'd like to give you the class of 2022 25th Annual Alaska Pili and give these young people proper recognition. We thank you for this honor. It's very significant. Give each young person a chance to introduce themselves and say a few words. Thank you.
Welcome.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Cassandra Doroteo, and I'm a junior from Diamond High School. So I'm here to thank everyone for coming here tonight as we're being recognized to be leaders. So please continue to support this younger generation with our future plans as we advocate for suicide prevention, ways to spread diversity throughout all districts, or for drug abuse. We are the voices of the new generation. So thank you, Mr. Bassett, and everyone who was part of this program for helping us to find our voices. As a quote from Kim Namjoon, find your name and find your voice, speaking yourself. I'm Cassandra Doroteo. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello. My name is Charlotte Cruikshank. I'm a sophomore at Diamond High School. And I just wanted to say how grateful I am to be here in front of all of you tonight and how amazing this program is. Mr. Bassett has been one of the most impactful teachers I've ever had. He has taught me extremely valuable lessons past just being a good leader. He has showed me the beauty and diversity, the importance in service, and how to be all around a good person. This program has been an amazing experience that I will carry with me throughout the rest of my life. Again, thank you so much for this opportunity, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, everyone. I thank you all for being here tonight. My name is Nikki Moa, and I went to Bartlett High School. Joining Pili has been one of the most amazing and inspiring experience. I've got to meet new and inspiring people, and I think Mr. Bassett, he inspired me a lot too. And please continue to support Pili. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Ibra Torres. I am a sophomore at South. I am so grateful to be here today, and I'm so grateful that I joined Pili. And I am so grateful that Mr. Bo was one of our teachers. I was really inspired, and I learned a lot from that program, and I hope you guys still keep supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi. I'm Yerline, and I go to West High School, and I just want to say that I'm happy to be here with all of you guys today. Mr. Bo was the best teacher. I couldn't have asked for a better teacher. Overall, I love the PyLife program, and I enjoyed it. I learned a lot. If it wasn't for the program, I wouldn't feel so confident talking in front of all of you guys. Mr. Bo has taught me a lot, and he has taught me that we can make a difference in our community and that our voices do matter. Thank you, Mr. Bo, for being the best teacher, and thank you for supporting this program.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Caleb. I go to West High School, and I just want to say a quick word of thank you for sponsoring this whole entire program. I think if it wasn't for you guys, we wouldn't be able to get all this work done. I really appreciate Mr. Bo for going through all this hard work and teaching us all this information that we honestly, frankly, did know nothing about. He really showed us how to help our community in ways we can get out there and help the people that need help and say, how can I do something? Because a lot of people look down and they're like, oh, they're just a teenager. They just don't know what they're doing. But there's a few of us that say, hey, we want to do something, but we just don't know how to do it. So Mr. Bassett showed us ways we could be a leader towards the people that we meet and the experiences that we have and how we can improve the community overall in terms of issues and problems that we have in our society. So I just want to thank you for that, and I want to thank you all for letting me say something for the evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Jaden Lampe from Bear High School in the 9th grade. I just wanted to say thank you to Mr. Bo because he's one of the most impactful person I ever met. And it was really cool to be here.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Xander P. I went to Houston Junior Senior High School. I want to thank Mr. Bo for teaching us all this, and I'm very thankful for the opportunity of going to PyLi, and thank you everyone for sponsoring it, and I hope it continues.
Thank you, and congratulations to you all.
Thank you very much.
Actually, we have Mr. Nope, okay. Moving on to item 10A4, AR number 2022-89, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing Transit Employee Appreciation Day. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Seeking unanimous consent, is there any objection? Seeing none, that item passes unanimously. Who is reading and who is presenting?
I will be reading, and I think Ms. Acton is on the phone. Is that correct? Yeah. Ms. Acton, are you on the phone? Okay, well, no, okay. All right, sounds like we have someone here, though, to accept.
We do. I'm so sorry. I was spacing out. We do have somebody from Transit here who's here to receive.
Thank you. A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing Transit Employee Appreciation Day. Whereas the mission of the Public Transportation Department is to connect our community with safe, reliable transportation options, emphasizing customer service while providing economic, social, and environmental benefits. And whereas public transit benefits us all in Anchorage by reducing traffic and parking congestion, improving air quality, and making our city more equitable and accessible to all. And whereas People Mover, Anchor Rides, and Rideshare all provide essential transportation services to our community for the benefit of all residents and visitors of Anchorage. And whereas public transit fills an important role in our community by getting people where they need to go, from work and school to medical appointments, grocery stores, and other essential services. And whereas public transit employees support Anchorage's growth and prosperity, allowing commerce to move freely on roads. And whereas public transit employees frequently go above and beyond the call of duty, perform their duties with professionalism, work long hours, and safely operate our transit system, often under adverse conditions such as snow, ice, extreme cold, and during a global pandemic, while enabling thousands of riders to travel safely. And whereas public transit employees help to build our community by knowing their passengers, celebrating their successes, aiding in times of crisis, and greeting them daily with friendly faces. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly recognizes Transit Employee Appreciation Day and we extend our sincere appreciation to all public transit employees for their hard work, dedication, and commitment to our community. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 15th day of March 2022.
Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Wes Renfrew. I'm the operations superintendent. I'll accept this on behalf of all the staff and appreciate the support and the continued efforts recognizing transit.
Thank you. Mr. Rivera, you're in the queue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I want to give a huge shout out to all of our public transit employees, whether you drive a bus or keep the system running behind the scenes. Thank you for all of your work to keep Anchorage moving, literally. For folks who haven't seen it, the 2021 system report card came out recently, and it shows that we made a slight recovery in ridership last year, but we are still 43% below pre-pandemic levels. So when we were breaking ridership records left and right, which is great. So we have wonderful public transit employees eager for folks to get back to riding the bus. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Before we move to our next item, I've been asked to remind folks to please not block the exits, the doors, and if there is more space needed, the meeting is live streaming over at the Wilda Marston Theater, and there's plenty of space there. Next, we have item 10A5. AR 2022-94, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage recognizing March 16th as Girls in Government Day. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Seeking unanimous consent? Seeing no objection, that item is approved unanimously. We have Chief of Staff Alexis Johnson reading, and I will be presenting.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage recognizing March 16th as Girls in Government Day. Whereas 102 years after women earned the right to vote, they remain severely underrepresented at all levels of government, and for certain demographics, the statistics for women serving in government are even worse. Women of color, Republican women, LGBTQ, and low-income women are especially underrepresented in government, and whereas females currently make up 51% of the total U.S. population, but only account for 27.1% of Congress, with 24% of the U.S. Senate and 27.8% in the U.S. House of Representatives, 31% of the largest cities' mayors, and 18% of governors. And whereas, even following several record-breaking election cycles for women candidates, women continue to be underrepresented at every level of elected government and in political leadership. And whereas women in elected, appointed, and unelected positions at every level of government strengthen our democracy by bringing more representation, allowing for true bipartisanship, invaluable collaboration, new visions of leadership, and championing issues not just applicable to women, but to the overall success of our society. And whereas we must work to reform the institutions and structures that hold women back from running for elected office and working in government jobs. And whereas, in order to achieve gender parity, we must encourage women's full and effective participation in decision-making in government so that balanced political participation can occur. And now, therefore, the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizes March 16th as Girls in Government Day and encourages our community to participate locally in programs and activities celebrating the past, present, and future contributions of women at all levels of government, passed and approved by the Anchorage Municipal Assembly this 15th day of March, 2022.
I'd like to thank the Assembly and the administration for recognizing all of us women in government. I am very fortunate to work with some wonderful women who are behind me right now. On behalf of all of us, I'd like to say we are honored to be able to serve the great city of Anchorage. Thank you.
Great. Can I have you state your name for the record, please?
Yes, you can. Rochelle Alger.
Thank you, Ms. Alger, and thank you, Ms. Johnson, for reading. Thanks.
Madam Chair, could I get a clarification for LED, because we got some supporters here. Has it been moved to Friday, or is it going to be partially today and Friday?
It's the latter, partially today and partially Friday,
Okay.
and that will be item 15A.
Okay, thank you.
We will move on now in our consent agenda to item 10B2, 10 Bravo 2. AR 2022-84, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly establishing and adopting the Anchorage Assembly's progress report and 2022 priorities and goals. What is the will of the body?
Move to postpone until April 12th.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Weldon, would you like to speak to that?
You know, I have a few edits that or amendments that aren't really critical, but I think we have a really busy meeting tonight, and we could spend half an hour on this, or it's just not that critical to do tonight. And I look at our busy agenda and the crowd here.
Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't exactly know why we would spend half an hour tonight. I think we could probably just vote on your amendment and then vote to approve. Thanks.
Madam Chair, I find that things always go quicker when people are just not in agreement to me, so I'll roll with that then.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Ms. Allard, you're in the queue?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I happen to disagree with quite a bit what's on this goals and priorities for 2021 and 2022. I requested earlier in the week to be removed from the Anchorage or the AR 2022-84. I don't believe we need to pat ourselves on the back. Our duty is to serve, and my community lets me know, quite frankly, what I'm doing wrong and what I'm doing right. So I'd like my name removed from the AR, please.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. That direction has been provided to the clerk. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually would like to support the motion to postpone till our next meeting. Even with the amendments that were brought forward, there are several things that I think are incorrect and need to be amended. So it will take some time. It's not a slam dunk. So I think we would be better off postponing and taking the time to fix the things that need to be fixed. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone.
Ms. Allard?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Constant?
Yes.
That motion passes 8-2. The item is postponed to the meeting of April 12th. Next, we have item 10D, 10 Delta 1.
Move to approve.
Move to approve.
Let me read it, please.
Second.
Sorry. So this item 10D1 is AM 152-2022, executive appointment, confirmation hearing, Chief Equity Officer, Junior Amavea. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second. Excuse me. No applause yet. I'll make room for it, but we got to get the business done first. Thank you.
Move to approve.
Ms. Allard moved to approve, and Mr. Weddleton seconded. Is there any discussion?
Yeah, may I speak on that, Madam Chair?
Please go ahead, Ms. Allard.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that Junior has been his whole entire life a man of honor and integrity and leadership. He's walked his entire life. He's worked his entire life to serve, and I am blessed to be able to be amongst those who will vote for his confirmation in this historic event. Junior has walked the walk, and he has talked the talk. I am proud to call him my friend, and I feel privileged in this day of history. So I encourage all my fellow Assembly members to give this man the opportunity to continue serving his country, his city, and his state. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. I just want to clarify, this is not a public hearing item, so we will not be having public testimony at this time. No, I'm sorry, it's not a public testimony item.
Do you have a time for us?
You could stay for final audience participation if you would like to participate then. In the queue, Mr. Rivera.
Thank you. So at this time, I'm not going to make a motion because I see a bunch of other folks in the queue, so I will wait and get back in the queue after other folks talk. But from my perspective, we have not had a confirmation hearing on this appointment. And I think it would be absolutely a failure on our part as the legislative body and doing checks and balances to not have a confirmation hearing before we vote today. So I'm not going to make a motion right now. I'm going to wait and hear from others. But I think it makes sense for us to postpone this item one meeting to April 12th, I believe is the date, for us to have that confirmation hearing and for us to do our job. I'm not exactly sure why there wasn't a confirmation hearing scheduled on this. I'm not sure if it was just a clerical error. I'm not sure if there were certain assumptions being made and so we didn't schedule a confirmation hearing. Either way, I think it's bad process that we did not have a public hearing scheduled. With that, I will go ahead and give the floor back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Weddleton?
Yeah, thanks. You know, I think we've got another item, and I switched the order. Which one was that? That was, 10B4. You know, regarding, I guess the issue is, you know, the position is basically empty at this point, and I think with the agreement, not empty, I'm sorry, there's an acting person in there, but you know, we have the issue in court is, you know, his predecessor, or I guess it's not even that, is the role of the Assembly in, you know, approving you know, the firing of someone in this position, does that follow the charter, is really a separate issue. And I think our 10B4 item regarding that, which I think is a nice gesture, saying, okay, allow him to remain in the acting position until that's resolved, is good. But I think they're really separate issues. I don't think one has to wait for the other. That court case should go through. It's an interesting case. I think it's something the courts need to decide. It's an important point. But this is separate. So I think the point on the confirmation hearing is good, but we didn't have one. I mean, we had an opportunity to have one. We didn't. We've had an ability to see him in the office doing his job for many months now. So for me at any rate, and I can't speak for the rest of you, I think I'm good. So I will support this. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Next in the queue, Mayor Bronson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Tonight is actually a historic night. We're moving to seek approval for Junior Amave, someone who will rise to the level or is at the highest level of any Polynesian Islander person in the history of this state and certainly of the city. We have some leaders of the Polynesian community, Lucy Hanson, who I'd like to, Madam Chair, call to stand, and I'd like to seek her comments. We also have leaders of the president, we have the president of the Korean American community and the leader of the Tongan Association, the president of the Tongan Association. Quite frankly, I think this is time to get settled, and we'd like to hear from those three individuals here tonight. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So again, if you keep clapping, we can't continue on with the business. So please stop. I understand you agree with the mayor's position. I'm going to finish through the queue, and then I'm going to come back to the mayor's request. Mr. Constant, you are next in the queue.
Thank you. While it's unusual, it's not unheard of that this be treated as the confirmation hearing. So I would like to ask Mr. Amavae to come to the microphone, please.
Welcome. Can you please state your name for the record, and then I assume Mr. Constant has a question for you.
Junior Amavai.
Hello, Junior. A couple of questions. Do you know what the nature of the lawsuit is about that we have between the branches relating to this position?
I do.
So, one of the core principles in the creation of this job was to have somebody who would speak truthfully and not be concerned about the pleasure of the mayor, but instead to the truth about equity and justice. So the question I have for you is, how do you fulfill this job in a position where the mayor asserts that he has the right to fire you, but the assembly asserts that once confirmed, you have a right to that position for a term of 4 years?
Madam Chair, I have a point of order.
Okay, one moment, please. Ms. Allard, what procedural rule do you believe has been broken?
I'm not really sure if we should be legally discussing this with Junior. I believe that if this is an ongoing court case, that Junior is not privy to any of that conversation. And I would like to have legal chime in, or human resources chime in on this questioning.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Would the municipal attorney's office or Mr. Gates like to weigh in on the appropriateness of Mr. Constant's question?
I didn't ask for Mr. Gates. I asked for either the human resources or the muni attorney, please.
Thank you, Ms. Allard.
Through the chair, this is Blair Christensen, Deputy Municipal Attorney. To the extent that he has personal feelings about that, he can certainly state those.
Sorry, Ms. Christensen, still closer to the mic, please.
Sorry. To the extent that he has personal views, he can state those, but he can not speak on behalf of the administration. And so we'd like to put on record that to the extent that you're asking, or Mr. Constant is asking, for the position of somebody in their professional capacity, he would not be able to answer on that front.
Thank you, Ms. Christensen. Do you understand Ms. Christensen's direction? Okay, you can go ahead and answer the question.
Well, thank you so much for allowing me to speak. Thank you for the question. The reason why I appreciate that question is because I speak from experience. Coming from a family of 10 sisters, 2 brothers, born in Samoa, raised here in Alaska, went to Mountain View, Clark Middle School, East High School, troubled teen, found a mentor that changed my life. That's where I was able to turn my life around. I ended up going to college off a football scholarship. And from there, the only reason why I was accepted is because I was a good football player. Nothing else. With that, going in to play some college football, there was a time in my life where college caught up with me, and I was facing getting kicked out of the school, but it wasn't until a chief equity officer stepped in my life, Dr. Kunle, that allowed me to speak to the president of the school, talk about my qualifications outside of education, my qualification as a leader, not only on the football field, but also a leader in my culture, my family. It was because of those reasons I was able to get qualified to continue to play football, and then also be able to continue to be the first one in my family to graduate college. And with this position that I'm in, it's exactly what he did for me is what I look to do for the community here in Anchorage. Not for the mayor, not for the assembly, but for the people where I grew up, where I was raised, here in Alaska.
Thank you. If you're on the phone, can you please be sure to mute if you're not speaking? Mr. Constant, did you have any follow-up?
No, I'll put myself back in the queue for after. Thank you, Mr. Amavai.
Great. I'm going to continue through the queue. I don't know if these questions are for you, so stick close. Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Thank you. And Junior, I don't have any questions for you. You and I are going to meet later, and we can talk more. But I just wanted to put on the record that that I agree with Mr. Weddleton that I normally am a very process-oriented person. I would have preferred that we had a work session. I would have preferred that we had gone through that. But because of the time you've already spent in the job, we've had the opportunity to see you in action, and I look forward to working with you, and I feel strongly that we should proceed tonight and confirm him. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And, definitely need a different microphone. Junior, thank you so much, and thank you for meeting with me several months ago. I really enjoyed getting a chance to meet you and speak with you, and it turned out we had a mutual friend from when you grew up, because that's how small a community this is. The small estate this is. And I agree with Mr. Weddleton and Mr. Perez-Verdia. I thought this was going to be, I saw your nomination on the regular agenda, and I thought it was just going to be, go through smoothly. And unfortunately, I think that there was some issue with the lawsuit, and that caused some other confusion, and that was spun in a way that I think I worry caused you a lot of stress, and I hope that it didn't. But my question for you is, so you have been you've been on the job for several months now. What has surprised you? We spoke several months ago about what your approach is going to be on equity issues in the municipal workforce. And so I guess my question is, since we're doing a sort of impromptu confirmation hearing now, what has surprised you? What have you learned about our workforce at the municipality?
A lot of things. Also, thank you so much, Dunbar, to be able to meet with me. There was only a handful of assembly members that did do that, and I just want to recognize those individuals. Kennedy, Allard, Dunbar, Weddleton, thank you so much for being able to sit with me and talk to me about some of the things that we could better within the municipality. I believe that a great relationship between the assembly and also the mayor is something that's very dear to my heart, so that I can utilize this position to be able to focus on those areas that you talk about. And then also develop a relationship with our community members that are all sitting here today, a three-prong attack. To be able to find solutions not only with the assembly, the mayor, but also with the people, which is why I created the listening tour, which is what you were part of. When I first got in, I made sure that we went and met with leaders within our community so that we can focus on the issues that are here locally. We are different compared to the other nations. Okay, Alaska is different. Okay, I played National Football League for the Dallas Cowboys and New York Jets, so that's from coast to coast. And I grew up here, so I understand what this community looks like. So our problems here are different compared to those that are in the lower 48s. And developing a plan that will be able to help individuals here locally is what I look to do with your help, and also with the mayor and the people of Alaska.
Thank you. Anything else, Mr. Dunbar?
Yeah, I think our biggest disagreement is that I'm a Raiders fan. But
I grew up a Raiders fan.
Okay, next in the queue, I have Ms. Kennedy on the phone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I promise I won't take issue with the Dallas Cowboys portion of the conversation, but I do appreciate the comments that have come from Mr. Dunbar, Mr. Perez-Verdia, and Mr. Weddleton. I do believe that the lawsuit is a separate issue, and we don't need to put someone like Mr. Amave in the middle of that kind of conversation. So I think it's true that a confirmation hearing would have been ideal, but it's not always necessary. And what we've seen already is that Junior has been already performing in this role of the position, and even going beyond its original intents and purposes. So even just being able to look at what he has done at this point should speak to his qualifications, and certainly he is well qualified and an outstanding candidate for the position. So I don't believe that we need to postpone this in any way for an additional formal aspect to this process. My understanding is that the administration had actually asked for that hearing to be held, and apparently it was just caught up in this idea of needing to wait till the courts had decided something, and that's just been an unfortunate kind of chink in that process, if you will. So it looks like the administration didn't really have a good path forward to even allow for that confirmation hearing to happen. So I think we're probably doing that right now as we have Mr. Amave in front of us. And if there were specific questions, I know he'd be more than willing to answer them. It was a great conversation that I got to have with him. I'm excited about getting him out into the community of Chugiak Eagle River, and we'll be doing that shortly. So I will be supporting this motion to confirm him in his position as Chief Equity Officer. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Next, we have Ms. Allard on the phone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to reiterate a little bit what Ms. Kennedy had said, that I guess I can ask Junior. Junior, did the leadership, Chair LaFrance or Vice Chair Constant, ever contact you just for verification, contact you or clarification in regards to setting up a time for a confirmation with you?
No.
So, okay, thank you for that clarification. I just wanted to say, Junior, I'm so honored, and I said it earlier, but I really am, and we share a lot of the same friends, and your DEA family absolutely adores you as much as your Pacific Islander family and our community in general. So my final question to you would be, if there's one thing when you walk away from this position, retire or whatever it may be, what is your number one goal that you would like to see changed in our community?
Thank you, Jamie, for the question. I just want to revert back and thanks LaFrance. I forgot her to thank her for meeting with me as well. One of the things that I'd like to do, not only with myself, but also the help of the Assembly members, also with the mayor and our executive team, is leave this place better when I'm gone. So when I leave, the legacy continues. The change continues. The impact continues. Paved the way not only for Anchorage, but also for Alaska and the rest of the nation. We are the biggest state in the nation. We should be able to be leading the way in this way.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Chair, can I say one last thing to Junior, please?
Last thing. Go ahead, Ms. Allard.
Junior, you got to save me a leg. I want one when I get back.
Thank you, Ms. Allard.
Sorry.
Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So 3 things. First is I have a couple questions. I appreciate the framing that you've used about this position being one that works with and truly serves the community. I think that's a lot of what we envisioned, is that this would be a position that serves the community, not necessarily has, as we like to say in government speak, any particular master, right? One of the things that I wanted to ask is focus on the community is, can you define equity as the community sees it? And especially understanding that there are a lot of different views about equity. And then second, just based on your 6 months of work in the position, what do you think the community wants from this particular position, the Chief Equity Officer?
Thank you so much for asking that question. I appreciate it because my whole life experiences can speak to that. One I mentioned when I was qualified to be able to continue my education. Those are the kind of things I like to do within the workforce. What are the different areas that we can pass within the policy to be able to get more diversity within our workforce? There's a thing I'm working right now. I'm not sure if we could talk about it even more with Nikki, with HR, but there's a policy that we're working on to be able to get cultural experience added within hiring and qualifications. For example, in my culture, we have we have tribal leaders. Also in Alaska, Natives have tribal leaders. We want to be able to utilize those cultural experiences to either get hired or promoted within the workforce. So we're working on that to be able to improve that within the municipality and also with the community. A lot of things that we've done within the last 5 months, I can just keep telling you about all the great things. The people here can tell you. One of the things, for example, is the Tongan relief efforts. that we've did. I'm not sure if you guys saw, but the island of Tonga was hit by a tsunami and also hit by a volcano, which was very, it hits hard to me because as Polynesian people, a big part of our culture is family. And so I reached out to the Tongan community here, also the Polynesian community, to figure out what's going on. And as we met with the executive team, they mentioned that they couldn't sleep, they couldn't work, they couldn't function here in the city of Anchorage. And as long as they're in our city, we'd like to take care of everybody that's in our community the best we can. With that, we were able to help the community members get together and be united, not only with the Polynesian community, with the black community, the Asian community, the white community, whatever community. We came together and united. And it wasn't just Anchorage. We had the mayor of Juneau on board. Okay, we also had, Barrow, Fairbanks. All these communities came together. So we're not just impacting our communities here in Anchorage. We're doing it statewide. And that's what we look to do as we continue the work with this administration, with the assembly, and also with the people. And I'm privileged to be here to be that.
Great, thank you. Thank you for those responses. So I had two other things. One, I'm looking forward to our meeting tomorrow. I think we're meeting in the morning, so I will do my best to come fully caffeinated because I think we're going to be going till midnight tonight. And then third is, this isn't directed towards you. So, it's hard for me to imagine that we would ever approve a position like this without going through a more formal process. That said, I am willing to lend my support to Junior in this process and urge Assembly leadership to make sure this never happens again. Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Zalato?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Since this is your de facto confirmation hearing, I do have a question. I'm really interested in how you view disability equity. Disability equity is often not at the forefront, and we have a high proportion of individuals with disabilities in our community. And in fact, we recognize Brain Injury Awareness Month here today. So how do we ensure that all aspects of inclusion are raised at the same time, even those that we're not traditionally thinking of? And what are some strategies you have to address those?
Thank you for asking that question. Since being in office for the last 5 months, you probably have seen a lot of work that I've done but haven't been covered. One of those things that we've done to be able to diversify our workforce is be able to go into communities like Fairview, like Mountain View, and hold these job fairs to have it more accessible to the community members. We had one about a couple weeks ago. We look to have that annually so that we could come to these communities and say that these jobs are available, not only in the community, but also our partners and stakeholders that we have gathered within the last 5 months that I've been in. We've also talked with the Small Business Association to get them involved, to partner with, and also the Labor Department, using all the resources to utilize them so that when the people come asking, we're able to have an answer for them.
Thank you. I appreciate that answer. I would recommend connecting with the Division of Vocational Rehabilitation and Tribal Rehabilitation as well. And I offer myself as a resource in the disability area because I have a long Rolodex. I still kind of keep a Rolodex of resources, and I would be happy to talk with you about that. A brief comment, much like Mr. Rivera, I really wanted the opportunity for a confirmation hearing. We've made it happen tonight, and so with that, I would support your confirmation. So next in the, again, we're going to keep trying to move through this. We have a lot of business tonight. Next in the queue, I have Mr. Gates.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just asked to speak about what several Assembly members have said, that confirmation of, and I'm not going to try to mispronounce his name, Junior, tonight doesn't have any bearing on the lawsuit that's pending. The legal perspective is that the confirmation process isn't at issue. It's the durational four-year term and how a person in the chief equity officer position can be terminated. And so those two issues aren't affected by confirmation tonight. The Assembly does have options, and that's why we saw on the addendum AR 2022-91 to give that option of general continuous acting. But confirmation tonight wouldn't affect the lawsuit. I've conferred with the Municipal Attorney Brooke, and we're in agreement.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. Next in the queue is Ms. LaFrance on the phone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to first Mr. Rivera's point about the confirmation hearing. And the administration put the confirmation on the agenda March 4, and the clerk notified me asking about a confirmation hearing. I consulted with counsel, and it was my understanding at the time that given the lawsuit, it was advisable to hold off on confirmation until the lawsuit was resolved, that this was in the best interest of all parties involved. I communicated this to Mr. Chewbacca on March 9 in response to an email from Mr. Chewbacca about scheduling a confirmation hearing. And to respond to Ms. Allard, it's not customary to make these arrangements with the nominee directly. As chair, I work with Mr. Chewbacca or at times the municipal manager to schedule these confirmation hearings. So I decided to bring the resolution forward, that is item 10B4, because I thought it was important to allow Mr. Almazai to legally stay in the acting role while the mayor's lawsuit plays out. Again, it was my interpretation of what was advised by counsel that this was the best path forward. The community does need clarity of the law. Not having that clarity puts the municipality at risk of further lawsuits, like we saw with the previous chief equity officer who sued the mayor for wrongful termination. This cost the taxpayers $125,000, and we need to take steps to avoid that in the future to protect the municipality. Because of the Open Meetings Act, we can't talk with the entire body unless we're in a public setting, so members were likely surprised to see the resolution on the agenda. The path forward for the administration, as I mentioned, would have been that Mr. Almavei would have been extended in the acting role. And it's unfortunate, and I apologize to you, Junior, that you have been caught in the middle of this lawsuit. I very much enjoyed our conversation. I appreciate the commonalities we share with our Palmer roots. I look forward to working with you. I believe you are a very nice person who cares deeply about the community, and that you are hardworking and are deeply committed to serving in this role. A final point, I do think it's, as has been noted by other members, that it's generally bad practice for us not to hold confirmation hearings. However, like others, I believe this discussion tonight is adequate. Mr. Almavei has been in the role 5 months, which makes him one of the more senior members of the administration. I will vote to confirm him. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. France. So we have Mayor Bronson and then Mr. Constant in the queue, and then I'm hoping we can vote. Mayor Bronson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had mentioned this a little bit earlier. We do have 3 leaders of the community. As we look at things, I suspect Junior's going to get confirmed, but just out of respect for these 3 leaders, Lucy Hansen, Higeti, and Fokopulu, if they want to speak, I just thought maybe they would be given the opportunity as a matter of respect. Thank you.
I appreciate that, Mr. Mayor, and it's with no disrespect to not let them speak here tonight, but we would need to set the item for public hearing to give the public an equal opportunity to speak. If you would like to make that motion, you are welcome to. Otherwise, I am happy to.
Madam Chair, point of order.
Ms. Allard, which procedural rule do you believe has been broken?
I believe that under tradition, that we've done this before. In fact, I believe we did it for Chief McCoy. So when he was coming in to confirm and read his speech and all that, we allowed numerous members of the community to speak in his behalf. And here we are with the chamber full of supporters. And I believe the body would agree that we can let some individuals speak on Junior's behalf. So, Madam Chair, could you reconsider, please?
So please, again, please stop with the clapping. And in fact, we're going to take a 5-minute break. Okay, if we can quiet down, we can get restarted. Thank you. All right. At this point, as I stated, after this item, we'll take our regularly scheduled dinner break. But first, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I make a motion to suspend the rules to allow 3 speakers to speak 3 minutes each.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to suspend the rules for the 3 speakers the mayor has indicated for 3 minutes each. It's been seconded. Is there any discussion? Yeah. Seeing no discussion, I'm seeking unanimous consent. Any objection? Seeing none, the first speaker may come up. And actually, if you all 3 would like to come up to the podium, you'll each have 3 minutes to speak I would presume, on Junior's behalf. If you can just pull the microphone down. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Lucy Hansen. I am the CEO for Polynesian Association of Alaska. And I'm here to speak in behalf of some of our community that can't have the chance to speak. Relationship is what Junior brought to us tonight, families. How is it in Anchorage? Our assembly members versus the mayor. Here we are looking into all of you guys, making a best relationship and family for all of us that live in this city. My thing is that I am grateful. First, I want to thank God because he's here with us. And then second, I want to thank the mayor for choosing this guy because he can do good and marvelous work for us in the city of Anchorage. Third, I want to thank each and every one, board members, board of our city of Anchorage, assembly members. I know all of you guys. I've worked with you for years and years in the community. So I want to thank you for the love in your heart to know the truth and to think about the people. It's not Junior that you're looking at. You're looking at the people. We, Anchorage, are so diverse. And diverse, it doesn't mean just 2 colors, 2 culture. No. It means thousands of colors, thousands of cultures. That's how Anchorage is bringing up. That's how Anchorage is going through every day. So we're here in Anchorage, our Pacific Island, as you see a lot of us here tonight to support one of our individual that finally we have a voice in our city of Anchorage. And we thank God for that opportunity because it's not just a Samoan that we're talking about. We should have an opportunity for all of our diversity people, all of our diversity culture to have a voice in our city. So I don't want to take all the time, but I want to thank you all, and I want to say this to Junior. You do a good job for the city of Anchorage and its people. Thank you, and Fafitai.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name and go ahead.
Good evening, all. My name is Ki Getty. I'm from Upper O'Malley area. I am the president of the Korean American Community of Anchorage, Inc., which was founded in 1973. So we've been around for a while. And also I'm well connected with the rest of the community. I have volunteered for well over a dozen nonprofit organizations and councils, including the Alaska Center, the Alaska Center Education Fund, the Chamber of Commerce, Bridge Builders, Habitat for Humanity, Anchorage School District, UAA, and many more. I'm here to testify not because of my affiliation. My testimony has nothing to do with the political differences or my public interest that I represent, but I want to talk about Junior Abamai from my heart, the way I have experienced him. As a community leader, I have organized many functions for the community, and I had a chance to interact with him. And based on my experience, I've been contacted by many representatives, whether it's from the Anchorage Police Department or the mayor's office or the governor's office. There always is a public outreach person. Usually I hear from them in the beginning, but gradually I don't hear from them anymore. But not with Abamai. He's been in touch with me multiple times, in fact, even last week. And coming here and listening to everybody, I see that he's already well connected with the rest of you. I believe in him when he said that he's not working for the mayor, he's not working for the assembly, but for the community, because he has proven to me that he cares about the community, not just the one part of the community or one type of a group of people or who he's working for or where his paycheck is coming from, but he truly cares about our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, and if you could please state your name for the record.
My name is Fihokopulu. I'm the CEO of the Tongan community in Anchorage, Alaska. First of all, I'd like to thank our Father in heaven for loving and support for Junior and all of us. We all know what happened back in the island of Tonga. After the day was happened in the island of Tonga, I got a phone call from Junior. He reached out to me asking me to come to the mayor's office. I went over there with the president, and you guys already know the story, but this is what I like about Junior. I believe Junior that he believes in God. He have a Christ-like love. He put others before his family and his relative. And Junior reached out to me, and we be able to, like the mayor say, we sent 3 40-foot containers to Tonga. He will be arrived to Tonga in a couple of days. What amazing job that Junior reached out to me with his love. Junior has put all the community together, not only the Tongan, not only the Samoan, but all the community, all down to Juno, Fairbanks, Barrow, they reach out to us. The good thing about Junior is he put everybody to be unity. It's one heart and one love. That's what Christ loved for all of us. We are here today because of that love that Junior liked to carry on. And not only that, he always have a smiling face. That's all you see before you talk to Junior is a big smiling. That means he welcomes you to his life, to his family, to be part of his family. And I know we all have a different, we all make mistakes. But I believe that God chose Junior to lead us on these days. And I believe that with all my heart. I cannot sleep. I was on a television for how many days, crying. I cannot sleep because I don't know what my brother and my family doing back home. But Junior stepped up big time. I'm here, your big brothers. Everything gonna be okay. You know what he say to me? He say, "Just have faith." That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other members in the queue, members...
Madam Chair?
Oh, sorry, Chris, go ahead. Sorry,
Thank
Mr.
you, I was in the
Constant.
queue. Yep, okay, a couple more things. To the mayor, I say congratulations, a rare political win. And this is not just good for the administration, it's good for the municipality. And I look forward to seeing how this position evolves in the near future. Mr. Amavae, I have another question for you quick. Do you remember the discussion we had about the affirmative action plan and what I suggested we needed to focus on?
Please remind me.
The discussion we went through, it became really clear that the municipality has failed to hire people who represent our community, who look like our community, and who are kind of in equal proportion to the members of our community. There's kind of a majority of one kind of person working for the muni. But we heard it's not possible for us to make decisions based on certain qualifications. But what I said was, it's clear what we as a municipality need to do is focus on our recruitment practices for jobs at the municipality to make sure that our hiring processes are equitable. So that's my number one goal to work with you on, is to ensure that we're recruiting properly to make sure that the municipality is hiring members of your community and many communities, and that we find a way to get them to apply, and that we find a way to ensure that they're also getting these jobs that are decent paying and can help a person lift their life up. And so to that end, I'm going to ask you for something that, once confirmed, you can work on, I guess if the mayor agrees, but that is to come up with a recruitment plan that would use somewhere between $250,000 to $500,000 that we can appropriate from the American Rescue Plan's second tranche, which we should be receiving within a month. Because I'm now speaking to all the people in the audience. We actually have funds coming in which we can ensure a fair deal for the members of our community that we created this position to establish. So, I want to say I ask the members to unanimously confirm this position, and Mr. Amavai, I look forward to seeing a plan on how we can spend some funds, because money equals power, to make sure we're recruiting members of communities that are underrepresented. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Yes, Mr. Mayor?
I just want to say thank you to you. I appreciate your coaching during the break on use the suspension of rules to somehow get our three speakers, our leaders to speak, and thanks to you they were able to. I just want to acknowledge that and thank you for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote. And as a point of information, we are going to take up one other related item right after this. I know there will likely be some celebrations, so if you can just hold on for one other related item.
Ms. Allard?
Absolutely, yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Constant?
Yes.
That item passes unanimously, 10-0. Okay. Congratulations. Congratulations. We're gonna still do this other item, so you're all done. You're off the hook now for a little while. Thank you.
Fafatai.
Okay, the next item before us is 10B4, AR number 2021-91, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly permitting Junior Amave to continue serving as acting chief equity officer during the pendency of the Bronson v. Assembly lawsuit and directing the municipal clerk to place the question of his confirmation on the agenda for the first regular meeting of the Assembly that occurs after the
Postpone
lawsuit.
indefinitely.
If this item is not moved, can someone restate the motion, or if it is not moved, it dies for lack of action?
Postpone indefinitely.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to postpone indefinitely by Ms. Allard, seconded by Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Perez-Verdia. Who was that? Mr. Perez-Verdia. Oh, on the second. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Allard,
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy,
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance,
Yes.
Mr. Constant,
Yes.
That item passes unanimously. We will now take our 20-minute dinner break. Please enjoy the celebration. We'll be getting going in 1 minute. All right, call this meeting back to order. Just quickly, can we check to see if we have everyone on the phone?
Yes. Ms. Allard, are you on the phone?
I am.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. Ms. LaFrance?
Yes, I'm here.
Mr. Constant, are you still here? Mr. Constant?
Mr. Vice Chair?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to change the order of the day to take up items 14A, 14B, 14E, 14F, 14G, 14H, and 15A now, and then return back to the normal order of the agenda.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Mr. Constant. Is there any discussion? Mr. Perez Verdia?
Yeah, I'd just like an explanation as to why.
Ms.
Madam
Alvarado?
Chair.
Mr. Constant?
Thank you. Sorry, I'm not in the queue. I'm just getting settled again. Yeah, Mr. President, I am 4 time zones away, and these items are super important for me to participate in tonight, and I want to make sure we get through all of these. Some of the other items are just general business items, but everything's been moving so slowly that I'm hoping we can take up the public hearings and hear from the people now.
Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to clarify on the order that actually supersedes then the items we have left on the consent agenda and basically goes past the 11s and the 13s and moves into the 14s. Is that correct? Thank you.
Yes.
Yes, Ms. Kennedy, that is the motion as proposed.
Thank you.
Seeing no one else in the queue, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Allard?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Constant?
Yes.
The item passes 10-0. The next item we'll take up is 14A. However, before we take up 14A, I did want to make a note about agenda item 15A, which is AR 2020-80 regarding the transfer of ownership location for LED Ultra Lounge and Grill. There will be a public hearing open tonight. However, there's also a substitute version of this resolution which was laid on the table tonight. It is the intent of the Assembly to open the public hearing tonight, but then continue it to March 18th at a special meeting. The most important piece is if you testify tonight, you cannot testify again at the special meeting on Friday. So just want you to have that in mind as you're planning the rest of your evening. All right, we now have before us item 14A, AO number 2022-30, an ordinance determining and approving the total amount of the annual operating budget of the Anchorage School District for its fiscal year 2022-2023.
Waive reading.
Public hearing is now open. Would anyone wish to testify? Anyone at all? Hearing no one, public hearing is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Move to approve.
Is that a second?
Sure, second.
Okay, moved by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Mr. Constant. Is there any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Allard?
No.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Constant?
Yes.
That item passes 9-1. 14B, I don't have the full thing in my, there we go. Next we have before us item 14B, resolution number AR 2022-58, a resolution approving a collective bargaining agreement between the Municipality of Anchorage and the Anchorage Municipal Employees Association, Inc., AMEA, Human Resources Department. Public hearing is now open. Would anyone wish to testify? Welcome. Please state your name and the area of town in which you live and press the button on the mic so it turns on. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the Assembly. My name is John Cecil, and I currently serve as the, with the University Area Community Council. Currently serve as the president of the Anchorage Municipal Employees Association. AMEA.
I'm sorry, sir. Can you get closer to the mic? I have a hard time hearing.
Okay. Is that better?
That's better. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Do you want me to start over? Okay. Good evening. Again, my name is John Cecil. I currently serve as the president of the Anchorage Municipal Employees Association, AMEA. It's a 520-member labor union, one of 9 collective bargaining units within the municipality. AMEA was formed in 1971, and it constitutes the second largest bargaining unit within the municipality. You will find our members working in almost every department across the municipality, including public health nurses in the health department, library employees here at LUSAC, civil engineers in project management and engineering, planners in the planning department, accountants in finance and appraising, water quality technicians at AWU, along with numerous other professions and occupations. Every AMEA member, along with their brothers and sisters from other municipal labor unions within Anchorage, work hard every day to deliver services for the citizens of Anchorage that improve the quality of life that we all enjoy. So, the reason we're here tonight, beginning in June 2001, a five-member bargaining team from AMEA, supported by our lead negotiator from the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, AFSCME, which is the largest trade union of public employees in the United States. It represents 1.3 million public sector employees and retirees, met with the municipality's bargaining team. We spent many hours in negotiations spread out over the course of 7 months, including 1 month in federal mediation, which was the first for AMEA. AMEA bargained in good faith to reach this new contract that's before you tonight. Both parties reached agreement on the contract in January 2022, and the contract was ratified by a vote of the AMEA membership on February 4th, 2022. It's important for you to know that one of the most important issues to our members, and again, 520 members, was their desire for an inclusion of telework language in the contract. And unfortunately, we were unable to reach agreement with the administration on this issue. Many of our members were naturally very disappointed with that result. I can tell you I got a lot of phone calls, a lot of emails about that. And in fact, you may have received messages and emails as well, and you may hear perhaps from other individual union members tonight asking you not to approve the contract because it does not include any telework language. Please let me be clear. AMEA's position is that the contract should be approved by the Assembly even without the inclusion of telework language.
Thank you, sir. I have a member in the queue for you, actually a couple. Mr. Rivera.
Thank you. So I have a couple questions for now, and then probably a couple questions when we get to debate. I think that'd be more appropriate then.
Okay.
So first, just clarifying, if you're able to give me this, what was the percentage vote in favor for the contract for the members?
So the vote that we held on in February, early February for the 4th was 62 in favor and 31 against. So it was about a 20% vote by our members that participated.
Great. And then a follow-up to that is, just like you alluded to, we as Assembly members have heard from quite a few AMEA employees over the last couple of weeks. And, we've heard from several who now say that they voted yes, but they regret voting yes. So I'm just wondering if you, in your position, have heard that.
No one specifically has said that to me about regretting their vote, because no one has divulged how they voted one way or the other, and I haven't asked them. But I think the vote speaks for itself, that 62 voted to approve the contract and 31 voted against. Yeah, I think that speaks for itself.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We'll see if my microphone has been fixed. I have never seen, this is the contract I've received the most emails about, I think, in my 6 years on the Assembly, in terms of people asking me not to ratify it. My inclination is to delay it until April and do a work session so that we can have a conversation between the administration, the Assembly, your leadership, and your membership, and perhaps we can resolve some of these things. I guess my question is, if we were to do that, would you be available for a work session? Do you think that might help alleviate some of the concerns with your membership? I'm just trying to resolve this because, again, I've never seen this many emails in opposition to a contract.
Well, I don't know how many members have reached out. I know there were some. I'm reluctant to become a political football, if you will, between the Assembly and the administration on this. I mean, we bargain in good faith with the administration. We don't want to get slapped with an unfair labor practice charge against us in the sense that we're trying to come back at the end. We didn't get what we wanted, and now we're coming back and saying, well, you have to give us this or do that. So that would be something that I'd need to talk to my legal counsel about. Personally, I would be willing to entertain a work session if we can find some common ground, if you will. And I think certainly, originally 2 years ago, there was no language in the contract for telework. It was negotiated separately by a previous administration in a letter of agreement to allow that for the members. And again, we were the only bargaining unit out of the 9, the only one that had telework. But a lot of our members, appreciated the opportunity, and took advantage of it in the sense that they were protecting themselves as well as protecting their employer, the municipality, to do their jobs. So my preference would be to approve the contract and then work after that, if between our lawyers and the municipality's lawyers or the Assembly, to figure out if there's some common ground on the telework agreement. Because we, without getting into the specifics of the contract negotiations, which are confidential, we worked very hard to try and get at least some acknowledgement of telework in the agreement. And at the end of the day, I mean, we were involved in having a federal mediator for the first time. And that took a month. And to try and find agreement on the contract, because the last major items were wages, benefits, and telework. And ultimately, we came to a decision to accept the last best offer that was provided to us by the municipality.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Ms. Allard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to state that I appreciate the gentleman's testimony, but the Assembly doesn't negotiate contracts when it comes to these types of things. But I do appreciate your testimony. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. I don't see any
Oh,
other...
I apologize. Madam Chair, can we have the administration, the Muni Manager, speak on that, please?
The municipal manager may speak on the item if it's appropriate during debate and discussion. We're still in public hearing.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair. If I can be put back in queue for that.
Yes. I don't have any other questions in the queue for you. Thank you, but you might want to stick by close. Thanks. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Sorry, hold on. There was a phone list that I didn't have in my hands. I apologize.
I move to reopen public testimony.
Second.
Seeking unanimous consent? Okay, we are now reopened for public testimony. Okay. Mr. Turner, can you please call the first person on the list?
Hello, it's Marguerite.
Hi, you're on with the Anchorage Assembly, Ms. Leeds. We are in public testimony. If you would please state your name for the record and the area of town in which you live, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, and good evening. My name is Marguerite Leeds, and I live in District 6. I'm contacting you as an individual and as a citizen of Anchorage. I'm also a public health nurse at Anchorage Health Department and a member of AMEA. I support the AMEA collective bargaining agreement as written and urge you to approve it. But additionally, I would like to let you know that the issues experienced by the public health nurses were not negotiated in this agreement. I and my fellow public health nurses previously wrote to you on this subject, and previous Anchorage Health Department nurses and leaders have contacted you on the issues raised by inadequate compensation over the years. Please consider the ideas I brought up in my letter from December 2nd. For instance, adding nurses to the list of employees eligible for certification and licensure incentives. We nurses are also asking AMEA to negotiate an amendment to the collective bargaining agreement, which I also ask you to support if we are successful. Thanks for your time and attention to these issues.
Thank you, Ms. Leeds. I don't see any members in the queue with questions for you. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else would like to testify? Anyone at all? Mr. Williams, are you here to testify on this item? Okay, please come forward. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and the area of town in which you live.
Niall Sherwood Williams, West Anchorage, Tongan area. In response to 2022-58, I asked that the body postpone this until after certification of April's election, as there could be a major rollover in persons on that dais in about a month's time. As well, looking at the final page that projects costs into the future, we can clearly see that there's a projected 100%, or excuse me, 1,000% increase in 4 years. That seems like quite a lot right there. The bloated cost of government is out of control. I made a records request to the HR department for the salaries of all the persons in the municipality of Anchorage. The list was this thick with 50 people on each side of every page. It used to be that you entered into government as a public service, not to get rich, not to have a guarantee of a job if you don't fulfill your duties to the taxpayers and the constituents. Too much bureaucracy is involved in this city. We need to drain the swamp. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Anyone else wish to testify? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
The item has been moved by Ms. Allard and seconded by Ms. Kennedy. Is there any discussion? Mr. Rivera.
Thanks. So I have two questions, one for Mr. Gates and one for Mr. Cecil. So first, for Mr. Gates, I believe you emailed us earlier today about this, us being the assembly. And I'm fully aware of our role up until it gets to us on the dais, that we aren't part of negotiations. But could you just expound a little bit on some of the choices that we have now before us in terms of voting no, the impact on that, postponing the impact on that, and then any opportunity to reopen negotiations? So if you could just expand on that a little bit, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. I'm not sure I can expound more than in my message to the members earlier today, but the Assembly's role is generally, it's twofold. One is setting some guidance on labor relations policy, and the Assembly does that by resolution. The last one was AR 2019-417, and I looked up that. It doesn't address this specific term issue that is being discussed tonight with this contract. The Assembly's options tonight are, and the Assembly's other role is to ratify a contract agreement, and the bargaining unit, the union, also ratifies by vote. So that's the Assembly's role, to ratify by an up or down vote. And you're correct when you say the Assembly's role isn't to get involved in negotiation of certain terms, even at this stage, at the end. There's a lot of defined rules in Chapter 370 of the Code that regards the mayor's administrative team being a negotiating team with the union's bargaining representative. And then if there's difficulty in reaching an agreement, there's a mediator, provisions for selecting a mediator, and a fact finder. There's provisions for going to arbitration. The Assembly's role is at the end of all of this. And if there is a down vote, a no vote, that sends the contract back to the negotiating table. So the options tonight are a yes or no vote, or postpone. You could postpone to a time certain, to a future meeting date. I'm not sure what you could do in the interim there. But essentially, you could just learn more about the issues. But postponing it doesn't change the role of the Assembly in terms of voting to ratify the contract.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. That's clarifying. So then my question for Mr. Cecil is, so I'm wondering, in the negotiations, and I'm not sure if you were in the room or if you have any knowledge about this, but did AMEA bring up the Assembly's labor relations policy guidelines, which were updated and approved in 2019 for collective bargaining and contract negotiations?
Through the chair, Assemblymember Rivera, we were aware of those when we started the contract negotiation process in June of last year. Yeah.
So did the, I guess just to be very specific, did the AMEA negotiators attempt to use those when negotiating with the municipality?
I think generally speaking, yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Ms. Allard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Could I have Ms. Domboski, the Muni Manager, maybe speak on some of the fiscal impacts that this may cause if we don't vote yes on this particular AR, please?
Ms. Domboski, would you like to answer Ms. Allard's question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. On behalf of the administration, I will say this contract was negotiated in good faith. The union membership ratified, by a fair vote, ratified this contract. But for the specific negotiating parameters and impacts, I'd like to defer to our labor relations attorney, Deputy Municipal Attorney Christensen. She's here, and I think she'd be the most appropriate person because she was in all those negotiations.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, I don't want to speak on behalf of Mr. Cecil and his membership, but I would caution the Assembly in that postponing the vote will delay the raises the employees will receive under this contract. AMEA's raises have already been delayed through today, March, so they didn't get a raise January 1st like other employees, and further postponement of this contract would continue to delay those raises.
Thank you. Next in the queue is Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, I understand that these were arm's length, good faith negotiations. And, in those kind of negotiations, typically you have, things that are at issue. And, the union asks for 3% raise, and the municipality responds with 0 or 1, it goes back and forth. But on telework, it seems like, to me, and we're ultimately the sort of policy-making body, and that's executed by the administration. Telework to me seems like a net positive for the municipality. It's something that can be used to attract and retain folks, to promote health, to promote more flexibility, and so I'm sort of curious. We have received some emails, I think, from various parties about the discussions on telework, and I think Ms. Christensen makes a really good point. I don't want to delay this if it's going to impact some of our employees financially. On the other hand, I am wondering if we can get to one of those, side letters or whatever you're going to call it about telework. And I don't know if Ms. Christensen could speak to that, or if you can, Mr. Cecil. But I'd like some maybe assurance or at least indication that telework will be an option, because I really think it's mutually beneficial for the municipality and for the employees. So I guess that's first a question for you, Ms. Christensen.
Through the chair, Assemblymember Dunbar. I would say the administration is always open to meeting and discussing things with our unions. We have an open door policy. I think Mr. Cecil knows that. I would also say that although it sounds very simplistic here in this room, talking about telework, it's actually a very complicated subject. Negotiations involve many things, many aspects of the workplace. And so I think that we talked about it a lot in negotiations without going into the details, and the parties weren't able to come to a resolution, but we are always willing to revisit these issues with our unions.
Madam Chair, could I direct that question also to Mr. Cecil? And I guess I kind of want to make sure that, the municipality is a sort of large body, and it's true that Ms. Christensen is and her team are the representatives in that room, but the Assembly has done ARs and that kind of thing that says sort of here's the general negotiating parameters. And that AR didn't touch on telework, and I want to make sure that we weren't taking a hard line on telework when I don't feel it is a negative, and I understand it's complicated, but Because if we were, then that might necessitate us coming back, and it would be too late for your union in this case, but us coming back and passing an AR that spells out some telework options. So I'm sorry, so the question, I guess, is what do you see as going forward, what kind of mutually beneficial agreement could you see on telework?
Well, so just to provide a little context to your question, Assembly Member. So as Ms. Blair alluded to, there was extensive discussions between both parties on that particular issue because we knew that was the single most important issue to our members. And for better or for worse, at the end of the day, we could not find a mutually agreeable language to put in the contract related to telework. And we were, so, you know, we were left with a decision to make. But I'm glad to hear that the administration has, and they have expressed having an open door. Whether they have an open mind on the telework agreement is another question. But if, you know, we're willing to do whatever it takes on our side to raise those kind of questions and to try and find some, you know, acceptable agreement, if you will, on that provision. But there were a lot of factors that we were given, a lot of arguments we were given as to why that was not possible. And I'm not going to go into all of those tonight, but it was very frustrating at times because we thought we were actually very close to having some language, some acknowledgement of the value because we, like you said, we felt that the members valued it as well as the administration, that it was a win-win for everyone, and I don't think that's necessarily the case. You're perhaps in a better position to judge that than I am.
No, I think you are in a better position we weren't in those rooms, and you know, I'm hopeful that if we do ratify this tonight, that isn't the end of the discussion when it comes to telework, because like you just said, I think it's a win-win, and I would hate that if the municipality is the one that is taking that off the table in a way that's harming our own ability to serve the public. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Ms. LaFrance?
Thank you, Madam Chair. While the negotiated contract is clearly not perfect, I will vote in support of it. Along the lines of what Mr. Dunbar has spoken to, I am disappointed by the lack of a telework agreement. Not only do flexible work arrangements enhance productivity and support working families, they help people save money, especially now because of the high fuel costs which are burdening folks. And I would assume that the mayor would be supportive of a telework agreement. And I understand it's not an easy task and that it's complicated. However, I think it's worth the effort, and it's in the best interest not just of the municipality, but of those workers and families who rely on those jobs. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance. Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a few, is my mic working? Okay. Just a few additional comments to add. Having once served on the school board and being involved in many negotiations, not directly, but as a board member with unions, and I really do respect the process, and it's important that this was done in good faith. It's important that it's been voted on by the members, and it's also important to hear that the administration is open to future conversations about telework and these kinds of things. So I tend to not want to get to meddle once that process is done. But I do just want to add a future point that telework is something that we really need to learn more about and think about incorporating in some of these future contracts. So I appreciate the comment by Member Dunbar, but that may be something that we as a body want to consider so that there's some future guidance that that can help these negotiations really come to a better resolution around this topic that's become important for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. While the telework agreement is an interesting component, it's kind of new terrain for negotiations. My biggest concern is the fact that it's a 1% wage increase over 4 years. So it's a 0.5% a year of a salary increase. And that's not fair to labor, even if they agreed. So I can't support this item.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Allard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to call the question.
Point of order.
Yes, Mr. Constant?
If the question isn't called, it's very likely without a vote, we could just get to the matter.
Ms. Allard, you were the last member in the queue.
Oh, thank you for that. I wasn't sure. Yes, Madam Chair, we're done. I would just prefer to vote then. Thank you.
Ms. Domboski is in the queue. I would ask that it be brief since members are eager to vote.
Madam Chair, Deputy Municipal Attorney Christensen just wanted to correct the record on something that was misstated.
Thank you. I just wanted to, in reference to what Assemblymember Constant just said, it's not 1% over 4 years. It's a 1.2%. I believe it's 1.2%, 1.2%, 1.4%, and a 1.5%. It raises.
That's helpful. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. With that, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Allard?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Constant?
After that updated information, I'll vote yes.
That item passes 10-0.
Next, we have item 14E. Before we open the public hearing on that, Ms. Alatel?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On item 14E and 14F, I declare conflict due to my role as the interim executive director of the Anchorage Coalition to End Homelessness.
Thank you, Ms. Alatel. Based on prior ethics rulings and on advice of counsel, I do declare that you have a conflict and you are excused. Okay, we now have before us item 14E, resolution number AR 2022-72, a resolution of the municipality of Anchorage appropriating $800,000 as a restricted contribution to the area-wide general capital improvement projects fund, maintenance and operations department to be used for design or design and manufacture for an adult shelter and or navigation center. Public hearing is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Welcome. We could state your name for the record.
Yeah, my name is Keith Morris.
Turn on. Yeah, if you can turn on. And then also if you could state your community council or neighborhood. It's the yellow button, I believe.
There we go.
There.
Thank you. My name is Keith Morris. I live in South Anchorage, and I'm the Director of Hockey Operations for the Anchorage Wolverines of the North American Hockey League. First off, thank you for letting us speak today. You have a challenging task of making important decisions for a well-rounded community that takes care of those in need while at the same time encouraging the city and all its residents to thrive. I sincerely believe that having a long-term solution to support our community's most vulnerable population is critical. We know that many want to be productive members of society. I support moving the shelter out of the Sullivan Arena, which was not designed to support their needs. Although the Sullivan Arena has served many people in its need, it's not the right place for this vulnerable population. The Elmore Complex location is the best solution as it is located close to most medical facilities and other support agencies. It's also not surrounded by a dense family housing. The Sullivan Arena needs to go back to a place for our community to gather. It's time to get back to concerts, trade shows, hockey, other events to return its value to the community as we emerge from the COVID fog. Last summer, we were here to advocate for this facility and our community. I know that my son, who's a player on the team, gave an impassioned speech on his history and experience of being around Sullivan Arena. At that time, you all voiced your desire to return the Sullivan Arena needed to its intended use. It's time to take a substantial step towards making that promise a reality. Let's move on and get this done. This appropriation starts this process. In the past 6 months, we've endured by playing in the area at the Ben Boelke Ice Arena, weapons used in the parking lot, theft in the arena, theft outside the arena, car break-ins, people wandering into our games, inebriated individuals coming into our locker rooms and sitting on the bench next to our players, someone living in the ceiling above our locker room, someone sleeping in the concession stand, and unfortunately in the last couple of weeks, thefts of thousands of dollars of iPads and routers. We have made the most of playing in an aging facility that is less than ideal for our purposes. There is negative economic impact of continuing to use Sullivan Arena for a purpose ill-suited to its current population, loss of revenue for a marquee facility, and the accelerated degradation of an already aging building.
If you could just finish up that sentence, or are you done? Okay.
Well, I had something else, but it's fine. I want to thank you for having me speak, and the mayor's office on top of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. If you can state your name and community council, part of town you live in, you'll have 3 minutes.
Yes, good evening. My name is Kathy Bethard, and I live in South Anchorage. And I've lived in Anchorage, Alaska for 51 years. I'm a mother of 3, I'm a grandmother of 8, and I'm also a tremendous supporter of youth sports, including hockey, from the Learn to Skate program to the collegiate level. I'm here tonight to support the $800,000 appropriation for the architectural and engineering funding for the Navigation Center. I have followed with a great amount of interest the Assembly and the administration's work on this as they planned a 4-pillar recommendation to handle the needs of our vulnerable population. They're now housed in the Sullivan Arena, but this move is going to move them into specific facilities that are dedicated to handle their individual needs, a much better solution for our homeless people. This appropriation would be the first step in that direction. As you know, and has been stated previously, the Sullivan was not designed as a homeless shelter. It's obvious to the clients, to the operators, to the social workers that spend days, hours, months, almost years now there. We need to bring this community asset, the Sullivan Arena, back to its intended purpose as a multi-dimensional facility. We need to get back to those concerts, to those trade shows, craft shows, boat shows, live sporting events, including junior A and collegiate hockey. We need to have the Sullivan Arena again returned to the type of value that this community originally had in mind for that facility when it was built. I would love and be happy to work with you on any of these solutions because I want to see a way forward. We need to reinvigorate this community, and by bringing the Sullivan back to its original use, we can do that. It's been a very, very long, awkward, dry time during the COVID hiatus that we've had for any type of in-person exciting experience. Let's reconsider this. Let's pass this appropriation. I thank you for the opportunity to speak, for your time and your support, and for all you do to make Anchorage a great place to live and a great place to raise a family. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Are you going to be representing a community?
No, just me.
Got it. All right. If you can say your name, which community council or part of town you live in, you'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Andrew Gray, and I live in Campbell Park. In June 2021, before Mayor Bronson was sworn in, he and Dr. John Morris held a town hall where many community members spoke up about his proposed navigation center at Elmore and Tudor. Where had this idea come from? None of us had ever heard of a possible homeless shelter at Elmore and Tudor. Had Mayor-elect Bronson suddenly come up with it right after the election? No, he and his team had actually been working on the plan for several months, including pursuing construction ideas with Sprung Structures. The new mayor and his team wanted a new shelter by the end of the summer, and they needed construction to begin immediately. Luckily for those of us who live in the vicinity, the Assembly controls the purse strings, and the proposed shelter would have cost over $30 million, a sum that the Assembly was not going to greenlight without more information. Even the Eagle River Assembly members voted no. A mediation team facilitated an agreement between the Assembly and administration, and after hundreds of hours of earnest debate and collaboration, they emerged with an excellent plan that was much more than a large emergency shelter. It included housing, and the solution to homelessness is not shelters, but housing. However, Mayor Bronson has consistently maintained that a large navigation center at Elmore and Tudor is non-negotiable. His only must-have. In this room a few weeks ago, I stood here and begged each Assembly member to limit the size to a max of 200 people. Mayor Bronson proclaimed that if the size was reduced, he would pull out of the entire homelessness plan. All those hours of work would have been in vain. And so Assembly members voted to keep the max at 330, a number that will make it the largest homeless shelter in Anchorage's history. Let's contrast this with what's happening in West Anchorage right now. A debate is raging over the construction of low-cost housing across from the Rustic Goat, and residents in the area are upset. They are speaking at their community councils, they're emailing the mayor, and weirdly, the administration seems to be listening. Mayor Bronson, why do you listen to West Anchorage and not East Anchorage? You have received hundreds of emails against the mass shelter, and you have not replied. We have asked for a member of the administration's homelessness task force to speak to Campbell Park Community Council about Elmore and Tudor, and no one has shown up. And yet you bend over backwards to appease wealthy dog walkers in Tongan. Do you hate working people? Do you hate poor people? Do you think we are too unworthy of your attention? Do you think we are too stupid to know what's happening? If you don't hate us, if you don't think we are unworthy, if you don't think we are stupid, show us with your actions. Listen to us about Elmore and Tudor. You, Mayor Bronson, listen to us about Elmore and Tudor. Allow those of us who live in the area to have a voice in the future of our own community. Thank you for allowing me to share.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. You will have 3 minutes if you can state your name for the record and part of town you live in.
Hi, my name is Yarrow Silvers. I live in East Anchorage. During the work session yesterday, there was talk about whether additional public hearings were necessary as aspects of this plan have changed. Adam Trombley stated that it was his position that additional public input was not necessary. I would like to remind you that there has never been an official, on-the-record public hearing for this shelter proposal, allowing the public to share their concerns. There has been no attempt by the mayor or the mayor's office to keep the public informed, answer questions, or respond to concerns. I don't know a single person who has even gotten an email response from the mayor regarding their concerns. Residents of East Anchorage still have many concerns with this project, and they have not been properly heard. For me, my concern is that the 130-bed surge capacity will give the mayor the ability to immediately and arbitrarily increase capacity, as he's done with his recent increase of the Sullivan capacity to over 500. I would like to see limits placed on when that surge capacity can be used. I'd like to know where the $2.8 million that we've already given the administration has been spent. I would like to see a total cost estimate on this structure before more money is spent. I would like to know how that cost compares with other options, such as purchasing an existing building. Who benefits from the increased costs of new construction on a property without existing services? Is there corruption, cronyism, favors involved? This is a $35 to $40 million project that is being subdivided into smaller elements, squirreled away into multiple departments so that no one will ever know its full cost. There is no professional project manager overseeing this project. If one was, they would be bound by the professional ethics to develop a complete scope of work, making the full cost transparent and actively engaging with stakeholders. We have asked many times for a public hearing on this and have been told that's for the future. Now we're being told that was for the past. Now there's a negotiated agreement that needs to be stuck to. The mayor's MO throughout this whole process has been to circumvent proper public process, and somehow, along the way, it seems that he has succeeded. I appreciate the work that has been done towards solutions for homelessness. I would love to be able to put my full support behind all aspects of the plan. How can we give support when we are not included in the planning? How can we give support when the administration makes what seems to be a concerted effort to not inform us, not receive public input, and not respond to concerns? How can we give support when, due to previous actions by this administration and lack of engagement with the community, we do not trust him or this process? My asks are simple: full public disclosure, robust plans and cost estimates, assurance that what was described earlier as happening at the Sullivan is not repeated in another neighborhood, an opportunity for the public to voice their concerns and be heard. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Are you representing a community council today?
I am.
Okay. So you will have 5 minutes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Assembly members, Mayor Bronson, Mr. Bronson's staff, thank you for the opportunity to address you on this item this evening. I'm speaking on behalf of the University Area Community Council. My name is Tyler Robinson. We are requesting that the appropriation action include clear direction and commitment from the MOA to follow the required processes lined out in Title 21 for the proposed use. We believe that many of the questions that UACC members have about the proposed facility, as well as other questions I've heard here just before me, would be formally raised, documented, hopefully addressed, and preserved in the public record by following those required processes. First, to date, there has not been a public facility site plan selection conducted for the proposed location. Such a process is required when, I quote, "a facility has the potential for significant impacts on surrounding properties." Given the proposed homeless shelter and navigation center is roughly the size of pre-pandemic Brother Francis shelter, we believe the proposed facility clearly meets this criteria. Secondly, a conditional use permit is required for a shelter in both the PLI and B3 zoning districts. The first important step is for the applicant to clearly detail both the physical plan but also the operational plan. By far the biggest question that UACC members have right now is simply, what is it? We just don't know. The second question is, how will this be any different? Other than, of course, it's for much longer than 2 years. While there are a number of approval criteria that the Planning and Zoning Commission must find are met from a comprehensive application, one of the clearest related to this use is as follows. Any significant adverse impacts anticipated to result from the use will be mitigated to the maximum extent feasible. Adverse impacts associated with our existing shelters, including the Sullivan and the pre-pandemic shelters, are well documented. In fact, they were documented here this evening, both on the site itself, but importantly off-site as well. I heard the gentleman earlier in the evening talk about his home across from the Sullivan, and I heard the gentleman talking about the facilities at Boki. The UACC has raised many specific questions. Those questions range from concern for the clientele's best interest, to hours of operation, to understanding how this facility is designed to cause fewer impacts to surrounding properties, including parks, trails, hospitals, commercial areas, universities, and residential neighborhoods. We believe that it is essential to capture those issues in the formal CUP process, as well as the way in which design, operations, and adequate annual funding commitment will mitigate those concerns for the long term. A facility such as this will be around much longer than the terms of all of your elected positions. In sum, please commit this evening to following a required public process as part of this appropriation. Within $800,000, make it clear that this follows public facility site plan selection and minimally a conditional use permit process. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. You'll have 3 minutes if you can state your name, community council, or neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Christian Harrison. I reside at the Sullivan Arena in District 1.
Actually, if you just pause a second while we get the clock set up.
No worries.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I was born on 3rd Avenue in 1980. I went to Russian Jack Elementary until 1988 when we moved out of Anchorage. When my house burnt down on my 15th birthday, I lived back in Anchorage on East 4th in Muldoon, and I went to Benny Benison. There used to be the REACH program on the corner of Tudor and Elmore. Unfortunately, I made poor choices at various points in my life. And I went to the REACH program. The first time that I checked into the Brother Francis shelter was in June of 2013. I have been chronically homeless for the better part of the past decade. I have thought a lot since December about the word homeless and houseless and what those things mean at all levels of life. My mother was an Athabascan Atna elder before she passed away, and I was her youngest son. In 2001, 2002, I stood trial for the events of a night that occurred off Lake Otis in 88th when I was 20 years old. I am now 41 years old. I was turned down for 2 different jobs in the past 2 weeks, of which both hiring people really wanted to hire me. But because of the choices of my life and being displaced, I have some adversity to overcome. This used to be an excuse to repeat a cycle. I'm no longer repeating that excuse, but the displacement in our community is still going on. These people that are in these facilities that are being categorized, and they've been here. They're your brothers, your sisters, your sons, your daughters, your cousins, your nieces, your nephews, your grandchildren. Some of them are fathers and mothers and families displaced from villages and cities around the world. Around the world. I met a man from Iraq. Thank you for your time. I know this will be approved, but...
Thank you for your testimony.
Yes.
Welcome. You'll have 3 minutes if you can state your name and community council or neighborhood.
Hi, Irene Queednow, District 3, represented by Eagle River. I've testified to this before. This assembly, this administration wasn't even in the picture yet. Tried to buy 4 buildings for close to $40 million. They did not want to hear from the public. They shut out the public, physically shut out the public from this assembly. They were under emergency authorization. There was no budget. There was no proposed budget. There was no proposed renovation cost, no operating cost. There was no project manager. There was no transparency. And yet all of a sudden you guys come here and say, oh, we need all this. And I agree with that. We need all this. But where were you when this assembly had none of that? There was one building. Well, anyway, I'm not going to go into the details, but I've been here long enough to know when it is according to your will, you hurry up. And when it doesn't fit your will, you drag your feet. You were hurrying up to try to purchase those buildings and push it all through under emergency authorization so nobody could say anything because you had the power to do so. Then you got a slap from the Inspector General that you used funds that were not supposed to be used for that. So then it slowed down, and then the new administration showed up on the horizon, and you hurried through and tried to push it all through again. And as soon as the new administration showed up, now you're dragging your feet again. You have had a massive shelter of over 400 people for 2 years. Why are you so concerned about something that's 200 or 250? It just doesn't make any sense. It's time that actually gets something done. There was a plan with hours of negotiation. And again now you're dragging your feet. And through the chair, Mr. Dunbar, you're the one who constantly brings up the amount of people, that it's too big. Well, you have a shelter sitting right there for over 2 years that was over 400 people. So 250 people with an access of 3, I don't know what your problem is, because you keep that Sullivan Arena going by dragging your feet. It's time for you guys to do something. I hope you approve this. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. You'll have 3 minutes if you can state your name and community council or neighborhood.
My name is Michelle, and I'm a blue-collar worker. You don't need to know where I live because you know. You know because I have emailed you with all of my harassment that I get from the homeless, which is not the homeless. Homeless is different. It's vagrants. As I do my job, trying to get in my truck, surrounding my truck. Probably you guys haven't read those emails because it's not worth your time. But, to be quite I'm going to tell you, I'm a successful person right now, and I'm a strong woman. But back in the day, my first husband, when I was leaving him because he was verbally abusive, told me that I would live in a cardboard box before I had my daughter. This is why I support Mayor Bronson's plan to have one mass area. Because when I was almost homeless with a child trying to figure out what I'm going to do, I had to drive all over this town and try to figure it out. And it was very difficult. But you guys want to spread it out like it's frosting. That is not how you get people help. You get people help by providing the services in all one area. So if I'm a woman who has a child whose ex-husband is telling her she's going to live in a cardboard box before she gets her daughter, I can drive to one resource. And this is the thing that really pisses me off about you guys. It makes no sense. And if any of you had actually worked for a living, because you're all lawyers, but take your ass down, sorry, I didn't mean to say that, my bad, but go down at 3 o'clock in the morning. I've been driving dump truck this winter. I go to work at 9 p.m. and get home at 5. One day I had 5 dump trucks behind me, and there was a homeless person in a wheelchair going down the road in front of me. I had to radio the truckers behind me and let them know why I was about to get into the left lane to pass that person in a wheelchair. Do you know how often I see them all cuddled up in the doors of all the businesses? One night it was black ice and fog everywhere. I almost had 3 different times that I couldn't stop. I was only going like 10 miles an hour. But these homeless people at 3 and 4 in the morning are just walking out in front of me. So you guys really need to start thinking about the common people who actually work for a living and pay the taxes that pay your wages. Set up one facility and help them. Just help them.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. You'll have 3 minutes if you can state your name and neighborhood or community council.
My name's Gerald Dewhurst. I live on East Street, pretty much kind of downtown. Have been in Anchorage since 1975. Except for a few years when we left and we couldn't wait to get back. You have quite a challenge, and I appreciate you being here, the assembly, of course the mayor and his staff, all of the city workers. We have a large community to take care of. homeless or misplaced or whatever you want to say, they're part of us. They're part of our community. I see this as a really good start. That amount of money is a lot of money, but is it for taking care of our community? Do it right, and we'll all prosper and enjoy it. I like to go back. I'm kind of the guy that likes to look back. I can remember, maybe it wasn't the first event, but in the early 80s, they had a guy by the name of Willie Nelson come up here, and that Sullivan Arena was rocking. And then you end up with Tim McGraw, and you can name all kinds of people, and the boat show, the car shows. We even had the big tractor jumping. We had rodeos. We had everything going on in that building, and there were wonderful things for our community. I remember we have 5 daughters. They would go to the women's show. We'd go to the home improvement show. These are things that are wonderful for our community. Yes, I am a hockey parent. I am a hockey player. Right now I'm helping coach 4 grandsons. And it's just fantastic. We need that building back and to be the center of activity and the center of positive things. I believe this is a really good step to get that started. And I have the faith that you as an assembly and an administration can work this out and make it better for our whole community. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. You'll have 3 minutes. If you can state your name for the record and community council or neighborhood.
My name is Shamilia Pierre, and I live literally right off of 16th, right across.
Actually, if you could pause really quick. Madam Clerk. Go ahead.
I live right off of 16th, right across the street from the homeless shelter. I've lived in Anchorage pretty much since I was 2 years old, so I know the area very well. To be honest, I really want this project to go forward based on the fact that I am a single mother in the community. I have an 8-year-old son that goes to North Star Elementary, and it's really disturbing when your child is too scared to go to the bus stop by himself because a homeless person is heckling them or asking them for money or asking them questions. There's been times where I had to take my son to school, and I don't even let him play outside because of all the broken, needles and alcohol bottles. I don't even set my alarm anymore because I'm woken up to sirens and police across the street constantly over at that Sullivan Arena because something is going on. And it's a problem for me when my son is not safe. And I moved to that area because, Sullivan Arena used to have all these, great activities going on, and now we don't even want to go outside because there's constantly like a herd of homeless people falling asleep right in front of our lawn, or it's just a mess. So if this project does go through, I really think it would be great for not only the people that live right by the Sullivan Arena, but it will make me happy that my son will feel safe. So thank you so much.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. If you could state your name for the record, you'll have 3 minutes, and if you could also state your neighborhood or community council.
Hello, my name is Noria Clark. I think that unfortunately, again, all of you guys know me. I didn't prepare anything for this because I don't have that much time. What am I supposed to be doing here? Going to math class? This is ridiculous. How come it's so hard to actually find it? Stop rubbing your eyes like that right now and pay attention. Enough is enough. You guys, at this point, you keep spending our money. Let's just say I'm looking at the wall. How about that? Right now, we are wasting too much money and not actually getting anything done. This is very sad. Zelatel actually got an email from my homeless friend. Yes, I actually have homeless friends, oddly enough. Maybe that seems crazy to the rest of y'all. But right now, nobody's helping these people. I feel like we have some people who are actually trying to work on it, and hopefully you will too. Have you ever gone and pretended to be homeless a night in that shelter to try and see? Have you spent any time with these homeless people to see what's going on with them? What's happening? Because I can tell you right now, my friend is suffering. And yet, somebody who claims to be a homeless expert isn't taking care of them. Why should they be suffering without having their medication or the things that they need? Why are they willing to die in the snow right now instead of actually having help? This is disgusting. And I heard that my property taxes weren't going to be going up. But guess what? They are. Shockingly, I'm sure most of ours are. I've had 100% enough of this. If you guys can't handle it, then that's not a problem. We can make sure that you guys don't have seats anymore. I appreciate your time last night, as I call you KPV. Thank you last night for being in our Sand Lake Community Council. So sorry, that's where I belong to. Not sorry about that, but sorry I didn't state that. I am not willing to keep spending money on solutions that aren't working. So you need to start figuring out solutions that actually work. I think that the mayor's office is trying to work with you guys. I think that hopefully you guys are trying to work with them, but something needs to be done. At this point, the bureaucracy of this is getting out of control. I shouldn't have to get 23 text messages from my homeless friend this morning when I have 3 jobs, you guys. I have 3 jobs. I work all the time. To what? To support our great city? And what is happening? You're not taking care of your citizens. And if you can't, then I can tell you, we will make sure that you are no longer having your seats. So for me, again, thank you, Cameron. I appreciate your time last night because you did listen. You tried to follow through with everything I think so far that we had talked about. And also, I would like to give a big thank you to Barbara Jones because she did amazing with everything for the tours. Thank you, by the way, for that. I really appreciate everything. If you can go down and take the municipal tour, I highly recommend it. But I said, I am tired of having to read a whole math book to be here. I have other businesses and stuff to do. So please, please focus on your citizens, because if you don't, you won't be here. We need leaders. Thank you. And thank you, Barbara.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. You'll have 3 minutes if you could state your name or community council or neighborhood.
Dustin Sherman, District 6, Weddleton and LaFrance are my reps. I'll be brief. It's pretty easy. I think everybody that sits in this room right now can agree that something needs to be done. There's a lot of people out there hurting, and this debate's been going on for a couple of years. The big debate's been going on since Mayor Bronson's taken office. One thing I think we've lost sight of the big picture. If we don't have a healthy city in general, that means jobs and employment, and we don't have the revenue coming in from out of state with fishing and tourism and things like that. Doesn't matter what Band-Aid we put on something, it's not going to be fixed. So we got to make the city healthy as a whole first. Work on that as well as this, and things will start to kind of resolve themselves. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. You'll have 3 minutes if you can state your name and community council or neighborhood.
Roger Branson, Eagle River Community Council, longtime advocate for folks with mental health issues, especially those caught up in homelessness and our corrections. I've been hearing a lot tonight about the Sullivan Arena, what it was, what it meant to our community, and I want to remind everyone that at a time and season when it was underutilized, how fortunate we were to have it sitting there to do the job that it's done, taking care of the least among us for this time. And I'd like to bring back to memory that when the Denina Center was built downtown, the use of the Sullivan fell off drastically. We struggled with it for many years, management, and it still has some community service work to do. We set it up for a reason and a purpose. That was to help the homeless. The best way we can help the homeless is to help them move into paths that work for them, and that will be smaller shelters, and that will be dispersed sites, and communities that they can choose to engage with or not, and not be forced into a one-size-fits-all. So thank you for all the hard work that's happened. These last 2 or 3 years have been really awesome for the work that I've done and the potentials before us, and I look forward to many more years. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. You'll have 3 minutes if you can state your name and community council or neighborhood.
My name is Sherry. I live out south, and I have really mixed feelings about this. I know
that people say, we've been working so hard on this. How come nothing ever gets done? I think we're missing some of the real issues here. I would like to know, we've had a homeless problem here for a long time. Why are we continually bringing more homeless people here? Why is this a sanctuary city? Why don't we stop bringing more people here? It's like you guys are throwing fuel on the fire, and it just keeps getting bigger and bigger, and we spend more money, and nothing gets done. You know, this thing, I have talked to a lot of homeless people, and they say they feel safer on the street than going into a facility. They are being raped. They're having the few belongings that they own being stolen or taken or damaged. I have heard that I haven't actually been inside because I don't want to go inside. But I don't understand who's going to pay for all the damage that was done to the Sullivan Arena because we put all those people in there that go out at night and commit crime, defecate on the street, steal, whatever, and yet then they go in there and they sleep and then they beat up on each other in there. I mean, I just don't see how that's helping. We need to find out, why are those people homeless? We have homeless people because, like the one gentleman said, they found down on their luck and they lost their job, whatever, they're there. Some of them are criminals. Some of them are drug addicts. Some of them have mental health issues. Some of them have a majority or multiple issues. Why aren't we doing something to find out, why are these people homeless? Some people are homeless by choice. They don't want the responsibility. I'm tired of spending more money and more money and more money and nothing getting done. I know something needs to be done, but it just seems like you guys aren't really you're not really looking at the real issues. Please step back and do your own research. You go to the shelter yourself and find out what the heck is really going on, and stop bringing more people in. Make this not a sanctuary city, please, because we're overrunning and you just bring more in. Stop. It's madness. Please, go to the shelters. Find out. Talk to the people. Brick and mortar will never solve this problem until you really get to the crutch of why these people are homeless and how you can best help them. It's horrible. I've talked to so many homeless people, and they're bringing more people in, and they're being kicked out of the places that they're staying. When they had there was a hotel or something we're setting up for people. I don't know exactly where it was, but it just feels like we're not doing what we need to be doing. So please, go to the homeless shelter yourself.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. If anyone else would like to testify, please line up in the middle aisle. Welcome. You'll have 3 minutes. If you could state your name and community council or neighborhood.
Niall Sherwood Williams, candidate for District 3, West Anchorage for Assembly. The Sullivan Arena, the longest running human rights disaster in America right now. Mass care, mass compassion is a massive failure. I have been to the Sullivan Arena. I've posted 4K HD video to my YouTube channel, Polar Press. I'd like to say that every resident of the Sullivan Arena has to have their Fourth Amendment rights violated en masse. They get unlawfully searched and seized right down to their underwear. And the reason why I'm turned around, I'm looking at, through the chair, the director of the health department, who in violation of the First Amendment does not allow citizen journalists to film.
Mr. Williams, if you can please speak to the assembly.
Yes,
Thank you.
through the chair. It's a violation of our First Amendment rights of freedom of the press to not allow us to film governmental officials in the course of their duties and to check up on our government. It's a shame what's going on down there. Rampant drugs up and down EAC and 16th. There's a line of demarcation, I like to call it the Berlin Wall fence, in between the two ice arenas. On one side, you have people dragging blankets and drooling, and on the other side, you have people pulling up in nice cars, rich, going to play hockey. I hear a lot of they, them, and us and we. These are all human beings. I mean, and through the chair to the mayor, there's an exclusive video posted as well on my channel. He was willing to throw away the thousands of hours of negotiations on the next stage of exiting out of this mass care due to a pissing contest, really. It's disgusting. And all the while, human beings in our community are being run roughshod over. This navigation center is another term for a FEMA camp, for an internment camp. They want to bring everyone through. They want to check everybody in. They want to make sure they can help everybody, really? And we're supposed to expect with 800 grand, you're actually going to get a real start on this? Stop lying to the people, man. The people of Anchorage deserve better. You elect me to this assembly body. I promise you transparency and accountability. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Moved by Mr. Weddleton, seconded by, I assume that was you, Ms. Kennedy?
Actually, Ms. LaFrance.
Okay, Ms. LaFrance. All right, so we'll go ahead and start with deliberation, starting with Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to start off with a couple of questions, and then probably later on I'll have some more comments. But we had a presentation just yesterday about a new site this is moving to, a slightly different site. And as you heard from some of the community councils, they were pretty surprised by this, and but what they saw as sort of a circumvention of the normal process. And so for Mr. Trombley, I was hoping I could ask you a couple of questions, and I apologize if you did answer or allude to some of these during the work session, but I just wanted to clarify a few things. So Mr. Robinson from the University Area Community Council mentioned a conditional use process, and I am curious, will this facility go through a conditional use process, and sort of what will that look like?
It'll follow, yes, it will go through a conditional use process, and it will follow all those requirements set out in code.
And how long do you think that will take about?
Conditional use permits can take anywhere, depending on P&Z's schedule, 6 to 8 months.
6 to 8 months?
I'd on the cautionary side, yes.
And so, that puts us to September then.
Correct.
And the administration has indicated that they want this open by the end of June, so how does that square?
Well, you can use a temporary structure, which allows you to construct as well as go work the conditional use permit in parallel. And the reason you can do that is because this is PLI land in a homeless shelter, or this type of structures are permitted in that zoning district, and since it's permitted in that zoning district, a temporary structure is allowed.
So when you say, Mr. Chair, can I ask a follow-up? Thank you. When you say a temporary structure, are you referring to, so there'll be another structure that will be sort of temporarily set up while you're doing the main construction? Or are you saying that main constructed facility is a temporary structure?
Well, you can build it under a temporary structure, but no, it's not that structure itself will not be temporary. The navigation center itself will go in as a temporary structure, which is authorized for 120 days or 180 days with another 180-day extension allowed under code. And that gives you time to get your conditional use permit finalized.
So when you say temporary structure, what you really mean is we're going to use it as a temporary structure for 180 days plus 180 days, depending on the permitting, but it's that same structure, and that same structure is going to be permanent at that location, correct?
That's correct, which is allowed because a temporary structure is allowed in that PLI area because because the use of the navigation center is permitted under code in the PLI district.
I'm seeing Mr. Robinson shake his head in the back. Unfortunately, he is a planner and builder and probably knows more about that than than I do to ask the question, but
Well, I'd be happy to share the code reference if anyone's interested.
I think the University Area Community Council is very interested. And so that kind of thing, if you could send it to them, I would very much appreciate it. Yeah, that's all for now, Mr. Chair. I'll get back in the queue after other folks.
Thank you. And for folks on the phone, if you could please text me if you want to get in the queue. So next I have Mr. Constant.
Thank you. I'm confused a little bit. I thought that we determined at a very recent meeting that temporary structures do not qualify for residential uses. This would be a residential use, right? I mean, people can't live in a temporary structure according to the code we just passed, I think.
Mr. Tromley, would you like to respond?
Yeah, well, I believe that wasn't a residential zoning district. This is not a residential zoning district. This is a PLI, Public Lands and Institutions district, zoning designation.
I think we'll need to get some clarification on that ruling because I think that it spoke to no residential use in a temporary structure, but maybe you're right. It could be. We need to clarify that.
Thank you. So we'll keep having the discussion and hopefully someone will be able to help provide clarity on that before we get to a vote. Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Thank you. I spoke earlier with Mr. Bob Dole. Is he in the room? Would you mind coming up just for a
And
second?
Mr. Perez-Verdia, your mic is
It's not working well.
The clerk advises if you try turning it off and turning it on, but that also works.
Okay, let's try this one for now. Sir, you and I just had a conversation earlier, and the concern that I have is when the public has an opportunity to come forward and to see a plan and to see projections and to have an informed discussion about what this could be, should be, and to actually have that information and then decide whether this is what they want or not. And so can you talk to us about, what we can expect to see if we appropriate these funds? And that my understanding from our conversation is that this will give us that information, and then we can have the robust conversation about whether this should move forward, whether this should be of a certain size, et cetera. Can you speak to that, please? And make sure you introduce yourself for the record.
For the record, good evening. My name is Bob Dole. I'm a senior fellow with the Rasmussen Foundation. The Rasmussen Foundation is engaged in a joint funding effort with the municipality of Anchorage to move our way past mass care into a long-term solution for our homeless population. For the questions you raised here, this money today is kind of to develop those materials you alluded to that will provide for that discussion going forward. As Mr. Tromley explained, there's still a Title 21 process that will be followed. You're not going to build a shelter for $800,000. I can assure you that after 2 years of a building official. This is strictly just that basic design work going forward. You will have an appropriation in all probability, or appropriations plural, as you're going forward to developing this. Beyond that, you will have those Title 23 processes along the way too. That will be done by your Development Services Department to make sure it is safe and structurally sound. So there will be, this is iterative. This is just kind of building the package for that process you talked about, Member Perez-Verdia.
Thank you very much. And I would just add, thank you for being here. And you may get called up again, but I'm concerned about this facility, and I'm concerned about the size of it. I've expressed that. We don't have enough information, and so, but I guess I'm curious to hear others' thoughts. If this is the step that we take to be able to get that information, and then we can have that informed conversation about how this should move forward or whether this should move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. And if you can assist me by putting yourself and then taking yourself out of the queue if you're in person, that'd be great. Okay, is there any other discussion? Mr. Weddleton.
Are we still in Q&A with the staff, or do I get to make my pitch on this item?
Whatever you would like to do, Mr. Weddleton.
Okay. I'll try not to be lengthy. I just want to address some of the things that were said and ask questions, fair questions. One was, where's the rest of the $2.8 million? $2.8 million went into Alaska Community Foundation bucket, along with lots of funds from a variety of sources that weren't the municipality, and now we're getting $800,000 back from that to go towards this. So the other $2 million is still sitting there for this purpose when the time comes. And then we had a question for, looking for robust cost estimates. That's what this $800,000 is for, is to go really fine tune what we'll build. And I think for people who were at the work session yesterday, you saw some real conceptual drawings, but it's kind of the launch pad for this. There's a question, conditional use process, and I think we talked about that, but maybe I'll pause for a moment and do an interlude with Mr. Trombley. The conditional use is primarily because a shelter navigation center in our code requires a conditional use. So I don't know if that ties in with the permanent or not permanent function of the building. It would be more, we can use it as an emergency thing while the conditional use is on, but I don't know that the permanence of the structure relates to the conditional use for the shelter. Me, if I'm wrong.
Are you talking about the building permits themselves?
Well, to have a shelter requires a conditional use, even on PLI. That's correct, right?
Through the chair, if you could ask me that question one more time.
A shelter navigation center requires a conditional use, is that correct?
Through the chair, yes, Mr. Weddleton.
Okay, so, and that's the process you were referring to that would be started probably fairly soon and parallel design and possibly construction, is that correct?
Through the chair, yes, Mr. Weddleton.
Okay, all right, good. So then just broadly, so I've been involved with this since we started as one of the group, with the mayor and his team and a couple of assembly members to kind of figure out what are we going to do. We got to get out of Sullivan Arena, and how can we enhance the system that we have for the homeless? There was a comment said, it's very common, we keep throwing money at it. Why are you throwing money at it? Fair question. The city hasn't. The city hasn't thrown money. For the history of my time in Anchorage until just a couple of years ago, we did not put money in towards the homeless system, period. It is run by faith-based groups and by nonprofits. And we relied on that, and it did not work. We know that, don't we? So the mayor came in and said, we got to fix this. And if we got to get in as a municipality, that's what we got to do. And that's what we're doing. This is a watershed time for the way the city handles homelessness, because the system we had before, relying on others, they simply did not have the resources. So whether we like it or not, we need to get in because we have to fix this problem. I don't know if it's truly fixable, but we will make dramatic improvement. So what you're seeing tonight with this one little piece, $800,000 to design a single adult shelter, low barrier with navigation, is one component of what we've been working on for 6-7 months now. It should be viewed as one part of a system. It's not, we're not building a single adult shelter with navigation. We're building that plus Sockeye Inn, which you'll see the next item, and you've seen others over the last month or so to buy that for people who are medically challenged. We have people in the Sullivan Arena who are getting cancer treatment. They're incontinent. I mean, they're just horrible things. They need to be where they can really truly cared for. Sockeye Inn. We've got workforce and supportive housing location for people who are moving up and out of the system. It's a package deal. This is one component, and I think most of the questions we've gotten regarding it, that's what this $800,000 will go to. So sorry to be so long-winded, but this is very important. And I'll tell you, personally, I'm extremely excited personally to be involved, but also for Anchorage, that we are going to make a profound difference in this issue, and you will be seeing progress on it, and we will get Sullivan Arena back to hockey. So I recommend support. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton.
Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So first I have a question to Mr. Trombley and then a comment. So first is just regarding this idea of both the parallel path of construction and going through the CUP process. I think for many that's a very novel idea. Could you give us any examples, if you have them, of where else that has been used in the municipality?
Through the chair, I don't have an answer right now, but I'd be happy to provide one for you in writing.
Yeah, I think that would be helpful. Thank you. And then I guess moving on to my comment, I fully empathize with the concerns brought up by community councils and individuals in our community This isn't the first time that I have heard a plea for transparency, communication, and accountability when it comes to some of the big projects that are rolling out from the municipality with regards to homelessness. We heard the exact same thing a couple years ago under a similar plan that was brought forward by Mayor Ethan Berkowitz. And I can tell you that since I've joined the facilitation group, I've pushed this aspect in that group and will continue to do so. Looking at Mr. Baker. I think it is so important that if we're going to use terms like the People's Project, which, by the way, I would love for this project to truly be the People's Project, that we work hard to get buy-in from the community. And I've done my best to give regular updates to my community councils so that they know what is going on and why. And as you can see, though, some community councils are asking for more than what I can give them. And, we should respond to these requests, every single question, in a timely manner and with grace and humility. It was done in 2020 with pages and pages and pages of FAQs coming out to respond to each and every community concern. We heard folks testify. They wanted all of this information. In 2020, it was provided. So I don't see any reason why we can't communicate effectively now. We do have a dump of information with regular implementation updates on the Assembly's Committee on Housing and Homelessness website. But it's obvious that we need to do more, and I look forward to having that discussion with the facilitated group. All that said, I think the work session that we had yesterday, which is hard to imagine that it was just yesterday, did a good job laying out how we got to this point, and I think it addressed some of the process questions I've heard folks bring up in the community. Obviously, there are more. I think there's still a lot of lingering questions left that I hope we get into when we are at the stage of picking an operator. But at this point, I'm comfortable supporting this $800,000 to complete design and urge my colleagues' support. Thank you. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I just noticed Mr. Weddleton has laid an amendment on the table, so I will have further thoughts on that if he brings it forward. Just say, it's really interesting listening to the testimony of folks that live around the Sullivan Arena right now, or the user groups who want to get back in there, and talking about the damage and the frightening aspects for their children and the drug use and all the other real problems we see down there. And the only reason it's even moderately acceptable is because we all know that it's temporary. We have to get out of the Sullivan Arena. We all want to get out of the Sullivan Arena. It happened in an emergency. But what is the Sullivan Arena right now? It's a single site, low barrier shelter with a navigation center attached to it. I mean, it has services there to try to get people out of it. That's exactly what we're talking about putting on Campbell Creek Trail near the ball fields off Tudor and Elmore. And under its current iteration, it's 330 beds. That's 50% larger than the Brother Francis shelter has ever been. So what we're talking about doing is taking all of those terrible things that you talked about and putting them in a different neighborhood. And there are kids in that neighborhood too, and there are families in that neighborhood too, and there are people that use the Campbell Creek Trail and the Tour of Anchorage Trail that are going to have the same kind of impacts we're seeing right now down at the Sullivan Arena if this plan goes forward. Now, we heard, though this is temporary, we know it's not. The person that said that this is going to last much longer than anybody on this assembly, that's absolutely true. This $800,000 is just for design. We're talking tens of millions if it gets built. And that's going to be there for the rest of time as a municipality. So there's also talk about this being a plan with 5 pillars. And I agree with the plan of 5 pillars in concept, 5 pillars with smaller facilities. But let's talk about those pillars. We have the medical convalescence, which we'll be voting on next, and that is really exciting, and that's going forward. It's a smaller facility. We have workforce housing. That is stalled from all I can tell. We have treatment. We bought a building and the mayor has pledged to sell it. We won't be going forward with that aspect, and we have no idea where that's going to go. We have supposed to have a special populations smaller facility. We don't even have a site even remotely picked out for that. There's been no progress at all. The only part of the plan, besides medical convalescence, that has had meaningful action is this. The administration has been pushing for this, the large, single-site, low-barrier facility that mirrors what's now the Sullivan Arena, but puts it at Tudor and Elmore. It's 330 beds. It's far too large. It's going to be far too expensive, and it's part of a package deal where the rest of the package isn't going forward. So I can't support this. I'm not going to vote for it. I do hope we get to a point where the rest of it goes forward and we can have that real package deal with smaller facilities targeted to actually help people, real solutions for homelessness, not repeating the mistakes that are being made down at the Sullivan Arena on the Campbell Creek Trail at Tudor and Elmore. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Weddleton?
Before I have easy rebuttals of the points just made, I'd like to move Weddleton Amendment Number 1.
Is there a second?
Second.
I got 2 seconds. I'm on a roll. Is it up on the screen somewhere? Remember how we talked about how things go so much smoother when you're just not in agreement with me?
If only.
Okay, so this would just take, renumber, so adds a new section 2. Just to make clear, a conditional use process will be conducted following the requirements of Title 21 for a single adult navigation center and shelter for 200 persons with the ability to house an additional 130 in emergency situations. For a second. I guess I might speak on this. It is actually kind of, we know this will happen anyway, but I think it was fair to put it in here just to make it clear to people.
Thank you. So I'll go ahead and go through the queue to see who would like to speak on the amendment. Mr. Burke, did you want to speak on the amendment?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, I was just saying,
okay.
Mr. Burke's spot. Perhaps Mr. Weddleton could go in a little more detail. I think that Mr. Trombley is reviewing this. If you could please, because I think there were some statements also that were just made, perhaps, about the process that we're going through. And Mr. Weddleton, you spoke to that, I thought, very articulately, and we certainly want to clarify the record that this is not a 330 capacity shelter to be used all year long. I think that you will, if you go back to the public record, and I would refer members to the public record at the last meeting when we addressed this issue in terms of the facilitation plan. I think it was Assemblymember Zalatel that actually made the amendment that talked about the surge capacity in the wintertime. It did not, there was a specific amendment to the plan that dealt with that. So the reference that this is a 330 mega facility is simply not what the Assembly did or what the Assembly passed at the last meeting when we talked about the facilitation plan and the 4 elements. Also, I think that another matter of the record that needs to be clarified, because we need to be totally clear so that the public understands that as it was just referenced that the only thing that has happened, and that is yet to happen, the next item is the medically fragile facility. In the facilitation plan, the 3rd pillar on the facilitation plan talks about workforce housing. The committee has identified 2 possible buildings for that. Is that in an ordinance form? No, now, but after over 1,200 hours, we've dutifully went through this city and through this process and followed the plan. There was representation just made that this is it after we're done. And that's just not true. Mr. Weddleton, Mr. Rivera, now more recently, Mr. Constantine's on the phone, Ms. Zalatel that participated in this process that unfortunately cannot this evening, that representation is just not true. And we've shared with Assembly members on this body the meetings of the minutes because they ask for more information, and we've done that, and it stipulates and it says in there what the next step is in terms of the workforce piece. So it's correct. There's 4 pillars to this plan. So I think that we need to make the public record clear. This $800,000 appropriation, is the step that the public is also asking for, because this, as Mr. Dole so articulately pointed out, this is the information that you have to get to where you're going. Without this, you aren't able to move forward. You aren't able to get people out of the Sullivan Arena. All the things that you've heard public testimony, you can't do that without spending money, and I don't think it's going to be, from what I've seen, it's probably not going to be this amount of money, and this would roll over into the development itself, and the representations that this is going to cost $30 or $40 million. I think that you'll see when this process is complete is greatly exaggerated. Greatly exaggerated. So you need this for the process to proceed forward, for the public to see what's going to be constructed, to finish the 4 pillars of the plan that we laid out in August of last year to work on. This is another step in that process to solve a community problem. So thank you, Mr. Weddleton. I think that Mr. Trombley has a question, but I just wanted to clarify the record so that it's eminently clear what this assembly has prior did. We talked about this $800,000 appropriation when we moved the money from the municipality to the land trust. It's come back to us now so that we can take the next step in the process. We began the process. This is next step in something that Mr. Weddleton, Mr. Constant, Mrs. Zalatel, and now Mr. Rivera have worked with us on this side of the table diligently to bring this forward to help solve a problem for this community and get the people out of the Sullivan Arena, as we've all agreed to, in a timely manner and not delay, so that hockey and other things can return to this community. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Trombley, is your question regarding the amendment?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, go ahead.
So through the chair, Mr. Weddleton, I was just a little bit confused when I saw the language because it was, I don't mean this in any bad way, but it was just stating the obvious. Am I correct? You're just letting folks know that this process will happen because this is something we will do anyways, even without the amendment. You're just giving assurances, correct? Is that the intent of this?
My most successful amendments do that, yes.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Mr. Weddleton.
Thank you. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and go through the queue, see if folks want to speak to the amendment. I have 3 folks in the queue. We'll start with Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Mr. Weddleton, for putting forward this amendment. Partly because it specifies the conditional use process, but also gives me an opportunity to mention something that I failed to mention during my previous comments, which is the feeling of the community council and the other people in that community nearby about this process. They feel, and I've spoken with many of them, we heard some of them tonight, that this has lacked real public engagement. When the mayor's office has sent folks to community councils, they haven't been able to answer specific questions. Some of the documents, like the conceptual documents, have been really hard to find for average members of the public. And then whenever something comes to the floor of the assembly, it's like a fait accompli. We have to vote for this thing. We are bound. You must vote for this thing or everything else falls apart. And so, the actual taking public comment is sort of a fiction if there's no choice but to vote yes. And so I think those process issues are really problematic for people in those community councils. And I think also the University Area Community Council has some really sophisticated people on it that understand land use and building, and they have made really specific points about you are sort of bending the rules here. And in some cases you might be complying with the letter of the law, but you are avoiding the spirit of the law. For example, putting a residential use in a temporary structure. We didn't specify, we weren't making a distinction between PLI and residential. I think we were trying to say if people are sleeping in a building, we don't want it to be a temporary building. Temporary buildings are used for other purposes, is how we envision them. So that's my thought on this and putting on the conditional use process. But also to Mr. Baker's point about, this is not a 330-bed facility, although I think his comments also indicate that 9 months of the year it'll be a 330-bed facility. We know that we need capacity, because that's why we need all these facilities open up. And so it will be surged at 330, it will stay at 330. And because of that, I move an amendment to the amendment to reduce the number 200 to 150 and 130 to 50. If I could get a second.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Do you want to speak to it further, Mr. Dunbar?
Yes, thank you. So we know under our law that you have to get a waiver of, to go above even 150. So 200 is already larger than best practices. But we know that there's a lot of evidence from other parts of the country, and even here in town, where the successful shelters that people point to, like Downtown Hope Center and the Gospel Rescue Mission, they're smaller. They have beds of maybe 100, somewhere between 100 and 150. Brother Francis, they did great work, but they were also 240 beds, and we saw how difficult that was and how bad it was, frankly, for the people experiencing homelessness there. This is a 330-bed facility. And when I've heard from the community councils around there, they've said clearly, they don't want to be just NIMBY. They really care about people experiencing homelessness too. And they might be willing, not all of them, but many of them are willing to accept a smaller facility. And so I think it's reasonable to drop it to 150 people, which is in our code as best practice, with 50 for surge capacity. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. All right, so I'm going to go through the queue, see if folks want to speak to the amendment to the amendment. And if you'd like to stay in the queue for the amendment, please let me know. So I'll start with Mr. Perez-Verdia.
I feel like we're in Groundhog Day repeat. The last time we had this argument, we were talking about a recommendation to the legislature. This had literally nothing to do with what we were actually going to do or any decision about it. This was just what we were talking to the legislature about, right? And I talked to people about this isn't a decision about the size of the facility. This is a document that we're using to have discussions. This is an appropriation so that we can get the information to make a decision, right? And so I have it makes no sense to me that we're having a discussion about the numbers in this document. There should be no numbers in this document. This amendment doesn't make any sense to me because we're already going to do it. It's part of the process. So again, we're just sort of creating a space to have the same conversation over and over again. And so I'm frustrated by the mic's bad, right? It sounds bad to me. So I'm frustrated by it because we need to have a discussion about whether this should move forward and what size it should be, period. And I'll go on the record saying I am very concerned about this size, and I'm very concerned about whether it should even be there or not. And so, but I can't have that discussion right now because I don't have any information to know anything about it. So will not be voting for this amendment. I will not be voting for the amendment to the amendment. I think it's a waste of time. I think we need to move forward, allocate this money, get the information, and then have a real conversation about this facility. Thank you.
Thank you. In that spirit, I hope folks can be quick as we progress through this amendment to the amendment and the amendment. So next I have Ms. Allard. Did you want to speak to the amendment to the amendment?
Yeah, I guess I will. So let's just be honest here. FEMA's not going to reimburse us anymore, and all this is going to go back on the taxpayers at the Sullivan Arena. We have to make some really hard decisions, and this is the time where real leadership steps up. And I agree with Mr. Perez-Verdia. This is Groundhog Day. This is ridiculous. We have 300 people sitting at the Sullivan Arena, and we're talking numbers for the navigation center to go down to 150 people. So what are you going to do with all the rest of the people? Just put them right back on the street? I'm with Cameron Perez-Verdia. This is a no to the amendment, a no to the amendment to the amendment, and let's just move forward and get this done and over with. I urge a no vote.
Thank you. I see the administration's next in line. Do you have a brief comment?
Just a brief comment on the amendment to the amendment, Mr. Chairman. That debate actually has happened twice on this floor prior to this, and it went back to the facilitation group, And I believe the last vote on this amendment to the amendment was 8-3 to not change the size while we're going through this facilitation process. So I think the Assembly has clearly spoken on this issue on 2 different occasions prior to this evening. And I would agree with Mr. Perez-Verdilla. I think it's time that we move forward with the appropriations so that we can gather that information to make informed decisions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton on the amendment to the amendment.
I don't support the amendment to the amendment, and I just have to say simply that 150 shelter is not best practices. That's a kind of a myth. 200 is not a large shelter. 330 is not a large shelter. 50 can be a huge disaster shelter. Depends on what services you have there and the design of the shelter. But there are shelters, you know, I keep pointing to Pine Street Inn in Boston. 650 people have been there for decades. You don't even know it's a shelter. It really depends on how you run it, what services you have there. So to say that 150 is best practices, there's no magic in that. We should stick to the 200 with the 130 for emergency surge. So let's vote no on this for the 3rd time, reduction in the size, and then we can vote on the overall amendment. Thanks.
Thank you. Next I have Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll try to be brief here. They are designing this. We're giving them money to design the facility. They have to design it to a size. They have to say a facility that will serve X number of people. That's why it's appropriate to ask the question now. And at the work session yesterday, I tried to get a sense of what the square footage would be, and it was a little bit confusing. It was 29,000 or maybe 25,000 or 32,000. Maybe Mr. Trombley could clarify, but it's not really important. What's important is we are giving them money now to design a custom-built facility for a purpose, and right now they're saying we're going to spend money to design a facility that will hold 330 people, and I'm saying let's give them money to design a facility that will hold 200 people. That's why it's appropriate at this point. And by the way, I can tell you, I am going to keep bringing this conversation up every time we take another step towards here, because at some point we'll get to a point where the administration will just say, that's too late. We spent X million dollars. This is the design we have. There's nothing you can do. Take it or leave it. 330 beds. And I know that's not what my community wants. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. All right, so I have 3 folks in the queue. I'm hopeful that after these 3 individuals, we can vote on this amendment to the amendment. Mr. Constant?
Yeah, you know, I won't be supporting the amendment, but I just have to speak briefly to Mr. Weddleton's comment about a large shelter or not a large shelter. Depends on how it's structured. We still have never seen an operating plan from this administration. There's no document that should provide anybody any confidence that anything coming out of the administration has any sense of reality and how it would be operated. That doesn't mean I'm not going to support this. It just means that there's still a lot of missing information, so the assumption that this is large is a fair assumption based on having no operating plan.
Thank you. Ms. Allard?
Chair, is there anybody else in queue behind me?
There's one other individual, yes.
I'm going to call the question, please.
All right, I'm not hearing a second.
She wants to remove all.
Second.
Okay, so it looks like Mr. Perez-Verdilla has removed himself from the queue, so there's no one else in the queue. So it looks like we are at a place where we can vote. Can you please withdraw that motion so we can vote?
I withdraw.
Okay, thank you. Members may proceed to vote on the amendment to the amendment. Just give us a second and we'll be able to vote on this.
Ms. Allard?
No.
Ms. Kennedy?
No.
Ms. LaFrance?
No.
Mr. Constant?
No.
The amendment to the amendment fails 7-2. We now have the amendment before us. Is there any further discussion? Mr. Presvidia?
Thank you. Just a quick comment. Just a quick comment. When it was referenced before that the last time we had this conversation that the mayor spoke up and said that if you take those numbers down, then I'm walking away, and that we have a deal, I think is the word that he used, that we have a deal. And I wanted to be very clear on the record to Mr. Dunbar's point, we don't have a deal. We have a process that we're working through, and we have not agreed to whether to build this or what size it'll be. And I want to be clear on the record that there is no deal in place. We're working through a process and we're getting the information that's necessary for us to determine whether there's a deal or not. And I really appreciate Mr. Dunbar bringing this forward. I think it's difficult because it feels repetitive, but I do have the same concern that we'll get down the road in this process and that it'll become something where, well, we've said it so many times that it must be true. So I want to make sure that I'm on the record as saying that I have not agreed to build this or I've agreed on a size. I just want to get the information so we can make a good decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote on the amendment.
Ms. Allard?
No.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Constant?
Yes.
That amendment fails 5-4. We now have the main motion before us. Is there any further discussion?
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Constant.
Just very briefly. I just want to note for the record that AO 2021-88S passed.
Actually, Mr. Constant, if I could pause you really quick, it's been raised that there may have been an error in recording the vote for the amendment. Mr.
Okay.
Constant, can you just reiterate what your vote on what the Weddleton amendment was?
It was yes.
He voted yes.
So just give us a second as we correct the record.
Weddleton amendment.
So as the record is being corrected, I just do want to note for the record, amendments do need majority votes, which for this body is a 6. So even though the numbers change 5-4, the amendment still does fail. Okay, so go ahead, Mr. Constant.
Thank you. It was stated by the planning director that, or excuse me, the community economic development director that that Title 23 changed a restriction in a residential zone, but that's actually not what happened. If you go back to the record as recorded, you'll find at 5:14:09 of the record of the February 15th meeting that an amendment passed prohibiting residential occupancies in temporary structures. And so I just want to make sure folks are clear that that theory is not within the code. Thank you. Otherwise, I do urge your support of this funding proposal.
Thank you. Not seeing any further discussion, members may proceed to vote on the main motion to approve.
Ms. Allard?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Constant?
Yes.
That item is approved 8-1. Okay, we're going to move on to our... I'm sorry, who was that?
Ms. Allard, I've moved for immediate reconsideration.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Do you want to speak to the motion, Ms. Allard?
No.
Okay. Thank you. Seeing no discussion in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to immediately reconsider item 14E.
Ms. Allard, on the motion for immediate reconsideration?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
No.
Ms. LaFrance?
No.
Mr. Constant?
No.
Ms. I'm sorry, Ms. Solotel is recused.
Mr. Chair, I was supposed
Go
to do
ahead,
a
Ms.
no. I
Allard.
apologize. I was supposed to be a no. I apologize. Thank you for taking my text.
Thank you. If we could switch her vote, please.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, Ms. Allard, can you confirm your vote?
No. I mean, no vote.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. That motion fails 9-0. All right, so we're going to move on. Next item on our list is 14F. I am hopeful we can get through this one more quickly. This is AR number 2022-76, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage reappropriating $1,067,500 previously appropriated for operational costs for shelter, day center, and/or treatment center within the alcohol beverage retail sales tax fund, Anchorage Health Department, to be used as a grant for operations at a facility for people with complex care needs. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Welcome. You'll have 3 minutes. If you could state your name and community council or neighborhood for the record. Thank you.
Sure. My name is David Rittenberg. I'm the Senior Director of Adult Homeless Services for Catholic Social Services, and I live in Fairview. So on behalf of Catholic Social Services, we want to thank all of you for your partnership and tireless work of finding solutions to homelessness. Building out a shelter system as a city continues to be an extensive and in-depth process. The complex care facility represents a bold step forward in the right direction. It's a testament to what can happen when public and private partners come together with the shared goals of supporting our neighbors, investing in our city's future, and creating safe and prosperous neighborhoods for everyone. This proposal is a result of months of work. Our team and our partners have spent countless hours planning and vetting this program.
Sorry, if I could pause you really quick.
Sure.
If folks on the phone, if you could please mute yourself, we're getting some noise. Thanks.
Our team and our partners have spent countless hours planning and vetting this program, conducting research, analyzing needs, researching best practices, and talking to other providers. We've devoted this great deal of time to ensure that what we are putting forth, both programmatically and operationally, has been thoroughly considered and will result in the best program possible. This proposal is also in line with the solutions agreed upon by the Assembly and Administration, who, through a facilitated process, have also put many hours into defining an overall path forward for Anchorage's homelessness response system. We are incredibly grateful to all the partners and groups who have come together over the last several months to get where we are today. Thank you for participating in this process in good faith and coming to the table with a vested interest. We recognize that this is a big investment for our city. However, the purchase and operations of a complex care shelter are critical to the health and safety of Anchorage. Investing in smart solutions to homelessness is both the compassionate and fiscally prudent thing to do, potentially providing significant savings to the city as an outcome. As the most experienced shelter operator in Anchorage, we are thrilled about this opportunity. We know the potential benefit this program will have for our community because we've seen it firsthand. Every day we work with people who will directly benefit from this type of care and it will be life-changing for them and our city. In Anchorage, there's a great need for a complex care program like this. Right now, there are hundreds of people experiencing homelessness that could benefit from a shelter and services such as this. People experiencing homelessness who have medical and other complex care needs are not well served in a congregate care setting. Some people experiencing homelessness cycle through shelters or other services because they have untreated complex conditions such as physical disabilities, functional impairments, and other chronic care needs. Because of these persistent needs, this population often fares poorly in general population emergency shelter. A complex care shelter will provide a stable location for individuals to remain while they complete assessments, get connected to benefits such as Medicaid and Social Security, as well as resources that will aid their path towards permanent housing. We anticipate that serving this population at this facility will reduce emergency department visits and inpatient hospital stays as it improves our outcomes for individuals served. Our community needs this facility. As someone who's been doing this work, I've seen the need for this type of program long before the start of the COVID-19 pandemic. A one-size-fits-all approach to homelessness does not adequately meet the needs of the many unique individuals who have complex barriers. This program will be an enormous step forward for everyone. It's just one piece of a greater network of services needed here, but it will be a core essential element in building a homeless response system that has compassion and equity for some of its core values.
Time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. You have 3 minutes. If you can state your name for the record and your neighborhood or community council.
Good evening. My name is Dakota Orm. I live in the Russian Jack neighborhood, and I'm the Healthcare and Homelessness Project Manager with the Anchorage Coalition to End Homelessness, and I'll be speaking on behalf of the coalition this evening. So the Sockeye Inn facility and program has been created in collaboration with the Coalition, the Alaska Mental Health Trust Authority, Catholic Social Services, Rasmussen Foundation, and Ship Creek Community Asset in response to a need in the community for a complex care option for people experiencing homelessness. Each organization offered hundreds of hours of workshopping and problem solving to find what best fits the community need and also the client's needs, and what best assists clients in finding their permanent home. Throughout this process, the coalition, in collaboration with our partners, was able to provide up-to-date data on the clients that are currently being underserved in the community and information on other successful programs across the nation. And across our shelter system, there are over 100 individuals who need a high level of care and experience additional barriers to housing due to complex needs. With these complexities and untreated needs, many people find themselves cycling between homeless and healthcare systems. Currently, there is not a facility to meet complex care needs, which can range from physical and functional disabilities to behavioral health. The Sockeye offers a shelter option for this group of people who are not well served in a general population congregate setting and provides a stable location for individuals to address their unmet medical needs and create a plan for long-term permanent housing and more successful outcomes. In other areas of the country, similar facilities have been set up to address the members of their community with these complex medical needs. These spaces allow people access to a place to rest and recover 24/7, connect to essential medical and social services, and create a plan to secure permanent housing. This will further result in reduced emergency department use and inpatient hospital stays, as we'll be serving clients in the right place, in the right time, and with the right care. Many of these locations are connected to their community's coordinated entry program and house hundreds of people a year while responding and working through those additional medical barriers. ACH will continue to assist in the development of the Sockeye Inn and creation of the inflow and the outflow from referral to housing, and providing our expertise in data and best practices for the shelter. The Sockeye Inn answers a longtime community need and will allow people who were previously pushed around to different parts of the system the opportunity to have successful outcomes and find their permanent home. And we appreciate the Assembly and Administration's continued support in making this project possible. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. If you could state your name for the record, your community council or neighborhood, you'll have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Bob Dole, Tongan Community Council. I speak as a senior fellow for the Rasmussen Foundation here tonight. Rasmussen Foundation, along with several other partners, is long engaged in joint funding of long-term Anchorage homelessness efforts. The foundation has committed $10 million to its homelessness initiative as part of $40 million committed by philanthropic organizations to help be part of the solution to the homelessness challenge of our city. Although Rasmussen has invested in homelessness solutions over the years, we have long believed that coordinated planning and funding will bring the community far better results. On behalf of philanthropy, Rasmussen Foundation has participated in the facilitated process of the Administration Assembly for the transition to a homeless response system without mass care and coordinated care done by the Continuum of Care, ACEH. There was first recognition in mass care of the need to serve homeless facing poor outcomes due to health needs in a regular shelter environment in the summer of 2020, when discussions started as mass care first stood up the Sullivan and Ben Boke about post-COVID homelessness services. The need was there, but not a solution. The facilitated process has yielded the Sockeye Complex Care Facility to fill this gap in services, which has proved difficult to do. After months of work and collaboration, a shared path forward was worked out to make this happen. We have been involved in those countless hours of work David and Dakota mentioned to make the Sockeye Complex Care operation pencil out with the leanest possible program. This joint effort of working closely with the most knowledgeable and skilled provider in the coalition was the only way to make it work. Both philanthropy and the Muni are contributing to the acquisition cost for this facility to make it work. In order to get the operation up and running, both need to contribute to the purchase to make it affordable. In order to get the operation up and running after we acquired it, both philanthropy and the Muni need to commit to its initial operating cost and are doing so. In doing so, the Sockeye addresses a group that has an elevated risk in a congregate shelter, provides a more appropriate environment. The Sockeye Complex Care Facility will not provide medical services, but will provide appropriate access for those with mobility issues, need for running water for hygiene needs, separation for immune-compromised conditions, and other challenges. In a facility owned by a nonprofit, so the Muni does not have to assume the ongoing maintenance and renovation obligation, the Sockeye is a bold first step forward with the continuum of care, philanthropy, the Muni, and a provider all in total sync. As other pillars of the mass care exit strategy come to fruition, the Sockeye demonstrates the synergy that can be had in a coordinated efforts. I urge your support of this resolution as part of the Muni contribution to this jointly funded operation, which will demonstrate what we as a city can accomplish when we all pull together. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. If anyone else would like to testify, please get in line in the middle aisle. Welcome. You'll have 3 minutes. Please state your name for the record and your community council or neighborhood.
Thank you. Christian Harrison, District 1. I appreciate the comments of the last 3 speakers. And it's not my intention to throw Catholic Social Services under the bus. But at the end of 2019, Catholic Social Services was given $25 million by the state of Alaska to operate the facility. As I mentioned before, the first time I ever checked in to the Brother Francis shelter was 2013. What I found there was, I guess now looking back, kind of expected. What I found there in 2019 was an absolute disintegration of what was going on in 2013. What is going on there now, I don't know, because they don't let just anybody stay at the Brother Francis shelter anymore. The only people that are mobility compromised is the criteria that I was told. Like, you literally can't even go in and talk to somebody about case management. It's that difficult. What is going on at the Sullivan Arena right now is exactly what was going on at the Brother Francis shelter. What's happening at the Sockeye, that when that whole thing came out, man, that was awesome. I'm really disappointed in myself that I made a poor choice and got removed from that, because I was at the Sockeye for 3 weeks until I contracted COVID, and they told me to leave half of everything I owned behind as I would be returning there. And I made such an fiasco out of it that I was removed from that program for that and some other reasons. I haven't been able to get back out of the Sullivan Arena unless I threw myself into the streets to do it, not into the driving street, but like I wouldn't go to Sullivan Arena. If you put more money into something, like, we really need to look at how it's managed, how it's run. I'm not saying 99+1 or Beans Cafe has done horrible jobs, because neither of them haven't. I think they're both pretty overwhelmed. I was in the warming tent on Sunday. There was one staff member, one security guard, which doesn't go toward the 30-to-1 ratio. There were 50 people in there. They were rotating people out every 30 minutes into 19-degree weather. Before all this, if I could finish the sentence, before all this, at 7:30 in the morning, they used to turn everybody out at Beans Cafe and wait to reset and reshuffle, and we would stand in below zero weather for at least an hour.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. You'll have 3 minutes if you can state your name for the record and your community council or neighborhood.
Niall Sherwood-Williams, Assembly candidate for West Anchorage. Here we are, we're talking about the alcohol budget. So I'd like to ask, where is the total amount taken in for alcohol tax and all the expenditures? So you all had a meeting in January of 2022, and through the chair, we didn't have Frisk on the line, but we had, through the chair, Miss Amy Demboski. And there was $6.67 million missing from the alcohol fund. Through the chair, Ms. Demboski was unable to answer where that money was allocated. So I'd like to ask through the chair to the municipal manager, is this 1.067 part of the missing $6.67 million? The Sockeye Inn, it's not a great place for people that are immunocompromised. Has anyone ever been in there? Because I have. I lived there for a little while. Shared kitchens on each floor, common hallways. I mean, it's really not a great place for immunocompromised people. Sullivan Arena is a disaster. The warming tent, have y'all gotten a carbon monoxide detector in there yet? Because last time when I was there doing my audit, before I was attacked by 99+1 Inc. and various other Securitas members, there was no carbon monoxide detector in there. A lot of fumes, you're using propane to heat the thing. I don't know if you're trying to cause the death of people due to carbon monoxide poisoning in there. And the final item, previously appropriated for operational costs for shelter, day center, and or treatment center. What are you actually doing? See, at this point, we should have a clear and detailed 5-year plan for expenses on this. Where's the money going to come from in the future? Is the Rasmussen Foundation going to keep funding this ad nauseum? Do we expect Catholic Social Services, with their waning membership in the Catholic Church and the waning tithe, to be able to fund this into the future? I mean, y'all have collected over $20 million in alcohol tax. That was supposed to help with mental health, housing, homelessness, drug and alcohol rehab. We got more people drugged and inebriated in the streets than ever before, and you continue to pass new marijuana licenses and alcohol licenses without even a single vote of dissent. You persist the same problem. How many alcohol licenses are within 1,000 feet of the Sockeye Inn? Too many. Stop the proliferation of drugs and alcohol, and then on the other hand, you're saying you're looking out for your constituents and for your community members.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Welcome. You have 3 minutes if you can state your name for the record and your community council or neighborhood. Mic is off. It's the yellow button, or if someone could help, please.
Perfect,
There
thank
you
you.
go.
I'm pretty sure that you guys don't need a microphone to hear me, unfortunately for you. So my name is Noria Clark, again, Sand Lake area. I haven't even prepared anything. You know why? Because I am so tired of this. I have to go home and do stuff tonight because I have to work in the morning. All of us do. At this point, it's the same thing that Einstein said. Continuing to do the same thing over and over again is the definition of insanity. At this point, enough taxes have been taken in from all of us who go to work and pay our property taxes that you could have already built in a hospital, you could have already built treatment centers, you could have already built these shelters. Why are you not taking property that KPV and I have spoken that there are multiple municipal properties that we could be looking at for these things? And I asked him, how are we going to handle this infrastructure? How are we going to handle all the people that we actually need to have taking care of the people who actually need this help? At every single center, you're going to have somebody who can handle mental health 24/7. You're going to have a security force. You're going to have to make sure the lights are on. You're going to have to feed them. You're going to have nurses. This is all very, very important to these people who actually need our help. And putting them all in one place, I'm not saying that any of these are bad ideas, but what I am saying is that we continue to throw money at a problem that is not being resolved. And at this point, I don't know if you have this much money in the bank, but I don't have over $1 million in the bank. I can't keep affording $500 a month in property taxes because I don't get to drive a Tesla. Although there seems to be a lot of people lately who are driving Teslas all around here and all around Juneau. I would like to have a new car too. I drive a 2005 F-150. Look how fancy I am. Guess what? It is time to start fixing things. I am tired of excuses. I am tired of nonsense. And I don't care who gets it done. I don't care if it's you guys. I don't care if it's them. I want it to be fixed because I'm tired right now and I'm hungry. I didn't get a dinner break. You know why? Because I wake up every day at 3:30 in the morning. And then I have to work all day long, and then I have to stay up dealing with this and reading all 7,000 pages that you give me of anything and try and handle stuff, and then come back here and do this all night. You know what I'd like to be doing tonight? Spending time with my loved one. That's what I would like. So please, start putting people and family first, and please stop wasting money. I'm not saying that this is a bad resolution. Honestly, I have not read this. I'm way too tired right now to read all of this. It's too much. But again, insanity, the definition of insanity is to keep doing the same thing. And we keep throwing money with no resolution. You keep creating problems, or there are problems that keep being created, but there are no actual viable and financial solutions. So just get it done so I can go home and go to bed. Because I don't want to keep being grumpy at you people. I really don't. I really just want to eat dinner. Thank you. Have a good night. Thank you guys for listening to me, all of you, and all of you.
Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Move to approve the S version.
Is there an S version?
Pause for 2 seconds, folks.
While we're looking for that, Mr. Chair, can I make a motion?
Oh, yeah, let's do that. Thanks.
I move to extend the meeting to midnight.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on the motion to extend the meeting to midnight? Seeing no discussion, members may proceed to vote on the motion to extend the meeting to midnight. As the clerk prepares a vote for that item, just want to know, it is in our addendum. There is an S version for 2022 JS 76. Okay, Madam Clerk, if we can conduct the vote. And this is a vote on the motion to extend to midnight.
Ms. Allard, on the motion to extend till midnight.
No.
Ms. Kennedy.
I'm sorry, yes.
Ms. LaFrance.
Yes.
Mr. Constant.
Yes.
Ms. Zalatel is still not in the room. I'm going to mark her as recused. Is that all right? Okay.
All right, that motion barely passes 8-1. Okay, so, and I just want to meet folks' expectations. So we have this item, then we have 14G, 14H, and 15A. I would be very surprised if we get done with all of those items before midnight, and then plus we have all of the rest of the items on our agenda. So we will let you know before the end of the meeting whether there's going to be a special meeting to finish all these items or whether they will get moved on to the April 12th agenda. TBD on that. Okay, so we now have before us, actually, if I can go ahead and just start over with the motion to approve 2022 JS 76S, just so it's clear. So Mr. Constant, you made that motion?
Yes.
And who was the second on that?
Second.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we now have this item before us. Is there any discussion? Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple of things. First, I want to say that I support this underlying motion. I do think it's a good thing, and I'm glad that it's moving forward. I think it'll pass with broad support. Mr. Am I correct that the S version, the only change is to add the words to Catholic Social Services? That's the only underlined language I'm seeing.
Accurate.
Did you, Mr. Constant, did you respond to that?
I said that's accurate, yes.
Okay, great. So I have an amendment, Dunbar Amendment 2. So I move Dunbar Amendment 2.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Chair, could I explain this?
Go ahead.
So again, I want this to pass, and I want it to be funded. Sort of an interesting result of the alcohol tax. First of all, the alcohol tax came in stronger than we expected last year. And there are certain things like treatment that we had dedicated funding to that we ended up not spending. So there should be a fund balance in the 2021 alcohol tax budget. And so this amendment is intended, and I'm happy to listen to the administration if they think that there is a language that needs to be added or changed to make this the case, but change the funding source from the 2022 alcohol taxes to the 2021 leftover alcohol tax fund balance.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Is there any further discussion on the amendment?
Well, I saw some emails, and first of all, I hope that this, I apologize this went out late. I think it went to my colleagues, but I saw some email traffic from Ms. Demboski and Mr. Frisk, and I was trying to determine if that related to this amendment or if it's something else. Okay. So I guess my question to the administration would be, what change in language do I need to make to this amendment so that it is effective? Because I believe there's some issue with the comptroller, and I'm fine with that.
Through the chair, Mr. Dunbar, the CFO has asked that there be a clarification language to reference 10 days after the fiscal year is closed by the controller division. Those are specifically his words.
And where in the amendment does he want us to insert it?
Well, that was my challenge because my computer crashed and I don't have it in front of me. I am looking.
And is there anyone, so CFO isn't here. I do want to be certain because I think it makes sense to use the 2021 leftover funds for a variety of reasons relating to the upcoming budget and fund certification. But I also want to be careful that we don't disrupt this deal because we all do want it to go forward. So if the CFO isn't here, is there anyone else that can speak to this?
Ross Risvold is on the line, and I'm trying feverishly to get back into my computer so I can see the document.
Mr. Risvold is in the room.
Oh, Dan Moore is here, and Dan can speak to it because it was his email that I forwarded. Dan, you're saving the day. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Chair, and this is, my name's Dan Moore, I'm City Treasurer. Travis had reached out to me, he's in Florida right now, and he asked to clarify. I thought it was Amendment 2, but as I read it, I think it's Amendment 1 is where the language is he wanted to have adjusted. So there was a phrase in Amendment 1, which I just got a copy of here, and you were talking about, let's see, just a moment. Sorry. There was a section that said, and upon certification by the Chief Fiscal Officer for the, no, that's not it, sorry. I apologize. Okay, it is Amendment 2. If this is, yeah. There was under Section 2 of, I believe this is Amendment 2.
Yep.
It had, what I'm reading here, it said, the tail end of it, fund, let's see, is delegated, the CFO has delegated the responsibility to notify the Assembly of the alcohol retail sales tax fund balance within 10 days after fiscal year 2021 is closed. And what Ms. Demboski was just saying is, if you could add the words, is closed by the controller division. That was important to the CFO.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. I think that's in Amendment 1, which I don't intend to move.
Oh, okay. I apologize. I just got this a minute ago, so I apologize. But that's the amendment that the CFO was concerned about the language. So that may not be applicable to what you have before you at the moment.
Mr. Chair, can I ask a question? So, Mr. Moore, thank you for being here tonight. Looking at this amendment now and just thinking practically about this, again, my intention is not to harm this deal. I want to make sure that there is money in that fund balance from the alcohol tax. Is that your understanding?
I don't know if I quite understand your question. I heard you earlier asking about the alcohol tax. For 2021, it's about $14.1 million. I think it's about $2.3, $2.7 million over budget. So there is some fund balance for sure from 2021. It's several $1 million. But I think you were talking earlier about whether this should be 2022 or 2021.
No, you answered my question perfectly just then. You said there's more than $2 million in 2021 alcohol tax funds still.
Correct. However, I don't know what the plan is for that money, and I believe OMB is working on that right now. So, I don't know what the plan is for any leftover money from 2021. So.
Thank you. I appreciate that. We're the appropriating body, and I guess my assertion is that part of our plan should be to spend that money on this.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Thank you. Okay, next in the queue, I have Mr. Constant.
So, I appreciate the spirit of this, but I'm afraid what it does to the deal just installs uncertainty in this moment when I think things are very sensitive and this has to pass tonight. And so I am afraid I can't support it. Of course, Mr. Dunbar, I would like to see us appropriate some use for those $2 million because clearly if that's the case and they're making plans for them, they haven't been appropriated yet, but we heard it on the record tonight. So that's very useful, but I would urge my peers not to support this at this time.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton?
Yeah, this is probably fine, but we're a month away from first quarter budget amendments. So if the unchanged wording mixes things in a way that we don't want, we can juggle it at that point. So I think what Chris said, this creates some uncertainty that we don't really need. Mr. Dunbar is welcome to rebut me on that. I just, I think we have in 4 weeks, 2 meetings from now, if for some reason the currently appropriated operational cost for shelter day center and a treatment center didn't work, we can pull from fund balance or whatever. We'll do all that balancing out then.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I guess I would ask the administration then, the Assembly passed a 2022 budget that made certain assumptions about the alcohol tax in 2022. And my understanding is that OMB has not loaded that version of the budget, but rather, because of their assertions about the CFO's fund balance, loaded the mayor's sort of version of the budget or some kind of compromise between the two, not the budget we passed. And that's why I would like to use some of the funds from 2021 so that we know that more funds are available in 2022. If, we've had a legal discussion about this. I think this is an inappropriate use of the CFO's fund certification power. But it appears that OMB is loading a different version of the budget from the one that we passed. And so if there's anyone from the administration that can disabuse me of that notion, then I'm happy to withdraw this amendment.
Sorry, I'm struggling to find the question in there, Mr. Dunbar. OMB loaded the budget that the CFO could fund certify. So they didn't make up, that's my understanding of it. I'm not with OMB. I don't believe OMB is on the line this evening. But they loaded the budget the best they could that the Assembly passed, and they can't certify funds that are fictional, that are not certifiable, that they don't believe will materialize, that the CFO has said he can't certify. So I'm not sure what your question is exactly, how I can answer it for you.
No, you've answered my question. I mean, the last estimate we got from the CFO was that the alcohol taxes would come in at $15.1 million. So to simultaneously say that our $13.5 million budget relies on fictional funds, I think is inaccurate. So that's why I urge my colleagues to pass this and use the funds from last year we know we're there. So when we get to first quarter budget revisions, we won't have to have this argument we've had 3 or 4 times now, where the Assembly passes a budget, says this is our reasonable estimate, this is the numbers you are to use, and the administration just refuses to do so.
Mr. Dunbar, I apologize, Mr. Chair. Blair Christensen, Deputy Municipal Manager, is on the bridge, and she's way more versed in this subject than I am, so she may be a better resource to be able to articulate, in case I made a mistake, and articulate any answers if you have questions for her.
Through the chair, Assemblymember Dunbar, I think for the most part, OMB loaded the budget that the Assembly passed. The amounts that were not loaded were basically the amounts that were moved around due to the Assembly's, the veto overrides, and the items where the CFO could not certify the funds for those items, but they're very specific items, and the amounts are, I don't believe they're large amounts. For the most part, I think it's safe to say that OMB worked very hard to load the budget that the Assembly passed.
Thank you, Ms. Christensen. All right, I'm not seeing any further discussion. Members may proceed to vote on Dunbar Amendment Number 2.
Ms. Allard?
No.
Ms. Kennedy?
No.
Ms. LaFrance?
No.
Mr. Constant?
No.
That amendment fails 5-4. We're back on the main motion. Is there any further discussion?
I forgot what it was. What's our motion, Chair?
Yes, our motion is move to approve AR number 2022-76S. So we're on item 14F. And I believe I have Ms. Kennedy in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do believe that we have started down this road now of actually doing more in terms of providing services in treatment centers. And, certainly we recently agreed with the purchase agreement with purchasing the sockeye Inn and put some money towards that. But I have some questions in regard to this particular venture, if you will. There's a comment in the mayor's AM that talks about a pro forma for the operations of the sockeye Inn has been developed that relies on several funding sources. And I haven't seen those details, so I was just curious as to what other funding sources actually exist that go toward this effort. And then the second part of that question is the expectation then, once this treatment center is up and running, that we will continue to fund at this level, or could potentially this amount of funding increase or decrease? So anyway, what's the future outlook on this particular level of funding for this treatment center? Thanks.
Thank you. So I have asked Mr. Dole to come up. Go ahead.
Through the chair, Senior Fellow Bob Dole with the Rasmussen Foundation. I did not have pro forma with me, but there are various sources involved in this proposal. Besides these funds here, we are working with AHD to look at long-term plans for the CDB Community Development Block Grant -COVID funds. There's also philanthropy contributing towards part of the operating cost. Also, the Alaska Mental Health Trust has also indicated they would be contributing to it. So there are various sources there that are contributing. We found through these a sustainable model for the first 2 years. I think coming out of COVID and just moving into this, we will know in a year to a year and a half what that longer term looks like. It could be less of a requirement, it could be more, but we believe we have a plan for 2 years in place that was developed.
Any follow-up on that, Ms. Kennedy?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And maybe you said this, Mr. Dole, when you were talking earlier, what is the projected cost? If we're going to begin this program as of June the 1st, what's the projected total cost for that 7-month period from all funds included? Thanks.
1 second. Through the chair, so in looking at the total annual operating cost for this facility, it's a projected cost of about $4.1 million. Prorated for the first year is about $2.45 million.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Dole. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Next, I have Mr. Weddleton.
Thanks. Everyone will support this. I want to make a couple comments to respond to some things we heard in public testimony. One, there was an accusation that there's missing funds and so on. If anyone really wants to know what's going on with your money, city money, you can look online and Google or search on the bar CAFR. I think it's Consolidated Annual Financial Reports or something, but they're audited anyway, CAFR. Search on that, it has every single detail, put it aside a couple hours, but we have audited financials, money doesn't go missing, it's all spelled out for you, and you can see exactly what happens to alcohol funds and so on. When you hear otherwise, that's wrong. And then we were told that we're insane and we're repeating what we've always done. This is brand new, never done it, and we need it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. I just want to clarify for the record, the new acronym is ACFR, the Annual Comprehensive Financial Report. Got to get with the times. All right, Mr. Constant.
I just want to vote. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, seeing no one else in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the main motion to approve for 2022-76S.
Ms. Allard?
No.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Constant?
Yes.
Ms. Zalatel? Oh, sorry, Ms. Zalatel is recused. All right.
That item is approved 8-1. We're going to go ahead and just take a quick short break while we, all right, come on back.
Mr. Chair, I would like to move immediate reconsideration.
Okay, so there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Sorry, Ms. Zalatel.
Urge a no vote.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote on the motion for immediate reconsideration.
No, it was Chris and John. That's right. Okay, okay. We'll get it. Okay. Miss Allard?
No.
Miss Kennedy?
No.
Miss LaFrance?
No.
Mr. Constant?
No.
The motion for immediate reconsideration on item 14F has failed 9-0. We're going to go ahead and take a short break while we reconfigure things.
like to call us back to order. Okay. Mr. Vice Chair?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'd like to move to change the order of the day to take up the following 3 items, and I think that'll take us to the end of our day. 14G, 14D, and 15A. These are all considered must-pass items for today, or at least must open the public hearing items.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
I think, could you repeat?
Sure, Mr. Weddleton. 14G, 14 Delta, 15A. Seeing no one in the queue, is there any objection?
Madam Chair?
Yes, Ms.
I
Allard.
apologize. Did 14J, was that mentioned? I didn't hear it if it was.
It is not, Ms. Allard. We are at the last 25 minutes, or sorry, 35 minutes.
Delaying that one could be problematic. Is there any way we can throw that in there ahead of one of the others? So I guess I need to make a motion.
So can I
What
ask
were
the
the-
administration if it's a must-pass item for tonight?
Madam Chair, thank you. That is not one of our must-pass items for this evening.
Thank you, Ms. Domboski. Okay, seeing and hearing no one else in the queue, is there unanimous consent? Any objections to changing the order of the day? Seeing and hearing none, the order of the day is now changed. We will take up 14G next. (14G) is the third public hearing on Ordinance AO 2022-37S1, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly providing for the reapportionment of the Assembly election districts. Public hearing is now open. Welcome. Please state your name and your area of town.
My name is Silvers, and I lived in East Anchorage. I would like to testify in favor of Chris Constant's amendment. I believe that this amendment takes into consideration public testimony as well as the concerns that Assembly members identified in work sessions. It places West High and Forest Park back in West Anchorage and fixes shortcomings in the map 11 by returning areas of Airport Heights back into Midtown.
Ms. Silvers, 1 second. If you're on the phone, can you please mute? Thank you. Please continue.
It does so by dividing Airport Heights on a natural geographic bluff that separates more Midtown adjacent Airport Heights from areas more integrated with downtown and east. This also puts East High back into East Anchorage in keeping with public testimony. I would suggest consideration of a further amendment that moves Southport back into District 6, as this area is more socioeconomically integrated with South Anchorage. I am opposed to the amendment put forward by Eagle River. This amendment moves in the opposite direction, disregarding testimony and the communities that it splits apart while illegally splitting census blocks. In fact, I can see no reason for Eagle River's involvement in Anchorage maps unless they are aiming for a certain political outcome. For example, why would they even further fracture Turnagain in their map when Turnagain residents have clearly spoken in favor of having their community kept intact? I am also surprised that the mayor contends that not enough time has been given to hear from the community. We've had 2.5 months and a total of 16 different opportunities for public testimony at this point. We've had maps discarded and amendments put forward, responding to the robust testimony that has been received. We have a map that's been widely agreed to and testified in favor of. There's only been a couple testimonies added to the committee page this month. I'm left to wonder if the mayor is interested in delaying until after elections in the hope of achieving certain political outcomes, such as those put forward in the map by Crystal Kennedy. Please accept the amendment put forward by Chris and continue the process so that we can move forward with the election of our new downtown assembly member. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name and your area of town.
Niall Sherwood Williams, candidate for Assembly District 3, West Anchorage. In response to 2022-37 S1 star, I'd like to bring the attention to page 2 of 2. If you look down to part B, it says the original of this map is maintained in the office of the municipal clerk. Through the chair, Ms. Zalatel, to the municipal clerk, why is the office always locked to the public? Why do we have to make an appointment to be able to petition our government for a redress of grievances? It's a First Amendment guaranteed right under the United States Constitution that you all swore an oath to uphold and defend. So that's concerning. It's a public good and a public service. It has to be open during normal operating business hours. Same problem with the mayor's office. As well, when you're talking about maps and you only have this in here for the public, one map out of the 4 showing only certain parts of the lines, it should all be in there. Why are the maps not up in this room today? The reapportionment map that we're going to accept. Why is it not right here on display for everyone to see? Madam Chair, Madam Clerk, could we not work that out with our immense resources and all this staff and all this money and all the printers? I mean, I stand in opposition to the previous testifier. I think this needs to be pushed back till after the election. So the standing assembly members, 5 of which are up for re-election, can't gerrymander their way into another 10 years of power until the next reapportionment. We're already fighting this at the state level. There's already numerous appeals that have been filed, grievances. Specifically to the West Anchorage community, the Tongan community is going to get eviscerated, all chopped up. Two or more lawmakers having discussions off the record is a violation of the Open Meetings Act. Through the chair.
Mr. Williams, can you please keep your testimony to the item before us? Thank you.
Yeah, so again, I'd like to have this delayed until after the election is certified. And I'd like an answer to the question of why the municipal clerk's office is locked and closed to the public Monday through Friday between 8:30 and 5 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please state your name and your area of town.
My name is Denny Wells. I live in Sand Lake. My map is the one that's kind of on the table that Mr. Weddleton put forward, and I very much appreciate that. I come tonight having reviewed the 2 amendments that are on the table, and I'd like to kind of review what I heard in the public testimony that preceded it. Preceded those amendments. Specifically, the public testimony, both public testimony and also commentary from the assembly members for things that were desired revisions to Map 11, and those included putting East High School in the East Anchorage district, putting the West High School area, keeping that together so that Tongan was all together, putting some or all of Airport Heights into Midtown, and the Spenard Community Council requested to not be split into 3 different districts. So the 2 maps that are on the table, Ms. Kennedy's amendment, it puts East High School in the East Anchorage district. It does not address Airport Heights, does not address Spenard, and it actually goes against the request from the Tongan Community Council to be made whole by dividing it further. So it meets one of the revision requests that's out there, misses 2 of them, and actually goes against a 3rd one. Or goes against the 4th one. The amendment from Mr. Constant, it actually hits the first 3. It actually puts East High School in the East Anchorage district, puts part of Airport Heights in Midtown,
and puts the West Anchorage High School area back in with Tongan. I've drafted numerous maps attempting to make a map that accommodates the Spenard Community Council's request to not be split into 3 pieces. And it imparts in order to accomplish that, it really imparts pretty significant changes to the southwest corner of the map. Significantly different from what's currently on the table is map 11, and I've heard from some of you that there might be some concern that it would not look like an amendment at that point, and I feel like that's a pretty rational response. At this point, I appreciate all of the testimony that you guys have taken. I appreciate the time that you've taken in this. And one small comment, I've heard several times over the course of the recent months, criticism for those of you who are on the phone and not here in person. And I want to say thank you for those of you who are on the phone and taking the time out of your schedule elsewhere to still be here. I am super impressed. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please state your name and your area of town.
Russ Rito, downtown Anchorage, owner of Anchorage Downtown Tour Group, member of the Downtown Community Council. I too am in favor of Mr. Constant's proposal and how he's put it together. I did attend one of his meetings that was had. I think Mr. Rivera and through the chair, Mr. Weddleton were there. We had seen these maps. They've been very well open to everyone. Everyone had a chance to talk about it and put up, actually write notes on them if they wanted to. They were encouraged to do that. So I just want to reassure the public that we have been given plenty of opportunity to review this stuff. And I hate it when people pick on Madam Clerk. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify? Anyone at all? Please come forward. Please state your name and your area of town. Welcome.
Hello, Noria Clark, again. Yesterday at our Sand Lake Community Council meeting, we spoke about this. If there are any new revisions especially, we need to have more time to review this. I tend to stand somewhat in support of map 11. However, I do think the public needs ample time. If there's going to be any amendments or changes to it, we need to have the opportunity to really review this. And the problem is the public is not astute necessarily to this. It's not easy to always find this information. And the public really needs to be able to decide what they want and how they feel about how these district lines are changing. We talked about yesterday how there might be a revision, there might be an S, right? Is that correct, KPV? I'm sorry? It's available now. It's available? Okay, so how many days would we have to be able to do that? We need to have more time so that we can get that out to the public than a couple of days. If we don't have enough time for people to know, for us to actually go take a look at it more than 2 days, that's really not fair to the public. If there's any revisions, the public needs to have at the very least a week, 2 weeks. I mean, this isn't something that we need to rush. This isn't something that's really going to make a difference until next election, right? So if it doesn't make a difference until next election, why is it a big deal to figure it out at this moment? We have other things to figure out right now in our city. How are we going to take care of our homeless? How are we going to do all these other things? So it'd be great if we had just a little bit more time to be able to spread the word about it. So I appreciate your guys' time. I won't speak on it long, but Cameron, I really appreciate how much you worked with us the other night on that and giving us some answers. So thank you guys, and I hope that you'll take that into consideration and think that we really need to try and let people know and get it out so they have enough time. We don't have enough time every single day to check the Muni website and to follow every time there's a revision or a change. Like I said, many of us have multiple jobs right now trying to support our families and our loved ones. So it takes a lot of effort and a lot of work to keep on top of all of this. But I do appreciate everybody's efforts in this, and I think that you guys are all working hard on trying to figure out a good solution. So if you can, just a little bit of time might be worth it, just a little bit. You know, like I said, this isn't going to make a huge difference during this election season. Thank you very much. Thank you all for your time. I hope that you have a good evening.
Thank you for your
guys.
testimony.
Thank you.
Would anyone else like to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. While today was the last public hearing for reapportionment, pending the actions of the This item will be set forward to a special meeting of March 23rd. Please continue to email your feedback via email and the public comment portal at reapportionanc.org so members can take that feedback into consideration when we deliberate on March 23rd. All of the proposed maps and map amendments currently under consideration can be viewed at reapportionanc.org. So please check those sites. We're going to now move on to...
Madam Chair.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Weddleton.
I just wonder, where is that meeting?
It'll be in chambers.
It is in these chambers. Good, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Okay, next we have item 14D. Resolution AR 2022-64, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $2,300,000 as a transfer from the Equipment Maintenance Internal Service Operating Fund 601000 unrestricted net position to the Equipment Maintenance Internal Service Capital Improvement Project CIP Fund 601800 Maintenance and Operations Department to purchase replacement vehicles and equipment. Public hearing is now open. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Welcome. Please state your name for the record and the area of town in which you live.
Better believe it. Niall Sherwood Williams. Oh, when I saw this one, it just was lighting up off the page at me. I couldn't wait to come up to this microphone. I'm in strong opposition to 2022-64, and this is why. Line item 41 on page 2, 17 police interceptor vehicles. Those are things we need not. There's too many police cars around this town sitting collecting dust. Up north in Eagle River, down at the Fleet Maintenance Facility, over at Tudor and Elmore, at every PD barracks around town, they're sitting around, cars not being driven. You're auctioning them off every other month. I mean, how about we take $2.3 million and provide some constitutional law training to the Anchorage Police Department so they understand how to honor their oath to the U.S. Constitution and the Constitution of the State of Alaska.
Mr. Williams, I'm going to pause your time. Please stay on the item before us.
Oh, of course, Madam Chair. So within these police interceptor vehicles, why are we not allocating this money to body cameras? Something that the public already voted for and passed through in bond. When will the members of this assembly body stand up for their constituents? We passed $1.8 million on bond. We demanded body cameras now. Where are they? Now you're passing more money for the Anchorage Police Department to be able to buy more vehicles, more power for an unlawful police force that violates citizens' rights? I mean, I know you all are in bed with the union, but when I'm up on that dais, I'm going to stand up against the fraternal order.
This is your second warning. Please stay on the item before us.
Well, it's great that now I have prior restraint from 5 different assembly chairs. Title 42 USC Section 1983, federal lawsuit at Fitzgerald. I'll be seeing you there. Stop violating my First Amendment rights, please. So where is the full accounting of how many vehicles we have, what the aging of them is, when they will become obsolete? Are the APD officers driving the cars too hard? I mean, are too many getting wrecked now because they're driving code 3 for medical assist up and down Spenard? Also another video posted on Polar Press on YouTube. Individual rights of citizens must be upheld. Buying 17 more police cars is not the way. Honor your oath today, Assembly members, or you're going to find that you're going to have pink slips real quick.
Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Allard?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Constant?
Yes.
That item passes 10-0.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Ms. Namboski.
The administration requests immediate reconsideration on this item and urges a no vote due to the time-sensitive nature of this purchase.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Anyone like to speak to it? Seeing and hearing no one, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Allard?
No.
Ms. Kennedy?
No.
Ms. LaFrance?
No.
Mr. Constant?
No.
That motion fails 10-0.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Perez-Rodilla.
Point of information, I'm just wondering procedurally whether there was a comment earlier, whether we're going to have a special meeting or whether all of the items remaining are going to move to the next regular meeting.
If you give me 1 minute, there will probably be a motion coming.
Thank you.
They're going to have a public hearing. We can notice it tomorrow. I said that the notice is...
So what's the motion to set all items of the 15A to the special meeting of the 22nd? Because 15A can't roll.
No, 15A is the 18th.
So does that motion on a special meeting accept item 15A?
Yeah, I texted her. She said that everything else goes to the special meeting.
Everything, even the consent agenda?
I think so, yes.
What's left?
Okay.
So do you need to, but we need to exempt out item 15?
Yeah. I can do that. Okay. So everything else that goes to the special meeting. What time?
6 p.m.
In the chamber? Yeah. Okay. All right.
Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'd like to move to continue all remaining items on our agenda except for item 15A to a special meeting on Tuesday, March 22nd at 6 p.m. in the Assembly Chambers.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair?
Yes, Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you. Would we also be able to change the public hearing for the math care item that was laid on the table? I believe that was set for public hearing at a special meeting on the 23rd.
Yes, Ms. LaFrance, that direction has now been provided to the clerk. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Dunbar.
Oh, I don't think I'm in the queue
Oh,
anymore.
okay. Anyone else? Mr. Weddleton.
Madam Chair?
I've got you in the queue, Ms. Ellard. Thank you.
So the 22nd would work, but if we have a special meeting on the 23rd, can we just put it all on the 23rd?
Mr. Weddleton, my understanding is the 23rd meeting that is set for that singular item of reapportionment.
Oh, we all drive here.
And we already have the 22nd reserved in chambers in case of this eventuality.
Then why do we do the 23rd for the special meeting? Should've made it
Because
the
we have a member
22nd.
who was traveling, if I remember correctly from work session.
It's very accommodating of us, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Ms. Allard?
Did Mr. Middleton make a motion to combine the two special meetings into one?
Ms. Allard, no, he did not. In case you didn't hear, the explanation is he asked why we hadn't set the other item for the 22nd because a member was traveling, and there's a desire by the chair of the reapportionment committee to have a separate public hearing for reapportionment only.
Good grief. Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Seeing no one else in the queue, members may proceed to vote.
Madam Chair, I was in the queue.
My
You might not have
apologies,
seen-
Ms. Kennedy. Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you. What is to keep us from having back-to-back special meetings on the 23rd? If we had one special meeting for the reapportionment committee and then following that had another special meeting, would that be possible to keep us from having to come in back-to-back nights? Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. I don't think we would get everything done. So right now, the motion before us is as the Vice Chair has stated.
Okay, could you restate that then, please?
Sure, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you. So the motion before us is to move to continue move to continue all items on our agenda, remaining items on our agenda, except for item 15A, to a special meeting on Tuesday, March 22nd at 6 p.m. in the Assembly Chambers.
Anything further, Ms. Kennedy?
Well, the fact that we didn't have that on the calendar for a long time, and that is the night of the Chugach Eagle River Chamber's Education of Excellence Awards, and I was hoping to be able to attend that with acknowledge and our educators in our community. So it was kind of nice to have that available to be able to do and to attend. So I'll be a no vote on this, but chances are it will pass. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Seeing no one further in the queue, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Allard?
Now.
Ms. Kennedy?
No.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Constant?
Yes.
That item passes 7-3. Now we have item 15A, Resolution AR 2022-80, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipality stating its conditional protest regarding the transfer of ownership and location of beverage dispensary liquor license numbers 4531 and 4551 for LED Ultra Lounge and Grill LLC, DBA Tri-Grill.
Waive reading.
Thank you.
Point of order.
Yes, Mr. Constant, what procedural clarification can we give?
So this item is kind of partnered with another item heard on a special meeting on the 18th. And so if we should run out of time because the clock hits midnight, I would like to ask the chair to put on the record that this public hearing would continue to the meeting of the 18th.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. So the public hearing on AR 2022-80 will be open now. However, there is an S version of this resolution which was laid on the table tonight. The intent of the Assembly is to hold the public hearing tonight and continue it to March 18, 2022 special Assembly meeting. The S version is already set for public hearing at the special meeting on the 18th. So if you choose to speak tonight on AR 2022-80, you may not speak on it again, but on the 18th, you may speak to the changes in the S version. The Assembly may ask the applicant questions tonight, but we probably won't have time, but the applicant will have an opportunity to make a presentation on the 18th, and the intent is not to take action on this item tonight. Mr. Weddleton.
And where is that meeting?
That meeting is in City Hall, room 155. Thank you. All right, with that, we will open the public hearing. Welcome. Please state your name and your area of town.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Doug Ferris. I represent the Downtown Community Council. 5 minutes on the clock, please. I am presenting the case on behalf of the Coalition of Concerned Citizens as well as representing Downtown Community Council. The Downtown Coalition has over 70 members in support of the resolution before you. As a courtesy to the Assembly and in the interest of brevity, we have decided to have myself speak for the group. I am presenting here today in regard to the protest of the transfer of the LED Ultra Lounge and Tri-Grill LLC beverage dispensary license 4531 and duplicate license 4551 to the proposed premise located at 420 West 3rd Avenue. I'm sure the Assembly is well aware of the history of bars in the downtown area. Our opposition is not arbitrary, capricious, or unreasonable. I would first like to highlight that our neighborhood is not saying no to bars and restaurants. We are opposed to this transfer because it violates long-established Alaska state statutes and Anchorage municipal codes that are in place to create healthy and thriving business and residential communities. This argument is based strictly on facts, laws, and codes. The transfer of location of LED from 901 West 6th Avenue to 420 West 3rd Avenue materially changes the environmental conditions in which the business could create a significant impact on the use and enjoyment of adjacent properties by property owners and occupants. As presented in our resolution and the attached exhibits, there are multiple data points that back up the fact that the LED has a long-standing demonstrated history of events with entertainment between the hours of 11 p.m. and 3 a.m. In fact, the majority of previous LED events state that the doors open at 10 p.m., which is not conducive to a habitable environment for the residents and hotel guests surrounding this location. As evidenced in Exhibit I, Mr. Alexander applied and was denied for 8 caterers permits for events between October 9th and November 27th, 2021 for the location 420 West 3rd Avenue. The event name on those permits was listed as LED opening event. Mr. Alexander states the following as the purpose of the permit, quote, to cater a typical event with both alcohol and food, the same as what I've done at location 90 West 6th Avenue for the past 7 years. Approximately 200 to 300 people, 21 plus only, between the hours of 12 p.m. and 3 a.m., unquote. In addition, the LED Facebook social media page lists LED Ultra Lounge and Grill 2.0 as a dance and nightclub with an address of 420 West 3rd Avenue as their premise location. Furthermore, the commercial lease for the space identifies the permitted use of premises as restaurant, bar, and nightclub. Based on these facts, it's clear the applicant intends to operate as a nightclub. This is where the application grows concern for the community members and especially us residents. The largest concern is that there is an Anchorage School District school located at 411 West 4th Avenue within 200 feet of the main entrance of LED. This violates Alaska Statute 04-11-410, where the main entrance is within 200 feet of a school boundary. The Anchorage School District has issued a letter to AMCO also opposing this transfer. That letter is included in your exhibits. In addition to the Alaska statute, there is municipal code where the boundary of a nightclub cannot be within 300 feet of the boundary of the school. So this application would ultimately also create a special land use conflict and violate AMC 210505II if it were to progress to that process within the Assembly. The Downtown Community Council already voiced their concern as a group. Our resolution, which you are all provided in advance, passed with a resounding yes vote of 43-2. Again, I ask the Assembly to consider, is this transfer in the best interest of the public? Is this arbitrary? No. It is based on proximity to hotels, residential condos, and a school, and previous protests in the vicinity of the same locale of 3rd and E Street. Is this capricious? No. It is based on LED's history of the past 7 years and Mr. Alexander's written statements that he intends to operate the same as he has in the past. Is this unreasonable? No. Mr. Alexander estimates to draw 200 to 300 people a night with over 600 Hilton rooms with many double occupancy and 69 condos in close proximities. Those same 200 to 300 people will undoubtedly have a negative impact on potentially well over 1,000 residents and hotel guests nightly. Once again, is this arbitrary, capricious, or unreasonable? No, no, and no. For these reasons, the Downtown Community Council hereby respectfully requests the Assembly's support for AR 2022-80S in protest of LED transfer of license to the premise location of 420 West 3rd Avenue. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
I will take any questions now.
I do not see anyone in the queue. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have time for one more speaker, and then our time will lapse. So please come forward, state your name for the record and your area of town.
My name is Kevin Collins, and I am from East Anchorage. Okay. First, I want to thank you all for being here. The reason I'm here is to support the transfer of that license. And part of the reason I want that to happen is since moving to Alaska about 11 years ago, I haven't really felt comfortable in a space to have entertainment. You know, a lot of places currently, when you, as far as an African American or black or brown people, when you see there are a lot of places that are currently open, but not necessarily places that cater to our type of music or just simply cater to us. I've been frequenting LED for years, and part of the concerns that has been raised has to do with, you know, what's going to happen around and how it's going to impact the community. One thing I can testify to is the ownership. You know, Robert Alexander is one of those owners that not only cares about the patrons, but he also cares about the community. And if you have ever been to LED, you would know that he's one of the owners that is present. He makes sure that he's controlling the crowd. He makes sure that he's outside at the end of the night cleaning up, making sure that everybody is getting into their vehicles and leaving safely. There are a lot of other establishments in the areas. We have 4th Avenue Bar that's in the area. We have Gaslight up the street. And to be honest, you know, as a person who does like to have a nightlife, I don't feel welcome in those places. And I do not drink or smoke, but there's been times where trying to enter into Gaslight I've been stopped because the people at the door is thinking, oh, you're drunk. I do not drink, I do not smoke. As far as the school portion of that, schools are not open during the nighttime. You know, schools are usually open during the day, during the week. And so I think that is a legitimate concern if this was an establishment that was being open during the weekdays. And you have a hotel that is right next to that location. I think it will actually invite people that can come from different places and have somewhere to feel a part of. So I think it will be doing the people of color a disservice at this time because we do not have a place to really go and feel welcome and hear the music that we want to hear or just feel a part without feeling like we're going to be discriminated against.
Thank you for your testimony. With that, we are adjourned and this matter is continued to Friday.